Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was chosen by the Omnitrix? Part 2. This story is Deku 10. Alien Hero by Atriox 117. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. On the road at night, several convoys were traveling in formation, protecting a device. Military. I don't understand why so much security for this. He looks at the 1.20 meter long suitcase. Militar 2. They say it's a kind of weapon, made up of the weaponry of that alien robot that attacked a children's camp and those it attacked. Military. And how they made those parts work. Militar 3. Be silent. Military. Aren't you curious? Militar 3. The answer is obvious. David Shields is the only one with the intellect to make this work. Militar 2. They say he was tricked into operating the weapons, and the military then used the research to create weapons. Military. And how did he let himself be deceived? Military. You're stupid. What scientist wouldn't want to investigate alien technology? But before the conversation could even continue, several convoys exploded. They were being attacked, not by quirks, but by human weapons, until no convoy functioned and no military personnel could protect the artifact, and it was stolen. 2 days later, Ochaco had left the freckled boy's house almost a week ago, so she could spend the rest of her vacation there. The green-haired boy spent the first few days in bed, lying down staring at the ceiling. It was very quiet. He missed the brunette's voice. Izuku. Sighs, what do I do now? Inko. Izuku a comer. Izuku. Go. He went to the kitchen to eat. Inko seemed worried. Izuku hadn't left his room in 2 days. Inko looked at that bored face on his face. There were times when Inko preferred him to go out and be a hero with the Omnitrix, than to see him in bed all day being bored. Inko. Do you miss Ochaco-chan? Izuku. Yes, he said without thinking. Then he reasoned and, ashamed, hid behind his food. Inko. It's normal, son, especially with a friend like that. Izuku. Mom, stop. Embarrassed. They were eating while listening to the news. A robbery had occurred. TV. 2 days ago we reported on a robbery of an armored convoy. We have just received confirmation that the stolen device was a prototype weapon. We urge you to exercise extreme caution. Further capabilities of this experimental weapon are unknown. The 2 green-haired boys wondered what kind of villain would be interested in these kinds of weapons. Time skip. Elsewhere. 3 individuals wearing motorcycle-style clothing with skulls on their armbands were planning a robot a few minutes away, hence their motorcycle helmets. Motorcyclist. They understood the plan. The other 2 just nodded. Then let's go. I take the experimental weapon, which I had painted with dyes. With Izuku. Inko. I need to go out and do some shopping. You can't spend the whole vacation cooped up just because you're bored. So, with my authority as your mother, you're coming with me. Izuku. He gave no choice, so Izuku accompanied his mother to the shopping center that was next to the bank. Time skip. They left the mall with their purchases. The bank next door had an armored truck waiting for the officers to come out with the money. Inko. The sale day is amazing. She was carrying 2 bags. Just like Izuku, they had bought too much for a single day of sales. But unexpectedly, a laser blast hit the back of the truck. Inko. What happened? Scared. Then the perpetrators appear wearing their motorcycle helmets. 2 of them get into the van transporting the bank's money. The one holding the gun, upon seeing the green-haired men, points it at them. Motorcyclist. That they are looking. He fires the gun. Both green-haired individuals separate to get to safety, but Inko was left exposed. She was an easy target. Izuku. Mom, he said from behind a car. Inko. Izuku hideout. The green-haired boy activates the Omnitrix to transform. He was going to use XLR8 to end this in an instant, but his worry and desperation to protect his mother get the better of him. He hits the emblem hard to transform, but the random transformation kicks in. Izuku, for Brazos, I want speed and you give me muscle, he complained to the emblem on his shoulder. Tisk. That'll have to do. The 2 motorcyclists who had gone in for the money came out with large bags of cash. A chuckle could be heard from the one carrying a gun. Izuku, for Brazos, that doesn't belong to them. He struck the floor forcefully, causing it to crack and rise up at the sides. When the crack reached the thieves, they were thrown by the raised floor in different directions. Izuku, 4 Brazos, I've never seen a weapon like this before. He looked at the transport as it was almost destroyed by a single shot. He remembered the news, so this is the prototype. The driver emerged from the vehicle, disoriented by the intense explosion. Izuku, 4 Brazos, she is doing well. The driver nodded, but then fled when he saw they were about to shoot. When 4 Arms turned around, he took the full force of the laser blast and was thrown against the transport. Motorcyclist. Who do we have here? I haven't seen you on the lists of registered heroes. He fires again and this time the vehicle explodes. In the ensuing chaos, the money still inside is scattered in the air as it turns to ash. In a fit of rage, the motorcyclist removes her helmet, revealing that she was a girl, just like the others. Girl. My money. Chica too. There's nothing left to do, we still have what we got, let's get out of here. Girl. This is supposed to be my shot. He grabbed the gun and angrily began firing at the mall. Debris flew in all directions, and this debris hit Inko and fell on top of her. Chica 3. What the hell are you doing? But from the sky fall 4 Arms again, landing between them and separating them. Chica 2. I'm not going to jail for a crazy person like you. Chica 3. Let her stay and fight with that hero. The 2 girls ran away, leaving the main girl alone. Izuku was going to stop them, but he heard something collapse. When he looked, it was one of the columns at the entrance of the shopping center, but what worried him was seeing Inko on the ground with rubble on top of her. Izuku, 4 Brazos, mama. Girl. You'll pay for this. I grabbed the weapon, but what I didn't expect was a 4-armed attack. The girl shielded herself with the weapon from the blow, but it was no use. She was thrown several meters with the weapon and crashed to the ground while groans of pain escaped her mouth. Izuku took the opportunity to go to his mother, removing the debris from on top of her. He didn't see her reacting, so he picked her up and decided to take her to the hospital, jumping through the streets. Girl. Damn painful, that damned hero. He struggled to his feet and looked at his weapon. Police sirens could be heard. It was only a matter of time before a hero appeared, so he stood up and picked up the gun, but it was damaged from the blow he had received. Girl. Curse. I screamed, seeing the damage. The experimental weapon's casing had come off. The weapon's core and brain were visible, which belonged to the robot. I pulled the trigger to test if it still worked, but the weapon didn't fire. The brain lit up and some kind of connection attached itself to the girl's neck. Girl. But what? She screamed while complaining of pain. The computer began to light up and emit electricity. Circuit-shaped marks appeared on the girl's neck, expanding throughout her body. Little by little, the weapon and the girl began to merge. In a biomechanical way, the more the circuit-shaped marks expanded, the redder her skin became. She began to have robotic characteristics like Vilgax's robots. Cyborg girl. What just happened? She said, looking at her new appearance. I think I'm going to like this, she smiled. Then the heroes and patrols arrived, as well as the emergency team because of the explosions. Before this, the robot girl didn't flinch and thought about attacking him. Her shoulders turned into lasers. And fires at the heroes. A human versus cyborg fight breaks out. The lasers didn't give them any opening to get close. They always retreated. The damage they caused was so great that there was even a danger of harming an innocent person, so they retreated. Cyborg girl. This is fascinating. I take the bags of money, I think I won the lottery. In the hospital, Izuku had arrived at the entrance looking like 4 Arms. The impact of his landing made the reception area shake violently, and a red light shone from outside. Staff members came out of the hospital to see what had happened, but what they saw was Izuku with Inko in an impact crater. Izuku. Please help my mom, with tears in her eyes. The doctors quickly moved with a stretcher and took Inko to the hospital. Izuku tried to stand up, but he didn't have the strength. Fear paralyzed him. The officers helped him inside so he could tell them what happened, but first they asked him to call an adult. Time skip. After a while, Masaru and Mitsuki arrive at the hospital and see Izuku at the reception desk. Mitsuki. Izuku. Both arrive with the green-haired boy. Masaru. Are you okay? Izuku. Yes, but my mom worried and with tears. Mitsuki. Como esta Inko Midoriya? Receptionist. You're the ones the boy called. Nods. Okay, just give me a moment. A few minutes later the doctor arrived and guided them to the room. Inside, she was lying unconscious on the stretcher with bandages on her head and arm. Doctor. She was very lucky. The rubble could have killed her. That didn't help poor Izuku, but she only suffered bruises and a small fracture in her arm. But your mom will be fine, she's very resilient for her age. Vilgax. The space octopus was in a training room where they were testing improvements to its bionic implants. Robot. Initiating replication test. The cylinders protruding from Vilgax's arms embedded themselves, increasing his muscle mass, but the devices began to generate too much energy. The muscles in his arms increased dramatically. They looked like they were going to explode, until the cylinders failed. They expelled electricity until they burned out, emitting smoke, and the cylinders emerged from Vilgax's body to return his muscles to normal. Vilgax. What happened? Angrily destroys the test robots. Robot. The sensors indicate that there was a power overload. Vilgax. How is that possible? If they were designed to replicate that human's strength. Robot. Energy levels were close to half of peak strength, but... Vilgax. That. Robot. The replicators failed to maintain a stable form while increasing the energy that would enhance their strength, resulting in muscle growth. Under this test, we have concluded that it is impossible to fully replicate the strength of the human known as All Might, because if he reached the maximum load, his limbs would explode. Vilgax. And how can a human have that strength? Robot. We conclude that this extraordinary strength without destroying the host's body lies in what is called the gift factor or quirk. Vilgax. These genetic anomalies that humans possess are responsible for the Omnitrix. Robot. Everything indicates that yes, to replicate such force we need the subject's genetic code. Vilgax. An unattainable force that could even kill me. It's a waste of power in the hands of those pathetic humans. That power must be mine to conquer the universe, and with the Omnitrix, no one will be able to stop me. Robot 2. Mr. Vilgax. Vilgax. What do you want? Robot 2. We have detected a signal from our tracking robots. Vilgax. I have not ordered any tracking robot to be sent. Robot 2. It's a signal from the previously launched robots. We thought it was destroyed, but this signal shows anomalies. The readings indicate that it has merged with a human and is close to the last activation signal of the Omnitrix. Vilgax. Interesting. On Earth, that girl who had merged with the weapon had used her new form to do whatever she wanted. Her mechanical vision allowed her to make long-range attacks to draw attention in another area while she robbed jewelry stores. Her strength allowed her to lift one-ton cars as if they were nothing. Hero. Stop there, I'm arriving at the place. Cyborg girl. You're in my way. His laser shoulder detaches and attacks, firing at the ground and causing it to explode, injuring the hero. Cyborg girl. I love this. I entered the jewelry store. People were scared. The security team was confronting the girl. They were shooting at her with their weapons, but no bullet could penetrate her skin. They tried to do hand-to-hand combat, but with one blow she threw them against the walls. Cyborg girl. Now I'm unstoppable. If it weren't for that accident, this would never have happened to me. I'd still be that silly, giggling girl with no emotion in life. She melted the glass protecting the jewelry to grab it, but the force of her grip, despite being light, was so strong that it shattered the jewelry. Angrily, she threw the pieces against the wall, but a connection surfaced in her head and a jolt. Vilgax. Listen to me carefully, human. Cyborg girl. Who are you? Where are you? Because I hear you in my head. Vilgax. Be quiet now, you're under my control. The voice appeared inside the cyborg's head. Cyborg girl. Yes, of course. I work for myself. He suffers a powerful electric shock to the head that forces him to his knees. The shock did not stop, even if Vilgax spoke. Vilgax. You have obtained extraordinary power, even beyond what your species can ever achieve, yet you use it pathetically, as one would expect from a primitive race, but I can teach you. Stops the download. For that you have to do two things for me. Cyborg girl. What things? Vilgax. I want a DNA sample from the one known as All Might. Cyborg girl. You're insane, no one can hurt him. Vilgax. Human silence. The electrical discharge surges again, causing her to fall to the ground. Vilgax. You have the weaponry to keep him occupied and steal his DNA. Cyborg girl. I understand for the download and the other thing. Vilgax. Bring me a piece of technology that you were programmed to detect. With Izuku. Outside the room there were some benches where Izuku waited. Masaru. Everything will be alright, Izuku. Izuku. I hope so. I look at the Omnitrix. Mitsuki. Something happens. Izuku. I don't understand what happened. Frustrated. I wanted speed and it gave me muscles. Masaru. You didn't change the selection. Izuku shakes his head. Izuku. This isn't the first time he's done this. He activates the Omnitrix. I can select an alien and use it, but there's a chance it will switch to another alien. With the cyborg, he had detected the activation of the Omnitrix. His radar indicated its location. Cyborg girl. So there it is, Omnitrix. But with Vilgax's help, the girl could also detect All Might's position. Cyborg girl. This couldn't get any better. The Omnitrix in a hospital and the blonde guy nearby. This is something he can't resist. With Izuku. Izuku. And if someone is in danger and I can't use the right alien, like what happened today, tears well up. I could have used XLR8's speed to end it all without anyone getting hurt and the criminals in jail, but instead I couldn't do anything. Mitsuki. Izuku enters Inko's room. Masaru. Hey, do you think heroes won't respond just because they don't have the right quirk? Izuku looks up. You know them better than anyone. You have what many would envy, having multiple forms, many powers, for any situation. And what does a hero do? Izuku. He adapts to the situation. He deactivates the Omnitrix while reflecting. There was silence in the hallway. Outside the hospital. The cyborg was already outside the hospital. She had located the Omnitrix. She just needed to attract the second target, so she used her shoulder lasers and fired at the ambulances, making them explode. She attacked everything around her. Buildings, houses, cars, and the hospital itself, destroying its columns so it would collapse, but then she jumped towards the hospital and crashed through the roof. With Izuku, they heard the explosions, but also felt the hospital being hit by laser attacks, followed by small tremors. The hallway vibrated and the lights wanted to go out, but they grew stronger and a loud crash came from the floor above, until the ceiling broke and something fell in front of them. Izuku. You're the girl from the mall. Cyborg girl. Oh, the little brat who looks like broccoli. He scanned him until he saw the watch. Give me the Omnitrix. Masaru. I grab the trash can and hit the girl. Izuku runs. Izuku runs while the robot girl sends Masaru flying across the hallway with one punch. Cyborg girl. Run all you want, kid. I'll catch you. She chased Izuku through the corridors until she had him in a straight line, so she ran faster. When Izuku turned around, she was just a few meters away. There was no escape, only fighting, so he activated the Omnitrix while running. Izuku. I don't care if you're a stranger, give me something useful. Cyborg girl. I will not allow it. He lunges at the freckled boy as the green light engulfs him. The force with which he lunges at Izuku causes both of them to crash through the wall, falling into the parking lot. When the light ceases to cover Izuku, only fire is visible. Izuku, Fuego, didn't they tell you that playing with fire is bad? The flames on her head intensified, causing an explosion between them, which separated them. Izuku landed while the girl fell to the concrete. Izuku, Fuego, well, at least you didn't give me aquatic or gray matter. I look around. What did you do? Cyborg girl. Nothing important. Izuku, Fuego, nothing unimportant. You consider this nothing. Cyborg girl. Yes, just like what I did to your mother. That angered Izuku, so he concentrated his fire in his hand and launched a heat beam at the cyborg girl. But she jumps to dodge it. The cyborg fires her lasers at the fire, but he clasps his hands together and creates a wall of fire that absorbs the shots. Izuku, without missing an opportunity, launches his wall of fire at her, which explodes on contact, knocking her down in the air. Izuku, Fuego, I'm going to melt that metallic face of yours. Cyborg girl. You're good at fighting despite being a child. Izuku, Fuego, in his mind I have to get her away from here or else. He started running towards her. Cyborg girl. Idiot. She fires a laser at Izuku, but he throws a fireball that impacts and creates a smokescreen, which Izuku uses to sweep the ground, igniting it. With this, he begins to surf on fire in the air, knocking the cyborg down, while spinning around her. Izuku, Fuego, you want the Omnitrix. Come and get it. She flew away. The cyborg, wanting to control the robot's power, chased after Izuku, jumping across the rooftops, while Izuku remained in the sky. Izuku, Fuego, at this point, it won't hurt anyone. But a laser strikes him, impacting the fire he was using to surf in the air. Now he was falling towards the street. He stopped his fall by throwing fire. Izuku, Fuego, curse. Cyborg girl. You won't escape. Hand over the Omnitrix. Izuku, Fuego, you'll have to tear it from my volcanic body. Cyborg girl. If that's what you want. He began attacking with his lasers left and right. Fire escaped from the lasers. He tried to take cover, but the shots destroyed everything in their path. Izuku, Fuego, what's wrong with this crazy woman? She's shooting nonsense. Cyborg girl. Almost. In his mind, he had located All Might, and All Might was approaching him. Izuku, Fuego, I can't waste time, and I can't fight recklessly either. He remembered the times he fought with everything he had, without holding back, just to win, and the Omnitrix would revert him to his human form, if I don't want to lose my transformation soon. I noticed that behind the cyborg there was a car leaking gasoline, which created a trail of gasoline near Izuku. Izuku, Fuego, I don't like where this idea is going. I point with my index finger at the spark. Cyborg girl. How pathetic, that's all. The spark came into contact with the gasoline and it began to ignite, eventually reaching the car. Cyborg girl. More. The car explodes in front of her, throwing her towards Izuku, who had already run and jumped to intercept her in the air, grabbing her shoulders from the front. When he intercepts her, they both spin in the air. Izuku, Fuego, surprise. He took a gamble on that attack, placing his feet on the girl's chest, then concentrating all his energy in his hands and feet to unleash a powerful wave of fire that separated them, slamming her into the ground and launching Izuku like a rocket. Izuku, Fuego, in the air. I hope that was enough, but from the smoke, two lasers emerge, narrowly missing him by centimeters. I don't think so. He falls to the ground. Cyborg girl. You're an annoying brat. Izuku, Fuego, you think. The cyborg sensed a signal. Cyborg girl. His expression changed. He's finally here. All Might falls from the sky to fight. It's about time you arrived. All Might. Angrily, so you're the one who attacked that hospital. Cyborg girl. Is there a problem? It took you longer than expected to get here. You're getting old. Izuku, Fuego, like every fan defends their hero, All Might is no old man. The blonde man turns around and sees fire, to see the emblem on his chest. All Might. You are. Izuku, Fuego, I'm a hero like you. All Might. That child. Izuku, Fuego, he said nervously, I'm not a kid, am I the size of one? I'm an adult. He put his hands on his hips in All Might's pose. All Might. I'm sure. I saw you when you changed from your four-armed form. Izuku was worried because they discovered he was a child. All Might was surprised to see him again. Both of them let their guard down. The cyborg plunged her claws into All Might's abdomen, making him bleed. Cyborg girl. You really let your guard down, she said mockingly, but her claws had barely pierced the skin. Izuku, Fuego, All Might. He throws a small fireball that hits the girl and separates her from All Might. Cyborg girl. I hope this sample will do. The tips of their claws were covered in blood, but they seemed to glow as if they were analyzing the blood. Vilgax. Robot. Mr. Vilgax, we have received All Might's blood sample. Vilgax. Excellent. On Earth. All Might. Don't let me down. Izuku, Fuego, you are hurt. All Might. Don't worry, it was just superficial. Izuku, Fuego, at least he didn't manage to seriously injure you. Cyborg girl. Now the Omnitrix. She receives a shock to her head that forces her to her knees. Vilgax. Withdraw. Cyborg girl. What about the Omnitrix? Vilgax. Your foolishness in luring them both will cause your downfall. Consider yourself lucky that I'm offering you help right now. Consider this payment for All Might's blood, so get out of there. The cyborg had no choice, so she attacked the buildings with her lasers, severely damaging them to the point of collapse. The cyborg escaped amidst the cloud of dust caused by the collapses. Izuku, Fuego, I escaped. The Omnitrix beeps. Not now. He transforms back in front of All Might. Awesome. All Might. You don't control your transformation. Izuku, Fuego, I have a time limit before I can return to my human form, and I have to wait until the next transformation. All Might. How old are you? Izuku. 10 years. All Might. In his mind he's so young the sirens of the fire trucks, police cars and rescue teams could be heard outside. I have to go, kid. Izuku. Yes, I have to go back to the hospital. Izuku was about to run. All Might. You have someone in the hospital. Izuku. My mom runs to leave. Time skip. Izuku had returned to the hospital with XLR-8's help, as he had wandered far away. When he arrived, they were transferring all the patients to another hospital. Mitsuki and Masaru were waiting for the freckled boy's return. Mitsuki. Izuku, I managed to see him. Izuku. I'm back. Uncle Masaru, are you okay? Masaru. Yeah, I didn't think it hit so hard. Mitsuki. Don't try to be a hero, you ended up with a bruise on your chest and bruised ribs. Izuku. And my mom. Masaru. They took her to another hospital, evacuated the entire section of the hospital, and sent them to different hospitals. We were just waiting for you to come back so we could take you. With that, they took the freckled boy to the new hospital. Time skip. They were late in arriving. Masaru and Mitsuki were killing time, but the freckled boy seemed preoccupied with other things. Izuku. In his mind, how could he find me? None of the other robots that have attacked me have done so before. He looked at Masaru and Mitsuki. I'm putting them in danger, he said to himself. After a while they arrived at the hospital in Masaru's car, but when they got to the entrance the Uraraka were waiting for the freckled boy. Izuku. Because. Mitsuki. I called them. Izuku. There are things we can't control, even if we had the tools, and you're still a child, you don't fully understand this yet. We give you our support, but you need hers more. Izuku looked at Ochaco, who seemed worried. When the green-haired boy approached her, the younger brunette threw herself into his arms. Ochaco. Your mom is going to be okay. Izuku, with tears welling in his eyes, slowly embraces the brunette. Time skip. In the previous hospital, sunset was already approaching. All Might in his civilian form, an almost skeletal man. Toshinori. Hello, nurse. How can I help you? I had a relative registered in the West Wing. Toshinori. No. Let me introduce myself. Pulls out a card. I'm Toshinori Yagi, the second secretary of All Might's productions. By second, I mean non-commercial matters. Nurse. Non-commercial. Toshinori. All Might's private affairs. Nurse. Unnervously, how can I help you? All Might needs some information. What does he need? The fact that an All Might's private secretary was a private secretary was something they hadn't expected, as it meant that the All Might himself was showing concern. Toshinori. All Might feels guilty for not being able to arrive in time and prevent further damage to the hospital, and wanted to offer his apologies to the families of the affected patients. If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me which hospitals they are? Nurse. Of course, most were transferred to. She gives him the name of the hospital. Toshinori. Only affected patients were affected. Nurse. There was a little boy. He and acquaintances of his hospitalized mother had a close encounter with the villain. Takes a piece of paper. Let me write down the address. I think this will cheer the boy up. He seemed very worried about his mother. Toshinori. Thank you. With Izuku in the hospital, Izuku sat on the bench outside Inko's room, looking sad but worried. Beside him was Ochaco, her head resting on his shoulder as she shifted her feet. In the hallway away from them, Bakugo and Uraraka were talking. Uraraka. What did the doctor say? Mitsuki. The blow was serious, it's a miracle he's okay. Inko is a very resilient woman. Raising Izuku alone has given her that strength. Uraraka. They don't know when he will wake up. Masaru. Denies it could be tonight, or next night. They have her on mild painkillers for the pain. Uraraka. If there's anything we can do, just say so. She took care of Ochaco, we're willing to do the same. Mitsuki. It's not necessary, everything you need is right here with you now. I look at the two children. Ochaco, still resting her head on the freckled boy's shoulder, played with Izuku's hand, but Toshinori was watching from the other end of the hallway. Toshinori. In his mind, here you are, child. He watched from afar. Izuku suddenly stood up and walked around for a while. Ochaco followed him to keep him company. Izuku. You don't have to follow me, Ochaco. Ochaco. I don't want to leave you alone, especially not now. Izuku. I'm fine, Ochaco. You're not. I'm worried about you. Where are you going? I asked. They had stopped right at the corner where Toshi was hiding. Izuku. I couldn't do anything to save her. Ochaco. You couldn't do anything. We're just kids, you're 10 and I'm only 9. It's not like we can do much, and you don't have a quirk. He realizes what he just said. I didn't want to. Izuku. That's why. I feel so frustrated. Tears up. That villain merged with those robots that attacked us at the camp. Ochaco. Will the heroes stop her, or those aliens who rescued us? Toshinori. Ensu mente aliens. Izuku. But how come those robots seemed indestructible to the heroes, but she's just a human, controlled by the robot? If only she could do something. Toshinori. In his mind he keeps it a secret, but if it's not a quirk, how does he transform? Ochaco. Hugs him. Trust me, it's the only thing we can do. Your mom needs you now. Without letting go of him, I carried him to the seats. Toshi peeked out. He wondered how a child his age could have such courage to face villains or robots. He watched them sit down, looking for his moment to talk to him, until the Uraraka had to leave. After saying goodbye, the green-haired boy remained seated while the Bakugo brothers escorted the Uraraka. The brunette looked back one last time and waved goodbye to the green-haired boy, who waved back. As they were about to disappear from sight as they turned into the hallway, Mitsuki looked at Izuku, who was looking at the Omnitrix, and he stood up to go in the opposite direction. Mitsuki. In her mind, stop her, enters the hallway to accompany the Uraraka with Masaru. Izuku was about to walk down the hallway where Toshi was waiting, when he saw the freckled boy pass by and decided to speak to him. Toshinori. You'll go after that robot girl. Izuku. Stops. I think he's confusing me. Ignores him and moves on. Toshinori. I don't, you're just like All Might described you. Izuku stops. Do you have a moment? Izuku turns to look at him, doubts in his eyes, but Toshinori takes out a business card and hands it to him, dispelling his doubts. Toshinori. I overheard your conversation with that girl. It seems like she cares a lot about you. Izuku. That's what friends do. Toshinori. Not everyone. You must be someone very important to her if she cares and tries to comfort you like that. The green-haired boy didn't understand her words, he just wanted to stop the cyborg. Izuku. I have to go. Toshinori. Do you plan to end the fight? Izuku. No. Stop her before she hurts someone else. Toshinori. How do you plan to do that? Let the heroes stop her. Izuku. They can't. That robot that controls his body came for me. Came for this. He shows the Omnitrix. If it weren't for this. He remains silent for a moment. I endanger those I love. He remembered how Masaru was beaten, his mother in the rubble. I attract trouble. Toshinori. Like a hero. Izuku looks up. Heroes don't have fairy tale lives either. They risk their private lives for their profession. You're just a kid who entered the world of heroes too soon, but if you stay on this path, I promise nothing will stop you. Izuku didn't understand why the whine. At first he thought it wanted to stop him, but now it supported him. Its decisions were confusing. Toshinori. Kneels down to Izuku's level. You want to save a criminal from that robot. Izuku nods. You have the soul of a true hero, and not even All Might has that. You said those robots were indestructible to a normal hero. Izuku nods. If you can't destroy a robot from the outside, destroying it from the inside would be the option. But how do you stop a robotic girl? It's not like I could just give her a virus. Izuku had an idea. In front of Toshinori activates the Omnitrix and this selects XLR8 to start the transformation. When the light from All Might saw Izuku's appearance. Izuku XLR8, thanks for the idea, now I know how to stop it. Toshinori. Luck. Izuku runs inside the hospital. At the hospital entrance, Uraraka. We'll come back tomorrow, she said, seeing that her daughter was still worried about the freckled boy. Let us know when Inko wakes up. Mitsuki. Of course. But before they could even continue speaking, something sped past them, leaving a gust of wind. Masaru. What was that? Uraraka. Some hero. Uraraka. How reckless to run like that in a hospital. Mitsuki. Good luck, she said softly. With the cyborg, She was senselessly attacking the city, as if it amused her. Heroes who tried to stop her couldn't even get close to her. Cyborg girl. This is so much fun. Nobody can hurt me. Nobody can stop me, ha ha ha. She laughed loudly as her lasers continued attacking. But he stopped when he sensed a signal from the Omnitrix, but it was approaching rapidly. Izuku XLR8, this will hurt tomorrow, he said, running. Cyborg girl. Finally the brat arrives, but when he turns around what he sees is XLR8 ramming into her at full speed. In his mind, this brat. Izuku grabbed her by the waist as he ran without stopping. Izuku XLR8, faster. He increased his speed faster. She continued in a straight line until she saw an old building with a poorly maintained gym sign, and threw the cyborg against the building, causing it to pass right through. Izuku XLR8, okay. Your turn. The Omnitrix beeped and a red light returned him to his human form. Izuku runs towards the building. Upon entering, everything was dark, and there were many abandoned objects, which allowed him to hide, waiting for the Omnitrix to recharge. Cyborg girl. You damn little shitty dwarf. You'll pay for this. His cameras allowed him to see in the dark room. Not even a minute had passed, but it felt like an eternity in there for the green-haired boy, who stared intently at the Omnitrix waiting for the color green. Cyborg girl. Once I tear the Omnitrix out of your arm and give it to that squid. Izuku. In his mind, squid. Cyborg girl. I'll make you suffer. Now that I remember, that lady is your mother. I think I'll pay her a visit later. Izuku felt the pressure of that threat. It was all or nothing. He couldn't fail and let every opportunity slip away. When the Omnitrix turned green again, he knew what he had to do. He activated it and, in one movement, changed it to Ultra T, then pressed the emblem while launching himself to the side. Cyborg girl. There you are. He fired his lasers at the spot where Izuku transformed when the blinding green light stopped, but there was nothing there anymore, just destroyed rubble. Cyborg girl. Tisk, you think you're going to play hide and seek? Izuku dispelled his humanoid form, creating a kind of puddle which he used to climb the beam and position himself below the girl. Without wasting any time he fell on top of her and the fusion began. Cyborg girl. Damn it, she said as she was covered by Ultra T. After merging with the robot girl, electricity began to emanate while she groaned in pain. When the fusion was complete, Izuku entered her consciousness. Izuku Ultra T, now destroy the connection. Vilgax. We finally meet. The mental space between the human and robotic connection changed. Facing Ultra T was Vilgax, but his size was exaggerated compared to Ultra T's. Vilgax. Listen carefully, human, every word. Be afraid of me. No matter where you are, I will find you and reclaim what belongs to me, my Omnitrix. Vilgax. Until then, I hope you'll keep me entertained. The fusion was forced to split, throwing Ultra T against the wall. Izuku Ultra T, ouch. Cyborg girl. What did you do to me? Izuku Ultra T, me neither. I was already like this when I found you. Cyborg girl. You brat, you don't know how to treat a beautiful woman like me. Izuku Ultra T, I'm sorry, I prefer the ones that are human and have brown hair. Wait, what did I say? The robot girl attacks again, firing lasers from her shoulders at the columns supporting the weakened roof, but from the entrance of the abandoned gym, heroes spring into action. Cyborg girl. Don't bother. I fire at them, the heroes dodge it, taking advantage of the robot girl's carelessness. Izuku pounces on her. Cyborg girl. Get off me. Izuku Ultra T, believe me, this is more unpleasant for me. He began to merge. It might hurt you. The fusion is complete again, electricity erupts, and Ultra T separates. Cyborg girl. I'll destroy you. He stood up, but his skin returned to normal and the mechanical parts detached. No, I'm normal. Izuku Ultra T and Cyborg girl. I watch as one of the robotic pieces transforms into her weapon. I'm so sorry. She takes a few steps forward. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm just a girl. With his foot he raises his weapon and points it at Ultra T. But before he can even pull the trigger, a green laser beam destroys the weapon. Izuku Ultra T, yes, of course a little steam was coming out of his eye. The heroes came from behind and tackled the girl to the ground. Hero. You're under arrest. Thank you so much for. I looked up and Ultra T was already gone. helping us. Ultra T was on the roof, moving as far away as he could until his time ran out and he returned to his human form. Izuku. It's finally over. I walked towards a more crowded street to ask for directions to the nearest train station. Kon Mitsuki y Masaru. They were at the hospital entrance. Masaru. How long do you think it will take to get back? It's very late and the last train has already left. Mitsuki. What are you worried about? I don't think you'll have any problems with that watch. With Izuku. They were about to close the station, but something happened very quickly inside, then moved onto the tracks and ran along them, crossing the city in just a few minutes, until reaching the destination station and heading towards the hospital. Izuku XLR8, I'm here now, he said, stopping at the corner of the hospital. The Omnitrix blinked red, then a red flash returned it to normal. Mitsuki and Masaru saw that flash from the entrance. Mitsuki. That I told you. Masaru. I'm sorry to worry, your son constantly worries me with his actions. Mitsuki. You mean our son? They walked a little way to greet the green-haired boy who was running towards the entrance. Izuku. I'm back. Masaru. You beat her. Izuku. Yes, and I made it return to normal. Mitsuki. Go see your mom, she's a little worried. They accompanied the green-haired boy. Inko, upon seeing her son, couldn't help but cry from worry. Izuku calmed her and smiled to make her stop crying. Time skip. The Bakugos drove the green-haired boy home in their car. The ride was peaceful, but Izuku couldn't stop thinking about the alien he'd seen and couldn't help but look at the night sky and wonder which star was fake, thinking it was a spaceship. Kon Vilgax. Robot. Sir, we have lost the signal. Vilgax. Never mind, that human fulfilled part of her mission. Screens analyzed All Might's blood. Robot. We have finished analyzing All Might's DNA. Vilgax. And what are they waiting for to replicate? Robot. It will be impossible. Vilgax. What are you talking about? Robot. The primary DNA sequence indicates that the human known as All Might is just an ordinary human. A detailed examination of the sequence revealed this anomaly. Apparently, this quirk was added to his genetic code, but we are unable to analyze it. Vilgax. I don't want excuses or failures. He rips off his head-only results. Robot. It's no excuse, unlike other humans whose genetic code we have analyzed and mapped to identify the origin of their powers. Heroes appear, revealing their DNA and the genetic combination they had with an alien species that gave them their powers. Robot. We are unable to analyze its composition. We detected a couple of unidentified genetic markers, one human with mutated characteristics, but the second unknown and impossible to replicate. Vilgax. So my only option is to get the Omnitrix to replicate the genetic combination. He didn't take long to think. Prepare the bionic replicators. I will obtain my Omnitrix and conquer this planet not with the power of an insignificant human, but with my own means. He sits in his enormous captain's chair and set course for the next habitable planet. Robot. Sir, what will happen to the Omnitrix? Vilgax. It's not going anywhere. This wretched planet doesn't have the technology to travel to space yet. Robot. As ordered. Vilgax. I hope you become worthy prey for my return. Vilgax's ship began to move. It spun in the void of space and took a new course, leaving the solar system. With Izuku. After the Bakugos left the freckled boy at his house, he couldn't sleep. He still felt guilty for not being able to rescue his mother with the alien he wanted, so he decided to conduct an experiment. Analyzing the times he had used the Omnitrix, he noticed that the way he returned the emblem to initiate the transformation changed. He tested each transformation with two methods, one without much force, and another with haste and strength. Time skip. In his room writing down the results. Izuku. There's no doubt the Omnitrix has a random transformation function that's activated by brute force on the emblem. If only I'd done this sooner. In the morning, All Might had summoned Detective Tsukauchi to discuss the cyborg girl, so they were both in their civilian forms at a cafe. All Might. Sorry for calling you so early. Tsukauchi. Don't worry, All Might, but I don't understand why you wanted to review this file. All Might. Out of curiosity, I heard that he regained his human form. Tsukauchi. That's how it was, but the big question is how. He no longer had a quirk, and even if he did, he doesn't have the ability for this. All Might. As if I no longer had it. Izuku. He is a victim of an energy explosion. All Might. Did not follow the instructions. Izuku. We don't know. Less than 10% managed to retain their quirk after an energy rock blast. All Might. And how to return to normal. Izuku. They say they found a hero. He shows a portrait. He's been placed at other events, but he's consistent with others because of the emblem. He shows the drawing of the emblem. These vigilantes, he said with a tone of disdain, are complicating things. All Might. They just want to help. Besides, they've solved attacks that we haven't. Izuku. I know, All Might, but they're not licensed, so I can't overlook this. All Might. In her mind, if only she knew that he was a 10-year-old boy. A few days later, it was already past noon. At the hospital, Mitsuki and Masaru picked up Inko, who had a couple of bandages and an immobilized arm. They were taking Inko home. Mitsuki. It's good that things didn't escalate. Inko. Yes, thank you so much for this. Masaru. Don't even mention it. Inko. Hey Izuku, where is he? He's probably saving someone. Mitsuki. He's home. Well, thinking about the possibilities, maybe so. With Izuku. A bridge had collapsed over the river. Many cars fell into the water with their occupants. Most managed to get out, but others didn't, and they didn't have much time left. At the bottom of the river, a family trapped at the bottom was desperate and terrified. As water seeped into the car, they turned on their headlights hoping to be found. The parents tried to calm their children, but something hit the front of the car. The headlights illuminated a kind of giant, humanoid lanternfish, which pushed the car to the surface and threw it into the air, but someone caught it and brought it to dry land, again and again. All Might. Do not fear, for I am already here. All Might said, leaving all the cars safely at the river's edge with their doors ripped off so the water could drain quickly. Meanwhile, Izuku, using water type, watched. Izuku didn't stay and wait. He went to the other side of the river where he lost his aquatic transformation and used his hoverboard to return home. All Might watched Izuku leave. With Izuku, the green-haired boy had arrived at a store, where he bought some groceries and returned home. He knocked on the door and someone opened it. Time skip. The Bakugo family's car was entering the parking lot of the apartment complex where the green-haired couple lived. They carefully took Inko to her apartment. Inko. They really shouldn't have done this. I could have come from the parking lot. Mitsuki. No, we had to bring you. They arrived at the apartment. Inko was about to take out her key, but Masaru grabbed the doorknob and turned it, as if no one had locked it. Inko became worried, but upon entering, she was greeted by the Uraraka twins, with Inko on one side and a grumpy blonde boy in the background. Uraraka. Izuku. Welcome. Inko. But, Masaru. It was Izuku and Ochaco's idea. Mitsuki. Rather, Ochaco. She insisted a lot on Izuku. Ochaco was embarrassed, but Inko was grateful, so they celebrated Inko's discharge from the hospital and wished her a speedy recovery. The next day, it was dawn. The first to wake up was Izuku, who took all the dirty clothes to the washing machine and turned it on, went to the kitchen and took out some ingredients to cook, prepared everything: raw soup in a pot with water and salt, rice, raw meat in a pan with salt. Then he activated the Omnitrix. Inko. Izuku woke up to the noise, but saw a green light coming from the kitchen. What are you doing up so early? He reached the kitchen where he saw his son transformed into fire. Izuku. Fuego. Hey mom, you woke up early. Inko. I asked the same thing. Izuku. Fuego. I was about to make breakfast. Just wait a few minutes and I'll take care of everything. The doorbell rings. Inko went to open the door and found Masaru and Mitsuki. Mitsuki. Hi Inko, I came to help you with the chores. Inko. Thanks, but I think Izuku will take care of it. Masaru. Like Izuku. The adults entered and saw the kitchen illuminated by flames, which surprised them. Fire with its powers. With a single touch of its hand, the water boiled, and the soup began to cook very quickly, as did the rice. It took the meat in its hands and, as if playing with it, tossed it from one hand to the other, giving it even cooking. Second charge of the Omnitrix. But when Izuku recharged it, he continued using it. Now it was diamond, which he used to sharpen the knives that had lost their edge over time. Third charge of the Omnitrix. Now it was 4 arms that started washing all the dishes, With one pair of hands he soaped and cleaned them, with the other pair, he dried them and placed them in the drainer while he finished. Fourth charge of the Omnitrix. Now Izuku uses XLR8 to take care of the whole house. I sweep, I tidy up, I mop, and finally I dry the clothes by spinning in circles at high speed, then I fold and put them away. Mitsuki. Hey Inko, would you mind lending me Izuku for a few days? She wanted Izuku to clean her house and not have to put in the effort to do it herself. By the time it was all over, only an hour had passed and everything was spotless. They were just talking about how Inko felt. Not long after, the Urarakas came back for a visit. Ochaco instantly stayed by the green-haired boy's side and wouldn't leave his side. The adults already had an idea of what was happening, while the green-haired boy was the one who was clueless, but the freckled boy seemed thoughtful, still thinking about Vilgax. Masaru. And how is the construction work going? Uraraka. It's a bit slow. The impacts from those robots damage the buildings, and they have to be demolished. Inko. Which robots? Uraraka. Ochaco said it was when a four-armed alien and All Might faced them. Mitsuki. To that attack. Uraraka. And one of the heads remained inside a building. That caught Izuku's attention. We can't remove it until they finish analyzing it. It doesn't represent major damage, it can be reconstructed by removing the head but. Uraraka. They say they will have the building isolated for a week. Izuku had an idea, but he had to wait. At night, the building the Uraraka mentioned was covered in plastic so no one could see inside. They went up the stairs while talking. Researcher. Another day spent analyzing a mechanical head. Investigator 2. It's better than doing paperwork at the office. Researcher. I know, but what's different about this head from the rest? We have the rest of the bodies and this head is the missing one. Investigator 2. We just follow orders. They reached the head, but didn't find it. Instead, there was a hole in the protective plastic. Researcher. And I think we're in trouble. Through the streets. The robot's mechanical head was walking through the streets, but this head was black and white with green patterns and an emblem, with mechanical legs, heading towards the garbage beach. Time skip. It was dawning on the garbage beach. Mountains of trash could be seen from the entrance, but one of them it was bigger than it had been a few hours ago. Hidden beneath that mountain was the robot's head, which glowed from within as if someone were modifying it. Izuku, Materia agree, I think this will be enough. Gray matter separated the main computer from the robot. When his time ran out, he returned to his human form and took the computer, then went home with it on the hoverboard, along with other parts he took from the trash while he was gray matter. Time skip. Inko had woken up. It was around 10 in the morning, and the house was silent. Inko. Izuku, are you awake? Meanwhile, in Izuku's room there were pieces, metal, cables, and a computer completely assembled from scrap metal and parts of the alien robot was on the desk. What was supposed to be the robot's brain had become the computer's brain. Izuku, Materia agree, okay, a few more touches and it'll be ready. I just have to connect this cable and... Izuku's door suddenly opens and Inko enters. Inko. Izuku wakes up. Izuku didn't expect his mother's sudden appearance, so he touched the wires, getting an electric shock inside the computer he was assembling. Sparks lit up the inside of the computer, and his screams escaped him. Izuku, Materia agree, ah, I screamed. The discharge and sparks stopped and gray matter came out smoking. Inko a little worried about the little gray man who smelled like roast meat, and about the computer made of garbage. Inko. I have to worry about that. Izuku, Materia agree, no. Inko. Can explode. Izuku, Materia agree, I don't know. Inko. I'll let you continue. She closed the door. After a few minutes, a red light escaped from the gaps in Izuku's bedroom door, and then the freckled boy emerged with dark circles under his eyes and yawning. Inko noticed this. Inko. Did you sleep, son? Izuku could barely sit up in the chair, which answered Inko's question. I think you should get some sleep. I only hear Izuku's head hitting the table and a snore. Time skip. After sleeping in an uncomfortable position, I returned to the computer, using my brainpower. I started reprogramming it. Izuku, Materia agree, if I do this, I will prevent any external access, he wrote, quoting an extremely complex sequence of code, despite its size. The Omnitrix's time ran out, returning him to his human form. and he waited for the next charge to continue reprogramming the computer, until he finished, and in his human form, he saw what he had accomplished. Izuku. I don't know exactly what I did, but I did use some brainpower. With scrap metal and the robot's brain, I made this and it works better than supercomputers. Time skip. I'm using my brain again, but this time to write a kind of instruction manual that's easy for the human mind to understand. Izuku. Reviewing what I write, I have a lot to learn. He threw himself onto his bed, lost in thought about everything he didn't know, how he was just a simple child caught up in the world of heroes, but even worse, a child living a life of facing real aliens. 1 month later, summer vacation was about to end and Izuku would soon return to school. After that time, Izuku had little activity with the Omnitrix, focusing more on studying human technology as an alien, until there was a villain attack with a hostage situation. Villain. Come closer and the hostages will end up as ice pops. He was holding the heads of his hostages. His hands had equipment for his quirk which made him expel liquid nitrogen from his hands. Villain. Try it and you will die. From the ceiling and in front of him, something emerged from the invisible ground, which took the villain's hands and pulled them away from the hostages, who then ran. Villain. What the hell? Izuku. Fantasy. Not a demon, but a ghost. It became visible, the ghostly appearance chilling the villain's blood. What? Are you afraid? He made the ghostly eye move all over his body, which caused the villain to faint from fear. Izuku. Fantasy. Wow, what a villain. I'm freezing cold. Ha ha ha, laughs ghostly. He let go and it fell to the ground like a stone. The rest of the hostages thanked him and got to safety. Ghostly passed through the walls of the building, becoming invisible to everyone, and thus got away, but someone was already waiting for him where he had left his hoverboard. All Might. New transformation. It's the first time I've seen it. Izuku. Fantasy. It isn't. The Omnitrix emblem flashes red. A bright red light envelops Izuku and returns him to his human form, where he was wearing a black sweater. Izuku. All Might was looking for me. All Might. I wanted to congratulate you on stopping that villain. I know it's late, but I have a very busy schedule. Izuku. I just followed some good advice. All Might. But something only you could do. Izuku. I had to do it. It merged with an alien robot that came for this. Shows the Omnitrix. It's like this thing attracts trouble. All Might. And even if that were the case, there's always a solution. Izuku. And, All Might. I see a great future for you, kid, keep it up. Looks at his clothes. Consider a suit, not a sweater. You're a young hero, go dressed like one. Izuku thanked them for their words, as well as the council, and left with the hoverboard. All Might watched as the green-haired boy left. As he departed, a short man, an older man in yellow clothing, approached All Might. Grand Turin. I don't understand what's so impressive about it, a kid with a transformation quirk. All Might. He doesn't have a quirk, Gran Torino, the old man said, surprised. It's that watch that transforms him, but he's so young and already has achievements as a hero. Gran Turin. Are you planning to choose him as the next one? All Might. It's still early, there's something we need to take care of first. Gran Turin. And, All Might. And this time I will make sure to avenge my teacher. Elsewhere, in a dark place, All for One was watching the monitors, but they projected images of the robots that had put the heroes in trouble, but also of the new heroes who had appeared, with powers even more complex than the quirks, the aliens of the Omnitrix. Garage. Maestro. Fire. What's wrong, doctor? Garage. It's about the patient from the energy incident. Fire. The explosion brat. Garage. He's in the final stages of absorption. His quirk has already absorbed 80% of the energy radiation present in his body. He's become strong enough, and the quirk's inactivity gives us the opportunity to steal it, master, just as you've done with the other strengthened quirks. Fire. It will be interesting. Garage. For now, we have already identified an extremely powerful quirk for you. Fire. I think I'll go and get it myself. Somewhere, a decisive fight was underway, where the disadvantage lay with a blond man and a critical wound in his side that was bleeding profusely. Had he not maintained pressure on the wound, he would have died, but even so, he continued fighting at the cost of his life, while spitting blood from his mouth. His fist was ready to deliver that final blow that would end his long fight. A fatal blow for the opponent. All for one, who receives All Might's fist to the head, a fatal blow for the villain. But without sacrifice there is no victory. The price for defeating the worst villain was high for the number one hero, permanently affecting his health, body, and quirk, limiting him to just a few hours to be a hero. And even though his body was shattered, his spirit remained intact and kept him standing despite the pain and acquaintances who tried to stop him from recovering. He was committed to saving people to the very end. Night Eye, if you continue down this path, you'll end up dying at the hands of a villain, he warned while using his quirk on All Might. All Might, seeing Night Eye's eyes, which indicated he was using his quirk on him, then I'll make the most of every moment I have left, serving the people, he continued advancing. Elsewhere, the ignorance of the civilians helped them not notice All Might's absence, but only one child was aware of his absence. With Izuku, the green-haired boy was looking at the calendar stuck to his wall, which had at least 2 weeks crossed off. Izuku, All Might has been absent. Thoughtful must have had a call abroad on a hero's business. Inko, Izuku, the food is ready, I spoke from the other side of the door. Izuku, I'm going, she said, closing some school notebooks. But next to his school things were his hero notebooks, and one was open with a sketch for a hero costume. When he got to the kitchen they started eating while watching the news of the latest events. TV. This morning, the unknown guardians reappeared, as at the construction site, where one of the large cranes transporting heavy beams lost control and was about to cause damage, were it not for the liquid metal guardian who merged with the machinery and stopped it. They showed videos of Ultra T stopping the crane and getting everyone to safety. TV, or the watchful, swift reptile, that children call the raptor. Izuku, XLR8 offended. TV, that pulled people off a collapsing bridge, just like the orange dog that successfully rescued people trapped in a collapsed tunnel. The television turns off and Inko, annoyed, sees Izuku hiding behind his plate. Inko, you said you weren't going to use the Omnitrix while you were in class. Izuku, I wasn't in class. I used Ultra T when I was on my way. XLR8 had gone to the bathroom and Beast was at lunch. Inko, Izuku annoyed, I'm not against you using the Omnitrix to help others, but don't jeopardize your studies just to play the hero. Izuku, I'm not playing around, Mom, and I'm not jeopardizing my studies. Inko, I don't doubt it, son, it's just worrying. Unlike other times I see more news about you, what's going on? Izuku, All Might is not in town. Inko, okay, but, Izuku, and knows about me and the Omnitrix. Inko, when that happened? Izuku, I think when we were attacked in the park. It was the only time I can think of that I was with All Might about to transform. Inko, and all this is to impress him. Izuku, excited if I succeed, maybe All Might will end up training me as a hero, becoming his disciple would be the best. Inko, Izuku, this is what I mean. You want to impress your hero so much that you forget about everyone else. Besides, we don't really know how the Omnitrix works. It might stop working at some point, or you might not be able to transform into an alien anymore. If that happens, what will you do? You're just a kid, not a hero. The next day, Izuku was in class, lost in thought about the argument with his mother, so much so that he wasn't paying attention to the lessons. The teacher kept calling the green-haired boy, but he didn't answer, until the book the teacher was using hit the green-haired boy's desk. Teacher, Midoriya, are you with us or in the clouds? Izuku, sorry. Teacher, if you feel it, you know the answer to the equation. When Izuku saw the board, it was full of equations, and the last time he saw the board it was empty. Izuku, when did he write so much? Teacher, I've been explaining for over 20 minutes, are you even paying attention? Izuku didn't seem to respond. Midoriya, even though your grades are excellent, it doesn't mean you can ignore my classes. He returned to the floor as some laughter could be heard. The answer is simple. He began to solve the equation. With ink, the green-haired woman entered her son's room, curious to better understand him, since there was no precedent, as every 4-year-old child has a power and knows how to use and control it, shaping their character, and in Izuku's case, his curiosity to test his worth and powers was something Inko wasn't prepared for and didn't know how to handle. Inko, Izuku, she looked at the alien computer, which constantly received the frequencies of heroes and relayed them to another destination. Inko looked at those notebooks of heroes and aliens from the Omnitrix, so she sat down to look at them. Page by page she reviewed them until she found a sketch of a suit and a note. All Might said to wear a suit if he planned to continue down this path and be the greatest hero. Inko. Hero. He takes the notebook and leaves with it. With Izuku. Izuku was on the school rooftop with a phone armed by gray matter so he could listen to villain attacks through headphones. Izuku was waiting for an event that could make him a hero. While waiting, he looked at the Omnitrix and remembered his mother's words. We don't really know how the Omnitrix works. It might stop working at some point, or you might not be able to transform into an alien. What will you do if that happens? So he started checking the watch, although there was nothing different from the other times he checked it, until he turned the ring that surrounded the emblem, something he hadn't done before. He turned it in all directions while the Omnitrix generated strange sounds. Telephone. We're under a villain attack. We need reinforcements. He sent his location which Izuku's phone picked up. Izuku. Time to be a hero. He takes off his headphones and can't hear anymore. Telephone. Attention, a report has just come in about a meteorite that may fall in the Musudafu area. Stay alert for more information. Izuku presses the Omnitrix button, but the emblem doesn't rise to activate the transformation. Izuku. No. He tried, but nothing worked. This is wrong, wrong, wrong. He regretted moving the ring. In his desperation to be a hero, he turned the ring, retracing his steps, turning the ring in reverse, but there were times when he couldn't remember what step to take next, and he pressed the button, but nothing happened. Izuku. I'm inactive, Mom was right. He sighed and resignedly began to eat, until recess ended and he had to return to the classroom, where his expression changed to a dejected one, until the change of classes. Extra. Hey Midoriya, everything all right? The boy sitting next to the freckled boy said, you've been looking at your watch for a while now. Izuku. Everything was fine, except, it doesn't want to work anymore, and to be honest, I still don't fully understand how it works. It might have locked up. Extra. It's one of those smartwatches. Izuku. Something like that. Extra. It happens to me sometimes too, especially when it has a password. Izuku. Password. I look at the boy. Extra. Yes, a code, a button, or even turning a knob. Depending on the model, that's the password. Izuku. In her mind she hadn't thought about that. Time skip. Izuku walked through the streets listening to the hero's transmissions while spinning the Omnitrix's emblem ring. Izuku. I have no idea what I'm doing, how many combinations there should be, how many digits are in each combination, functions. With each question, he began to speak faster and lower, becoming murmurs. People passing by Izuku stared at him as if the boy were crazy. The freckled boy walked without realizing it until he reached the garbage beach, where he took off his headphones and realized where he was. Izuku. When I get here, he stopped on the stairs. Telephone. It has been confirmed that the impact will be in the wooded area near Musudafu. Evacuate all civilians near this area. Izuku couldn't hear the warning. He kept trying with the Omnitrix until finally he pressed the button and the Omnitrix reacted, transforming him into an alien, but not one of the 10 aliens he knew. Izuku, Cannonbolts, but that. His weight and lack of balance caused him to fall down the stairs, rolling until he crashed into a pile of garbage. Izuku, Cannonbolts, a new alien, so there are more than 10 in the Omnitrix. He tried to stand up, but he couldn't bend properly. Izuku, Cannonbolts, great, now I know how turtles feel, and I don't even have a neck to turn over. And how am I supposed to stand up, or even what does this alien do? I try to stand up, trying to grab its toes, but instead it turns into a ball that starts rolling forward. Izuku, Cannonbolts, and how do I stop? I crashed into another mountain of garbage, passing right through it, but it collapsed and made too much noise. Izuku managed to undo his flying form and stand up, but due to the weight and inertia he took steps as if he were running and fell face first. Izuku, Cannonbolts, I felt like an armadillo when I curled up into a ball. He got back to his feet, but again crashed into a pile of garbage and knocked it down. People passing by to throw away their trash only heard the crash and a deep voice coming from the falling piles of garbage. Izuku, Cannonbolts, this is ridiculous. How is this alien even walking if it's bumping into everything in its path? But now a loud crash was heard from the sky. The entire city of Musudafu and the nearby cities looked to the sky and saw a fireball fly across the city and crash into the forest. Izuku, Cannonbolts, that sounded very close. Worried. I staggered to the stairs and climbed them as if I were crawling. Izuku, Cannonbolts, this is a nuisance. How does this species move? It was walking, but lost its balance. No, it wobbled from front to back until it fell face down and curled into a ball and began to roll rapidly down the street on the sidewalk. Izuku, Cannonbolts, I'm going to get dizzy. People who saw it coming moved aside to avoid being crushed. Izuku, Cannonbolts, move aside, turning away from the cars. This looks bad. Avoiding the cars as best he could, to the point of understanding how to move freely. I think I understand now. He turned and followed the trail of smoke to the impact site. On the way he passed several heroes on their way, being the first to reach the forest, and upon seeing the enormous rock he undid his ball form, but he tripped and rolled until he fell sitting down, and was amazed by the rock. Izuku, Cannonbolts, that's really big. Izuku, Cannonbolts, impressed. I've never seen a meteorite this size before. I look at it and its surroundings, but something's wrong. The impact seems abnormal. Then heroes arrive who are equally amazed, but intrigued by Cannonbolt. Hero. Have a team search the surrounding area in case of injured civilians who may not have heard the alert. They were about to split up, until the meteorite began to tremble, affecting the ground. They thought it was breaking apart, so they moved away. The shell began to disintegrate, and insect-like legs appeared from the rock. Izuku, Cannonbolts, that thing is alive. It curls up into a ball and moves away. When the whole rock fell, a giant insect appeared from inside. Hero 2. That's an insect. I was disgusted by its size. The insect raised its head and planted it firmly on the ground, as did its legs, before releasing a gas. Hero 3. And it sucks. Hero. Whatever it is, maintain a perimeter until you know what that thing is. Izuku, Cannonbolts, returns to its form, which is not obvious. It's an alien beetle. Hero. I looked at Cannonbolt, but what caught my eye was his emblem. You work with the other 10, you're a vigilante. Izuku, Cannonbolts, I prefer the term hidden hero, but you could say that if. But an unidentified flying object appears above them, as if they were seeing a ghost. Disbelief was etched on their faces at what they were seeing. The shock turned some of them pale, and for others, after so many years, their legs trembled again. From the center of the ship, a platform descends with 3 alien beings, something the heroes did not believe was possible. Alien. Greetings, we come in peace. Its platform split into 3 and the smallest one approached. Alien 2. I await your words. Hero. Who are you? Alien. We come in peace. Hero 3. They say that in the movies before they destroy us. Alien 3. An earthling with attitude. I'm talking about the robust one with mass. I've heard there are many with this attitude. Alien. And Pellerota Arbutian. Izuku, Cannonbolts, a what? That? Thinks about it. Oh, you mean my species. Heroes. In their minds, so that thing is an alien. Alien. Your presence here must be a sign given by the Great One. They began to sing praises to the giant insect. Alien 3. You are very far from home. Izuku, Cannonbolts, they actually came close to destroying my city. Alien 2. Be quiet. He is talking to me. Hero. I can't hear anything. Alien 2. Only I speak their language. The Great One says he will purify their planet on the next moon, she said happily. How lucky they are. The earth and the trees began to darken, and the birds flew away. Hero 2. What are they doing to the planet? Alien. It's an unparalleled experience, he said excitedly, as did the other aliens. Alien. To show them. Alien 3. Oh no, the audiovisual presentation. A hologram appears, showing what was happening on the planet, how the insect launched its tentacles like roots, reaching the center of the earth, eating it until it exploded. The cities will be destroyed. the oceans will dry up and the mountains will fall, so that the explosion carries the insect to the next planet. Hero 4. Don't think we'll just stand idly by. Everyone got into fighting stances. Alien. That's what we want them to do, there's no going back now. Izuku, Cannonbolts, I don't believe it. He curled into a ball and began to roll to attack them, to ram them, but the robust alien with a mace swung it to hit Cannonbolt as if he were a baseball, and throw him against the trees far away. Hero. Destroy the thing. Alien. I don't think so. A laser shoots out from the gem on his forehead and attacks the heroes. The big guy with the mace brandishes it in the air, and beams of energy shoot out, paralyzing the heroes upon contact. What the aliens didn't expect were the powers the humans possessed against them. Alien. So the rumors are true, they developed powers. Alien 3. How is it possible that such a pathetic species as Earthlings has made such a great leap in evolution? Alien. That's not important, they'll soon disappear thanks to the greatness of it all, he smiled maliciously. With Izuku, it remained in its ball form, but despite its solid appearance, it bounced between the thickest tree trunks in the forest until the transformation ended and it rolled along the ground to a slope where it stopped. Izuku. Great, a new alien, and all it knows how to do is bounce, but this isn't the time for complaints, that thing will destroy the planet if I don't stop it. Without delay, the ground, trees, and plants began to change their appearance, they began to mutate. Izuku. This doesn't look good. The ground took on a muddy appearance, the trees were now like tentacles, the sky was purple and covered with a smelly mist. Izuku. This thing is rotting the planet. Wait a minute, he takes out his phone to listen to the transmissions. Telephone. Attention all heroes, this is an emergency. We are under attack. The ground and plants have changed their appearance. Wait, snaking noises are heard, the trees are attacking us. Izuku. It's affecting Musudafu, in his mind, and not just here, if this is happening everywhere, outside. Ochaco. He started to worry about her. Will she be alright? He looked towards the city that could be seen. Not just her, Mama. I don't have time to waste here. He turned towards the direction of the insect and started running in that direction, but before he could even go any further, the ground softened, like quicksand, and Izuku began to sink. Izuku. This can't end here. He tried to activate the Omnitrix, but it was still red. Quick, quick, he said desperately, while trying to force the activation. Quick, quick. When it changed to green and the emblem activated, I was already covered up to my neck. Izuku. Please random mode, give me something useful. Without restraint, she struck the emblem forcefully, before her wrist was covered by the earth. A few seconds passed, without answers, until something flew out of the ground. Izuku insectoide, finally, fresh air. She stopped in midair and watched as the entire forest suddenly changed, and how it began to affect Musudafu. Izuku insectoide, I need to hurry. He heads towards the source. When he arrived he saw the heroes fighting the aliens. One group held them back while another attacked the insect without success. Its skin was resistant to the heroes' attacks. Those with fire-type quirks tried to burn it, but the shell was cold to the touch. Nothing seemed to hurt it. Izuku insectoide, I have to help them, he says, addressing them. With the heroes, they were fighting with everything they had, but they were being cornered. Many had been paralyzed by the aliens. Hero. Don't give up, we can beat them. Hero 2. Where are the reinforcements? Hero 3. They have their own problems in the city. It seems this mutation is reaching the city. Hero 2. This is more important. He is struck by a paralyzing ray. Alien. Stop fighting and rejoice because the Great One has purified your planet. Alien 3. There is no longer any need to fight, but to admire the ending that the Great One has granted them. The earth began to tremble, and not far from there, a lake on the ground began to swell and pulse as if it were a heart, but with each pulse the earth trembled. Hero. What are they doing to our planet? Alien. There is no need to fear, only a part of your planet is ready to be freed. Hero. There's nothing to fear. A part of our planet is going to explode, and they want us to watch and do nothing. But at that moment of protest they are paralyzed. Alien 3. It makes it easier. He heads towards the heroes trying to stop the giant insect. He was going to use his mass against them so that the laser would paralyze them, but a ball of greenish slime adhered to his hands and mallet. 2 more impacted the backs of the other 2 aliens. Confused, they turned around and saw the insectoid flying towards them and then saw it pass quickly between them. Alien. Now Alien 2. And what was I supposed to be doing? The dwarf alien asked, noticing the slime on his back. Alien 3. If he wanted to stop me, he should have taken my weapon. But upon seeing the insectoid, they noticed 3 lines of slime. Following it, they realized there was a second simultaneous attack that entangled them. When the slime thread tightened, they were forcefully dragged away and separated from their floating platforms. Izuku insectoide, we'll take a walk. I dragged them through the air until I saw the throbbing mound of earth, so I took them to the sky and then swooped down to release them, and they crashed into the mound of earth and got stuck. Izuku insectoide, that way they won't cause any more problems. I returned to where the giant insect was, where the heroes were still trying to stop it. Hero. We cannot give up. None of their attempts were effective. When they heard the buzzing of flapping wings, they turned around and saw an insectoid. Hero 2. Another alien attacks us. Izuku insectoide, I don't intend to attack them, come help. Izuku, seeing the shell, tried to pierce it with his stinger, but he couldn't do anything. Hero. Hey you insect, don't you think we already tried to drill into it? Izuku insectoide, every attempt is valid. The Omnitrix beeps not now. He descends as quickly as possible and the Omnitrix transforms Izuku back into his human form. Izuku. This doesn't look good. Heroes. A boy. Izuku. If I'm a 10-year-old boy, is there a problem? Hero. Child, you shouldn't be in school. Besides, this is a job for adults. Everyone thought the same. Izuku. I know, but I see that he was able to stop the aliens that they couldn't. I pointed to the paralyzed heroes. The heroes who had been trying to stop the insect turned around and, ashamed of their thoughts, accepted reality. Hero. And what do you plan to do, kid? I don't think your quirk that transforms you into an insect will work. Izuku. Don't worry, I have 10 more transformations. The heroes were curious about that answer, so they waited, until Izuku transformed into the next alien after a few minutes of waiting. Fire attempt. Izuku used fire and launched the most powerful fire blast he could generate against the incestuous one, but his armor withstood the blast. The heroes moved away due to the intense heat wave. Hero. That kid turned into the camp's fire thing. Hero 2. What's insane is the intensity of their flames. I'm a fire-type hero, and I have resistance, but I feel like my skin is burning at this distance. Diamond attempt. He launched very intense diamond attacks, but they fragmented and flew away. The heroes took cover. Hero 3. This is insane. He had one of those fragments embedded in his gear. My gear is supposed to have impenetrable armor and this fragment is stuck in it. They turned to look at Izuku in his diamond form, and what they saw was that he placed his hands on the ground and a large diamond emerged to try to pierce the insect, but it failed. 4-armed attempt. He was hitting him with such overwhelming force that he was trembling, and the impacts could be felt in the air. Attempt with beast. With its claws it tries to scratch him, but nothing. Intent with Ultra T. From a safe distance, he fires a laser from his eye. And without stopping, he forced the laser's power until he ran out of time. Hero. Any other ideas? Izuku. I have some. Attempt with XLR8. Izuku created distance so he could reach and strike the armor at high speed, figuring that if a high-speed impact could hurt him, and without stopping, he continued striking. Hero 4. This is insane. With each attack from XLR8 the current swept them away with him. I've never seen anyone so fast. Izuku was reaching near supersonic speeds. Izuku XLR8, I'm almost there. Air resistance began to be felt until a boom was heard and he gave his last blow without result. Izuku XLR8, damn. Hero. Language, you're still a child. Izuku transforms back. Hero 2. Some other transformation. Izuku. I'm ruling out the least useful ones. Aquatic. Even with his claws or teeth, couldn't, in his mind, try to bite one of the diamond crystals and end up with a broken alien tooth. Gray matter couldn't despite his intelligence, nor could Ghostfreak. I'm only left with that one. The place began to tremble and the insect's shell began to fragment, revealing a whitish inner shell. When this appeared, the entire floor and mutated flora turned ashen white. The heroes took a piece, but these broke like old paper and crumbled. Hero. This is the end. Alien. They finally understand. The 3 aliens have arrived. There is no need to fear anymore, because their purification has come. Izuku. Not yet. I activate the Omnitrix to transform into Cannonbolt. Izuku, Cannonbolts, he steps in with a heavy footstep. We can't give up yet, even in him, but there's still hope. Alien. You're foolish. They fire at Izuku in his Cannonbolt transformation. He covers himself, and the armor on his body deflects the aliens' lasers. Izuku, Cannonbolts, so it's bulletproof. That pleases me. Alien 3. That won't do you any good. Softens her fist and fires a laser. Give up. Izuku protects himself and the plates on his body deflect the attack back at the aliens. Izuku, Cannonbolts, that word is not in my vocabulary. Soon that thing began to create a strong suction, drawing any loose object inside through some vents. Izuku, Cannonbolts, I think that thing just revealed its weak point to us. Hero. Which one? I asked while trying not to be absorbed. Izuku, Cannonbolts, there's no time to explain. Staggering from side to side, a path to then curl up into a ball and execute his plan. He rolled around until he came across a raised deformation of the ground, like a ramp, which he used to launch himself into the air and was attracted by the insect's suction. Izuku, Cannonbolts, I wouldn't like this. It was absorbed, but with the force with which it was traveling it pierced the creature's soft tissues, and since it had a resistant shell, Cannonbolt ricocheted inside, like a bullet hitting a person's skull and causing fatal damage. Hero 2. That kid is crazy. Hero. But he has a good point. If we can't destroy it from the outside, we will from the inside. The creature emitted an agonizing sound. The aliens, filled with fear and concern, screamed for their idol, who began to expand throbbingly until it exploded into a massive form. The heroes, using their quirks, covered themselves in the remains of the exploded alien, while the aliens were covered in the debris and blood. All that remained of the giant insect was its carapace and skeleton, along with its scattered remains. Something began to move from the center of the corpse, and from beneath the remains, as some of them fell, Cannonbolt was revealed. Izuku, Cannonbolts, this is disgusting. I think I'll need several baths in a row. With her large hands she tried to remove the remains of the insect. Meanwhile, the aliens, upon seeing their idol dead, seemed grief-stricken, devastated, but in a sudden change, they became serious and looked at Izuku. Izuku, Cannonbolts, if you want to fight, do it now. I already beat the big one, I can take on all 3 of you. Alien. You, sudden change of attitude to one of joy. Praise the new giant. Alien 2. Hooray. Alien 3. What a joy. Izuku, Cannonbolts, wait. I just killed your idol and you're going to praise me for it. Alien. As it should be. Izuku, Cannonbolts, how flexible they are. The Omnitrix ran out of power, so it returns Izuku to his human form. Alien. Oh right. You're an inferior being. The 3 aliens return to their ship and leave. Izuku. Great, for a second I'm someone revered, and then I'm despised. Hero. Not by everyone. The heroes are approaching. Hero 2. Somehow you were able to achieve what we couldn't, and at such a young age disappointing himself. Hero 3. We are indebted because we will be able to be with our families for longer. Soon the whole place began to return to normal. The scattered remains of the alien were reversing the effects they caused. The heroes turned around to check, others called their families. Hero. And with that, everything returns to normal thanks to you. When they turned around, the green-haired boy was no longer with them. He had taken advantage of the moment to leave. Time skip. Izuku had returned home, and upon opening the door he was suddenly hugged by his mother, who was worried about the freckled boy. Inko. You won, Izuku. And they both went inside. Inko was watching the news to find out what was happening, just as Izuku could see the city from the forest. The city could see the giant insect absorbing the planet's life force, as well as the ship floating and the lasers being fired. Inko. What was that thing? Izuku. A giant insect that eats planets. Inko freezes. Yes, it sounded quite worrying. In the end, I was able to unlock a new alien. Inko. A new one. Izuku. Yes, I look at pieces of dark green and white fabric on the table, as well as threads, needles, and scissors. Inko. And how did you get it? Izuku. You were right. Inko. In what? Izuku. I still don't know much about the Omnitrix, and I reached a point where I was stuck and couldn't use any of my aliens. I was stuck because I had codes that unlocked my new alien. Inko. And what is the name for this alien? Izuku. Thoughtful, and after thinking about what he was doing, Cannonbolt. Inko. It sounds like a destructive alien. Izuku. It is. Inko. Although I also have to admit that I was wrong. You've used the Omnitrix for the benefit of many, and today you saved the planet, something only you could do. I went into your room and found this. She looks at the drawing of the suit Izuku had planned. I'm worried about you, Izuku, but I know you'll be alright. All I can do is trust you and show my support. I know it looks different from what you drew. She takes a piece of clothing from the couch. It's not finished yet, and since you'll grow, I used something that might be useful and comfortable for you. Izuku tried it on without hesitation, but it was still too big. Izuku. And because the number 10 wasn't in the design. Inko. Symbolic to your 10 aliens, which are now 11. I can change it. Izuku. No, I don't like it. She looks in the mirror at the suit her mother made for her. In the city had stopped after that meteorite impact. It was something they had never witnessed before. But when the landscape changed, chaos began. Trees over the roads mutated and attacked people. Parks with children became the priority, since they couldn't go outside. There were many attacks that could barely be controlled. All Might. I have to help, said the blonde man, still in the hospital, trying to leave his room wearing only half a suit, in a deplorable state. His muscles had shrunk. Grand Turin. You're stupid. He hits him on the head. You should be in bed. All Might. Gran Torino doesn't hear it. The sirens of patrol cars and ambulances could be heard, as well as people screaming because of the mutations. All Might. People need me. Gran Turin. I know, but what will happen if this gets worse? You need to recover. You're still weak from the blood loss. All Might. People come first, he said, leaving the room, and leaning back, he climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Gran Torino followed him to the rooftop where the noise stopped and everything turned ashen white, as if the planet were dying. After a few minutes, an explosion came from the forest near Musudafu. All Might and Gran Torino turned towards the source. What they saw was a rain of acidic remains from the alien falling into the forest. Gran Turin. What was that? All Might. I don't know. Little by little, everything began to return to normal. Gran Turin. Whatever it was, it's all over now. You must go back to your room now. She opened the door to enter. All Might continued to observe the source of the explosion, and the only thing seen in the distance was an object flying into the sky and disappearing from everyone's sight. Gran Turin. What are you waiting for, or should I bring someone to bring you by force? All Might. I'm coming. In her mind, it must have been the child who solved this. Time skip. Days after the incident, the news spread quickly. Some blamed a villain for the act, others linked it to the meteorite impact. When the hero's statements were made public, a controversy erupted. People, upon reading and hearing that it was an alien insect that was going to destroy the planet, thought it was madness, dismissing them as crazy. The more they recounted how aliens arrived in their ships worshipping this insect and how a child could transform into aliens, the more people refused to believe them, labeling them as insane, until the investigations began. Time skip. TV. In light of this conflicting testimony, an investigation was conducted at the scene. A highly corrosive substance, impossible to analyze, was found there, possibly from the meteorite. It is believed that it released a highly toxic gas that caused the hallucinations of the heroes present, and that the wind spread it throughout the city. Then that moment had become a chemical accident, which caused alterations in the environment and hallucinations that the plants mutated and then attacked him. Time skip. But it didn't end there. The heroes insisted it wasn't caused by a hallucination. They argued how it was possible for an entire city to hallucinate like that, and on top of that, there were civilians with bites from the plants that attacked them, scratches, but society refused to believe it. TV. New research confirms that the meteorite impact a few weeks ago did not cause the hallucinations. It was actually caused by a villain with the ability to induce collective hallucinations. The investigators never reached a conclusion. All they did was blame a villain who never even existed, and the hero's credibility was called into question, and they were summoned for constant psychological evaluation to find out what led them to say such crazy things. With Izuku, the green-haired boy was at home watching the latest news about the meteorite that fell 3 weeks ago. He felt bad for the heroes who had lost much of their credibility. Inko. It's a shame what's happening to those heroes. Izuku. I know, she felt bad for them. Inko. Although you can't blame yourself for them, Izuku, society hasn't opened its mind to the possibility of more life in the universe. We thought we were the only ones. All those possibilities became science fiction. Izuku. Just like the powers that be, and look at what our society is like. Inko. Izuku, we know there's more life in the universe, more than one species of aliens because of the Omnitrix. He points to the watch. If people saw this the way we do, it would be a different story. Izuku. I wish the world could see this, but, Inko. With those alien robots coming for the Omnitrix, you wouldn't want villains or scientists trying to take it from you. Izuku. Exact. But besides that, the green-haired boy was thinking about Vilgax, whom he had only seen in that vision, without even knowing his name or what he was plotting by leaving the planet. Izuku. Thanks for the food, I'm going to study. Inko. Yes, by the way, what did you do to your suit? How did you rip off the sleeve? Izuku. Flashback. Izuku was on his hoverboard returning from being an alien hero, but on the way his sleeve got caught on a rod because it was so loose, leaving him hanging for a few seconds until the sleeve was ripped off by the weight. End of Flash. Izuku. An accident I had. Inko. Be more careful next time. Izuku goes to his room while Inko sews the sleeve. I think it's too loose. Maybe it needs ribbons to adjust it so it's not so loose, or maybe it doesn't need them. Izuku will grow any day now. She continued sewing until the sleeve was attached to the sweatshirt again. When she wanted to add the ribbons so it wouldn't be so loose, she didn't have enough material, so she decided to leave. Inko. Izuku, I'm going out to do some shopping. Izuku. Yes, he said from his room. While Inko was on her way to do the shopping, the green-haired boy studied climate change, but he went deeper than a simple elementary school explanation, while listening to the heroes' broadcasts. Time skip. With ink. The green-haired girl was returning from shopping, but a man handing out flyers appeared in her path and gave her a leaflet. Extra. Bring your children, ma'am, open a festival in the park for its reopening after the robot attack, open children's rides, a concert for young people, and a small science fair. Inko took the pamphlet, but she was curious about Izuku's reaction, since lately he had been curious about science, and besides, it was the park he helped protect. At home. Inko. Izuku, I'm here, you can come. The green-haired boy quickly left his room and went to Inko, who handed him the pamphlet. Izuku. A brochure. He checks it. A festival, in the park. Inko. Yes, the park where the robots attacked us, son. They said they'd bring a small science fair. Izuku. Oh really? Inko. Maybe we can go. A quiet day like a normal kid wouldn't hurt you. He sits down on the couch, while Izuku stands behind him. Izuku. You're right, and maybe I'll run into Ochaco. Inko. The strange truth. Izuku. Yes, blushes. Inko. She's a good girl, with how pretty and sweet she is, she'll get a boyfriend soon. The green-haired boy crumpled the pamphlet upon hearing that, and his eyes turned a dull green. It was clear that Izuku didn't like the idea, as if the thought made him jealous. He maintained that expression and was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't realize it was already the day of the festival. Festival day. Inko was worried. The freckled boy still had the same expression even though they had already arrived at the festival. Inko. Izuku, Izuku. Izuku. Reacts. Inko. Are you okay? You've been like this for 2 days. Izuku. Where we are? Inko. At the festival, everything's fine, son. Izuku. If everything is there in his mind, I didn't even realize that so much time had passed and why I got like that. I walked alongside my mother, visiting each attraction at the festival. Everyone was carrying an umbrella because of the intense sun and the heat wave. Izuku. Yes, it's sunny today. Inko. They had said that today would be the sunniest day of the week. Izuku. And they weren't lying. She covered her face from the sun with her hands. Everything seemed very lively, both children and young people. A crowd had gathered at a stall with a large poster in the shape of a thin, green alien with bulging black eyes. Out of curiosity, Izuku approached it and Inko followed him. Upon arriving, a man with a beard and the appearance of an alien hunter. Man. Aliens are already among us, and the proof lies in the mysterious heroes with unknown and never-before-seen powers. Listen, folks, these aren't heroes, they're aliens, living among us. Their physical mutation quirks allow them to walk among us believing they are human, but they are not, and the government knows it. Just listening to him, a normal person would say he's crazy. Extra. Whispers he's crazy, don't you think? Extra 2. I know, who would believe this stuff? They mocked him, they only stayed because of the humor of his actions. Man. Don't be fooled, the government is covering up the existence of aliens, like the recent case of the alien meteorite. The heroes said so, aliens, and nobody believed them. They were treated like they were crazy. They covered up the incident with a villain who doesn't even exist. Many began to leave the place. The green-haired ones remained, listening to the man. Although everyone thought he was crazy, they knew and lived that alien madness. Man. Kid, he points to Izuku. The adults will tell you lies about aliens, but you keep an open mind to the possibility, because one day, he gestured with his index finger extended, because one day, he pointed to the sky, the truth will be revealed. Everyone left until only Inko and Izuku remained there. The man handed her a pendant in the shape of a green, thin alien with bulging black eyes. Man. When that happens, they'll stop treating me like a lunatic. Izuku. I don't think this guy's crazy. The man focuses his attention on the green-haired man. They said powers were impossible. If something as crazy as powers became a reality, why isn't the existence of aliens true? Man. You are a clever child, even more so than those present. He returned to his post, while Izuku and Inko continued on their way, the green-haired boy eyeing the alien pendant, until a reporter accompanied by a robot caught the attention of many children. Reporter. Expect a very hot day, one of the hottest ever recorded in Musudafu City. Robot. It's so hot it makes my head spin. Her head started to spin. That was when the transmission ended, and the children were able to approach the robot and touch it. Izuku included. Izuku. He has an incredible robot with him to transmit. The fact that they called the reporter an unworthy robot. Reporter. It's not just a simple robot, he began, using the technical name of his creation, that I myself believe, but the television station thought of making modifications to attract more attention to the news program. Izuku. So it's a sophisticated robot, with curiosity, and it does. The reporter was surprised by Izuku's curiosity. Reporter. It's a project I worked on to gain recognition and an opportunity at an environmentally focused technology company. Since I needed money to finish it, I worked at the television station, but what Nino does is unique. He controls the climate of his surroundings through barometric changes or the injection of iodides that induce rain. For Inko, it was as if they were speaking another language. Izuku. Incredible, if it controls barometric changes, the heat wave would be reduced. Reporter. You want to see. The man opened the robot, which questioned him, thinking it would do something crazy, but the robot simply replied that it would reprogram him for what it was made for, then took a remote control. Reporter. Ready, kid. Izuku nodded and the man pressed a button, which sent the robot's head flying into the sky. Reporter. Would reach the stratosphere and release a compound that would create a mini-storm and consequently. Izuku. Rain. Reporter. Correct. While they watched the sky in anticipation, the music started and people began to gather in front of the stage. Meanwhile, the machine had already reached its peak and began releasing the compound that started to accumulate storm clouds. Reporter. I hope those alien robot tech pieces work, he said in a low voice that only Izuku could hear. Izuku. Alien robot worried. The storm clouds began to gather even more, and it started to rain lightly, as if to cool people down from the heat. But little by little it became more and more intense and lightning roared in the air, until one of them struck the robot, altering its systems. The parts of Vilgax's robots began to reprogram the weather robot and take control. Reporter. This looks bad. The clouds began to accumulate even more, and inside, the robot began to collect water around it. As the storm intensified, everyone began to take shelter or move away, but something descended from the clouds, a shapeless mass of water that descended like a tornado to touch the ground. Izuku. This looks bad. Everyone started running at the threat. The green-haired ones hid, while the reporter stayed behind trying to do something, but then his cameraman took out the camera to start broadcasting. Faced with the mistake, he had no choice but to warn. The green-haired ones were taking refuge behind one of the stalls. Inko. Why did this happen? Izuku. The robot had parts from the robots that attacked us. Inko. Because it's always those robots or some part. Can you do something? Izuku. I'm not sure if it's a water monster. Maybe it can use aquatic abilities to swim inside and reach the machine and disable it, but if it controls water, it might even control its interior and not be able to reach it. The water monster began attacking people, using its watery tentacles to suck up objects and then throw them at them. Inko. And if you use heat to evaporate it? Izuku. With rain like that in a water monster, fire is bound to lose, unless it increases the intensity of the flames to evaporate the water from a distance. Inko. How hot do you have to be for that to happen? Izuku. I'll know when that happens, but I don't know if the Omnitrix's charge will be enough for that level of wear and tear. Inko. There is no way to increase the heat. Izuku. Thinking back, maybe so, but I'm not sure. If fire were to move at a high speed to increase its temperature, the intensity of the fire would be equal to the speed. Inko. Like a meteorite hitting Earth. Izuku. Yes, and I don't know if the same thing will happen to me as to one of them. He imagined fire melting away upon reaching great speed. Thoughtfully, I'll take my chances with aquatic. Izuku activates the Omnitrix to select aquatic, but its activation causes Vilgax's robot components inside the weather robot to detect the Omnitrix as a threat. Izuku. This doesn't look good. The water monster attacks the green-haired boys, who escape the attack, but they are still thrown in opposite directions and Izuku crashes back into one of the stalls. The Omnitrix emblem is hit hard against the stall wall, activating the random function. Sitting on the floor with his back against the wall of the stall. Izuku. Fuego. It's a joke. I didn't even touch you, stupid clock, and I certainly hadn't selected it by fire. He stands up and sighs. I wonder which side you're on. When I least expect it, you give me the least suitable alien. I look at the storm clouds. Great. I'm a matchstick against the living water hose. I look at the water monster. Izuku watched as the robot glowed, revealing its location. Izuku. Fuego. Oh well, you call me. He starts running to circle the water monster, who sees Izuku and attacks him, but using the flames concentrated in his hand he defends himself from the attacks. But the water monster decides to attack, to hit the fire alien head on, but Izuku throws flames to the ground and starts using the flames like a surfboard in the air. Izuku. Fuego. I hope I don't turn into a little flaming rock. She began to spin around the water monster, forming a fire tornado around it. I'm getting dizzy. It spun so fast that the intensity of its flames increased. The grass in the stalls began to dry instantly, but then they started to smoke. Inside the tornado, the water monster began to evaporate, and the robot couldn't withstand the temperature, causing it to malfunction and stop working, before crashing to the ground. Izuku hadn't noticed, so he lost control of his flight and crashed to the ground. Inko went to check if he was all right. Izuku. Fuego. It's over, he said, standing up, feeling dizzy. Inko. And Izuku. Fuego. I stopped. Her whole gaze was swirling. Inko. And Izuku. Fuego. Well, I don't think so. I walked, staggering slightly, and just a few steps later, I vomited a little lava. Izuku. Fuego. Here's my breakfast. When the danger had passed, all the civilians came out and approached the robot that caused everything, but what was most striking was the presence of fire. Many were taking pictures of it. Reporter. Why did this happen? Izuku. Fuego. You used alien technology in that. That's what happened. Reporter. How do you know that? Izuku. Fuego. You're not the first to do this, wanting to take the next technological step. They're not ready yet, and they shouldn't take the easy way out if they don't know what will happen. And from among all the people, the man who was talking about aliens hurriedly left after hearing what Fuego said. Man, you said we're not ready for this kind of technology yet. Are you an alien? You're one of the 10 beings that have appeared. I know because of the emblem on your chest. They all have it. What does it mean? For a moment Izuku remained silent, thinking about what to say, but when he thought about denying it, his mind went to how the same thing would happen as with the heroes and they would be treated as crazy. But even so, talking more about the existence of aliens was news that the world might not be ready for and they might turn against the green-haired boy and his transformations. Izuku, Fuego, I repeat. They're not ready yet. He turns his back. Although in this world you're the only sane one who believes what is real. He raised his hands, then slammed them to the ground and was propelled into the air. Upon hearing those words, the man couldn't contain his excitement and fainted. Meanwhile, heroes arrived at the scene. The reporter simply saw his creation and what it had caused, so he made a decision. He took the robot to dismantle it. Reporter. I have to put an end to this. Robot. Stop, don't do this. Reporter. I have to do it. Those pieces destroyed you. Robot. Those pieces made your goal a reality. Now I not only change the weather, I control it. And now that my programming is back up, everything will be under control, and without me you'll just be another pretty face giving the weather forecast, and your dream will crumble. Time skip. Inko was waiting at the park entrance for Izuku, who arrived soon after. Inko. You took more than 10 minutes. Izuku. Sorry, the Omnitrix had more charge than I expected. Inko. The small festival is still going on. Do you want to continue watching? Izuku. Yes, there were some very interesting things. With the reporter, he had returned to the festival, but this time he hid behind the stalls so they wouldn't see the robot. Reporter. I don't know why I'm doing this. Robot. To be remembered. I take control and activate it so that the robot's head shoots out again, but this time it heads towards the clouds. Robot. But not remembered the way you want. When he reached the clouds, they began to darken and unleash many flashes of lightning. The reporter realized that his naivete would cause problems. With Izuku, there were some vendors selling collectible figures of various heroes. Izuku looked at them with excitement. There was a metal figure of All Might in a striking pose. It looked more like a trophy than an action figure. Izuku was about to pick it up, but his skin prickled with goosebumps and the hairs on his head stood on end. Inko. Are you cold? Izuku. That seems to be the case. Inko. Well, the temperature dropped again. Izuku continued trying to grasp the figure, but this time only small, barely perceptible arcs formed between his finger and the metallic object. Izuku. In his mind this. Flashback. The green-haired boy was watching a science documentary about thunderstorms. The electricity from lightning could electrify the environment with static, and metallic objects would exhibit this static when a person approached them. Findel flashback. The green-haired boy was suspicious of the situation. The temperature was dropping rapidly and there was static. There was a sudden storm, but there was no natural explanation for the event, only an artificial one in this case. Izuku. The robot, used it again. Like a pariah, I looked to the sky. Everyone looked to the sky in the same way and saw the storm cloud above them, moving towards the city. Izuku turned to look at his mother, who simply nodded for him to go. The green-haired boy ran towards the city, passing through bushes that lit up green, and then something darted out at high speed. Izuku XLR8, what was that man thinking after using it again, if I warned him? The cloud was spewing rays over the streets. People ran to avoid being hit by one. Those who were almost hit were pulled away by Izuku and taken refuge in buildings. The robot with its alien components detected the Omnitrix. Robot. You're a headache for me. The cloud said in a loud, mechanical voice, as it began to expand and increase in size. While Izuku was saving people, he wondered how you defeat a lightning storm. Izuku XLR8, how am I supposed to stop a robot in a thunderstorm? Creating a whirlwind won't stop it, and those lightning bolts could kill me, but with the whirlwind I could redirect them to the ground. He ran to a building to jump onto the cloud and begin spinning in the air, creating a whirlwind that absorbed the storm cloud and sent the robot flying into a pile of construction debris. Izuku XLR8, it worked. He stopped in midair, but there was nothing below him to stop his fall. It will hurt. She was about to fall into the middle of the street and the moving cars, but in a quick thought she spun around in the air again to create a mini whirlwind that slowed her fall and then headed towards the weather robot. Izuku XLR8, you are a danger to people. Robot. And you are a danger to my existence. I expel electricity that impacts Izuku, giving him several shocks and separating them. Then the wind increased and the clouds above them gathered and began to rotate, before you saw them descend and trap the robot inside a tornado. Robot. I will have my revenge on you, you threaten my mission. Izuku XLR8, and what mission is that? Robot. Control the climate completely. Rain began to fall and accumulate in the tornado, but not only that, the force of the tornado sucked construction debris into the trucks, giving it a more terrifying shape. Izuku XLR8, I am amazed. But the Omnitrix started beeping and flashing red until it transformed Izuku back. Izuku. And now worried. The robot, in its mutant form, attacks Izuku, who takes refuge in the building. Izuku. What do I do now? In that form, it's even harder to use fire again. XLR8 is no longer an option with all that rubble protecting it. Aquatic can't reach it from the inside because of the rubble on its head. I have to demolish it in one hit. I watched the monster that kept trying to attack Izuku, but its water tentacles dissolved from hitting the structure. Izuku saw how the force of the tornado absorbed a car and surrounded the monster, lifting it into the sky before it crashed down. Izuku. I have a bad idea. A few minutes later, the Omnitrix had recharged, and Izuku was preparing for the madness of his life. Izuku. Oh great Wizard of Oz, don't take me to the Emerald Kingdom for this. He was inside an empty trash container and used a stick to propel himself out of the building, closed the lid of the container and waited. The force of the tornado sucked the container up into the sky. Izuku. If this works, I'll never complain about weather people again. The container spun in the air with Izuku inside. It remained like that for a few seconds until it reached the highest point in the eye of the tornado, where Izuku floated inside. Izuku. I think we're here. Swallows hard. Please let this go well. I select the alien I want and begin the transformation inside the container. His transformation caused the container to shatter due to Cannonbolt's robust body. The robot detected the Omnitrix, so he turned to look at it and illuminated it with his light, but Cannonbolt was falling very quickly in his ball form. Izuku, Cannonbolts, don't let me down with your aim. What happened next was that Cannonbolt violently pierced the monster's head, taking the robot with him, which was dented until both crashed to the ground, definitively destroying the weather robot and causing its elemental form to disintegrate and fall onto the street. Izuku, Cannonbolts, I don't know how this didn't fail. He unwound his ball form to see the robot flattened by the impact. You left me no choice. Without wasting any more time, Izuku transformed into a ball to start leaving the place and return to his mother. Time skip. Back home, the green-haired kids were watching the news. No one was seriously injured in the robot attack. No one could explain what happened, but witnesses claimed it was the work of aliens. The man from the archway gave an emotional testimony, supported by park witnesses after the fire incident. Even those who recorded the moment. It was broadcast on television, sparking debate about the existence of aliens, but with one question mark. Are they here to help or to conquer? Inko turns off the television and Izuku sighs. Izuku. This is what I wanted to avoid. That's why I didn't say I was an alien, and it ended up happening. Inko. But look, you made a man stop treating him like he was crazy, and why did you do that? She asked out of curiosity. Izuku. Because I know what it feels like to be rejected by everyone. I wanted that man to hear the words he perhaps wanted to hear so he would know that it wasn't all in vain and that they didn't treat him like he was crazy. Inko. Son. Inko hugged her little one. On another planet, Vilgax's ship had reached one of its objectives, to test its mechanical improvements. Vilgax. Let's begin the conquest. He clenches his fist and then the Omnitrix will be mine. Are they here to help or to conquer? It was the controversy sparked after the events of the weather machine and the videos of the Omnitrix aliens in the fight, which caused intrigue. Those who were afraid or curious listened to podcasts and watched amateur alien videos. Are they already among us? This was the question that the videos of Izuku in the park and all his appearances caused, but not only Izuku's appearances, some even provided evidence of the aliens, known as the Greens. Or even, UFOs or lights in the sky. Others even testimonies of yellow-skinned aliens with octopus heads and a single eye, sighted in factories or fields. How to identify them? How to know WHO is human and alien? By their mutation quirks. These were the words of the individuals who called themselves hunters of the paranormal, or UFO hunters. Our society with quirks makes the perfect place for aliens and humans to coexist. But only those who truly believed in aliens, the curious who get paranoid over any video about attacks, were the ones who developed a slight paranoia or distrust of their surroundings. But these were only a minority, since the rest of the world thought it absurd and decided to ignore it, like a children's game, where they put on aluminum helmets so their minds wouldn't be read. But among the children, only one seemed curious, specifically about the aliens from the Omnitrix who saved her life on her journey with a freckled boy. Ochaco. They're not bad. I was watching Izuku's alien videos. He watched as he drew the emblem each one wore, but a small part of his wall had the printed news about the aliens from the Omnitrix. Ochaco. Who they really are. He looked at the emblem. But then he saw a bracelet-type wristband with the design of All Might's suit. Stored in a transparent box to prevent damage, seeing it made the brunette miss the freckled boy. Ochaco. Izuku, I wonder what you're doing. With the green-haired one. Just like Ochaco, Estes was looking at the astronaut pendant, thinking about the brunette, asking himself the same question as her. What was he doing, while with his fingers he played with the astronaut? Inko, who was at the entrance of his room without making a sound, saw the freckled boy playing with that astronaut, and remembered what it meant to him and her, so she had an idea. Inko. 10 Izuku. The freckled boy turns to look at his mother, who hands him a phone with a number, waiting to make a call. Izuku. Who are you going to call? Inko. You're going to call Ochaco. Izuku. Nervous and blushing. Inko. You miss her, don't you? Call her. Izuku. And I don't miss her. Inko. Son, you're not good at lying. Izuku covers his face with his hand so his mother can't see him. Izuku. And if I did, what would I talk to her about? Inko. Well, ask him how he is. Izuku. And then, seeing that he couldn't decide, Inko pressed the call button. Izuku just stared at the phone, connecting the call, and was nervous, until the call was answered, but it was Ochaco's mom's voice. Uraraka. Hi Inko, what's up? Izuku. Hello. Uraraka. Oh, Izuku, it's you. You want to talk to Ochaco? Izuku was about to answer, but let me put her on, she'll be happy. The freckled boy was terrified by his mother's deductive reasoning. Just by speaking, he could tell what she wanted. Con Ochaco. The brunette played with the bracelet Izuku had given her with her fingers, while thinking about him. Uraraka. Ochaco. Daughter, you have a call. Ochaco. They're calling me. Picks up the phone. Who is it? Uraraka. Izuku waiting for Ochaco's reaction. Ochaco. She blushed and became nervous. Deku-kun, it's him. He's calling me. What do I do? What do I say? Do I look okay? She adjusted her hair, looking excited to talk to him. Uraraka. He can't see you, but he can hear you. She points to the phone. Ochaco. Almost shouting. Both were nervous about talking to each other, but Ochaco seemed more excited than nervous. Ochaco. Hi Deku-kun, she said cheerfully. Izuku. Oh yes, hello Ochaco, how are you? Ochaco. Okay, Deku-kun, and you? Little by little, the conversation between them began to flow. Izuku no longer stuttered, but his embarrassment at speaking to her was evident. The mothers who looked at their children with expressions they didn't see in other children knew that the person they were talking to was the most special person to them. Time skip. From then on, at a certain time of day, Izuku or Ochaco would call the other to talk. Every single day they would talk, telling each other what they did in class, or if they watched a series together on television. Their parents bought them their own phones so they could stay in touch and make their own plans to go out together. Time skip. They were both getting ready to go out, having agreed to meet the first weekend. Their parents watched them excitedly. They had never seen them like this before. With Izuku, Izuku. It's time. Inko. Izuku. There's still about an hour to go and it only takes us 30 minutes to get there. Izuku. Yes, but it's good to arrive early just in case. Embarrassed to see her arrive. Ochaco. Uraraka. Daughter, is it that you want to get there before him to see him arrive? Ochaco turns bright red when her mother discovers her, who then starts walking like a robot towards the exit. Uraraka. She places one of her hands on his cheek. There is love. In space, a spaceship was passing near the moon, heading towards Earth to capture a fighting opponent. On Earth, both were on their way to the park, accompanied by their mothers. Well in advance, the green-haired ones, who were the closest, were about to take the train that would take them to the park where they were supposed to meet. But before they even saw each other, the phone that Izuku made to listen to the hero's transmissions activated. Inko. Izuku, I thought you wouldn't be a hero because you went with Ochaco. Izuku. And it wouldn't be, but the custom of bringing it. Radio. Attention all heroes, there's a villain on the loose, extremely dangerous, there are fatalities, take precautions. He possesses a quirk that allows him to increase his muscle mass, he's heading to the station. The green-haired ones, upon hearing the station's name, knew he was heading that way, and it wasn't long before he appeared before them, a blonde-haired man with muscles that seemed to burst from his skin, a somewhat youthful, muscular man. Muscular. Now WHO will be my next victim, I screamed madly. Searching among the civilians fleeing the guy, I managed to see the green-haired ones. Muscular. You, Inko. I think it's time you used the Omnitrix, son. Muscular lunges at the green-haired ones, but Izuku had already chosen the alien, stood in front of his mother, and activated the Omnitrix, transforming him. The muscular man, blinded by the green light, throws a punch, but Forearms easily stops it, something the blonde psychopath hadn't expected. Muscular. WHO or you. Izuku, for Brazos, someone's gonna kick your ass, you oxygenated blob. He throws a punch, but Muscular stops it with his hand. Muscular. With which hands? Izuku, for Brazos, with the four I have. Muscula opened his eyes and saw another pair of arms, but one of them delivered an uppercut. But it didn't end there. Forearms refused to let go of the blonde man, continuing to strike him uncontrollably with their other pair. The impacts of their powerful blows echoed through the air, making everything around them tremble. Izuku, for Brazos, today is not a good day, I have a date with a very pretty girl and you're not going to ruin it for me. Muscular. Little girl, she notices, the little green-haired boy wasn't there. Are you that brat, Izuku, for Brazos, if the same one who sent you to the moon? Without holding back, he delivers one last uppercut, and lets go of his hands. The blow was so strong that the glass cracked and Muscular went flying unconscious. Izuku, for Brazos, now nothing will interrupt me to arrive with Ok. But a red light descends upon him, then takes him away in front of Inko. Inko. Izuku scared and worried. She thought it was a joke by her son, but Inko knew that Forearms' powers couldn't do that. Inko. Where are you, son? On the spaceship, a red light appears inside the ship, and from the light, Forearms emerge. When the light stops, he looks confused. Izuku didn't recognize the place, it was dark. Loudspeaker. And now, the last contender in our gladiatorial arena. Izuku, for Brazos, arena. The lights come on and hundreds of gathered aliens begin to scream with excitement. Loudspeaker. For you, a new contender for the land. Izuku, for Brazos, contender. A robot about his size, maybe a little taller, appeared in front of Izuku, but then it extended 4 more limbs with extremely sharp blades. Izuku, for Brazos, I think I would have liked to be a diamond in these moments. The robot launched several slashes at Izuku, but he easily dodged them. It was clear the robot wanted to kill him, so he decided to confront it without holding back. With one of the slashes, Forearms stopped him and easily ripped off his arm. The crowd of aliens went wild, while the one in charge of the place looked at Forearms with intrigue. Maestro. This one has pure strength and spirit. The robot began to attack with more ferocity and unpredictability. For a few moments, Forearms was on the defensive, until in one of the attacks, despite its great size, it slid, knocking the robot down and slamming it to the ground until it was destroyed. Maestro. But intelligence even beyond its species. When all the fights were over, the stadium erupted in cheers. Izuku didn't know where to go, so he decided to escape. He was about to jump when the Omnitrix ran out of time and transformed Izuku midair, sending him crashing to the ground. The entire stadium was stunned. Maestro. A human curious, bring him to me. Izuku felt confused, a little scared, because he was in a situation that was out of the ordinary for a human, but again the red light appeared and teleported him away. With the teacher, Izuku appears in a different room surrounded by guards. Izuku. Where I am, which is this place? When he stood up, he was knocked down by one of the robot guards with his staff, and they placed something on Izuku's chest. Izuku. Hey, what's this? Maestro. Greetings human, I am Cyborg, the lord of this intergalactic coliseum. Izuku. Intergalactic Coliseum, Cyborg. That's right, I travel the galaxies in search of contenders to fight in my coliseum to entertain the masses. Izuku. Are we your toys? You have no right to kidnap us from our planets. Take me back home. She stood up. The guard gives him an electric shock that forces him to his knees. Cyborg. This is now your home. I control everything from here with these hands and you will fight to entertain my audience until your last day. Then Izuku was teleported to where all the gladiators were. Alien. Look, it's the human. Izuku. They speak my language. Alien too. Foolish humans, they think they're unique. Izuku. I'm not stupid, just confused, that's what I think this place is it a spaceship? Alien 3. Yes, he travels through the galaxies in search of new warriors for his show. We were all kidnapped from our planet. Izuku. They were all abducted. Nobody's going to believe this. Then a kind of alarm sounded, and tables emerged from the wall and ceiling. Something strange came out and started spitting something. Everyone approached, and Izuku did the same. Alien. Come, Izuku. I'm not hungry. Alien 2. Do it before he comes on his own. Izuku. Who comes? At that moment a large door opened and everyone knelt down. Izuku imitated them for his own safety. From the door a large, muscular alien, with a ball instead of a hand, began to walk through and eat every single plate without exception. When I finish, I'll return to where I came from. Izuku. Who is the alien? He is Technurg, the undefeated champion of the Colosseum. Alien 2. All those who came before us died at his hands. Izuku. Die. Alien 3. Because you think he goes from galaxy to galaxy in search of warriors. Izuku. And they haven't tried to escape. Alien. Believe me, we've done it, but with these things we can't even get near the guards. Izuku. I see he looks at the device on his chest. I have to get out of here. I can't be late. He takes out his phone seeing that there are only minutes left until the hour. On Earth, Ochaco and her mother had arrived at the park. The brunette was waiting anxiously by the fountain, impatiently swinging her legs for the freckled boy to arrive. Her mother kept her distance so as not to interrupt the moment. Meanwhile, Inko was at the entrance watching the two of them, wondering what to do. Whether to call and cancel or stall for her son to arrive, though she didn't know how long it would take. Inko. What do I do now? I look up at the sky. Izuku, come back soon. The alien ship was passing the moon again, to leave with Izuku. With Izuku, an alarm sounds. The rest of the aliens recognize it as the signal for the next encounter. Then Izuku is called to the arena, teleported by the red light to the arena. Izuku. Appears. I think I feel sick with an upset stomach. I think I have to get used to this. Then the red light reappeared, bringing his rival, but what Izuku didn't expect was to see the champion, who was being cheered by the spectators and was raising his arms to show off that he was the champion. Izuku. This has to be a joke. Izuku, without wasting any time, activates the Omnitrix and tries to select forearms again, but Technurg launches himself at Izuku with a leap. Izuku dodges and tries to transform, hitting the Omnitrix hard and initiating his random transformation. In front of the alien spectators, Izuku transforms into a Petrosapian. Izuku. Diamante. I wanted 4 arms. Well, it'll do. Technurg strikes with his mace, but Diamante creates a shield on his arm that withstands the alien's brutal blows. One after another he endures, but with his free hand he traps Technurg's legs, causing him to lower his guard for a moment, which Izuku takes advantage of to strike him and move away. Technerg. That's all you've got. This won't stop Technerg. She stands up and breaks the diamonds that were binding her legs. Izuku Diamante, I haven't shown everything I'm capable of yet. Izuku throws diamonds at his opponent's face with one arm, but Izuku blocks with his mace as he advances towards Diamond. However, what Technerg didn't expect was that when Diamond stopped attacking, a large pillar of diamond struck his stomach, bending him over. Diamond passes by Technerg, who tries to hit him, but Izuku Diamante, I expected that. Izuku trapped his arm with diamond pillars, surrounding it as he awaited a second attack, which occurred, and he did the same, trapping the same arm, before shrinking the pillars into a submissive position. But Technerg wouldn't give up. He was about to break the pillar that held his metal arm, but Diamond leapt and cut the metal arm in midair. To restrain him, he created a third pillar that trapped his body from behind. Izuku Diamante, this is all I have, he said, pointing his diamond knife at her. The spectators shouted with excitement, supporting the new champion, but some also shouted for the fight to end. Others yelled, lose. They repeated the word over and over again. Technerg. End the fight once and for all, waiting for his death. Izuku Diamante, no. He undid his knife hand, regaining his own hand, and undid the pillars that imprisoned Technerg. I spare his life, something the stadium didn't expect. The transformation time ends and Izuku regains his human form, and then they are teleported back to the cell with the rest. In the cells, after the fight, everything seemed normal. Food reappeared from the ceiling and everyone was eating. When Technerg appeared, everyone knelt down, but he had a plate in his hand and gave it to Izuku. Technerg. The champion eats first. Izuku. You don't have to do this. Technerg. You spared my life and now it belongs to you. Izuku. You don't have to do that. Besides, I have to return to my planet if I want to see Ochaco in his mind or see my planet again. Technerg. She's your female. Izuku. She gets embarrassed, something like that. Technerg. I'm afraid you won't see him again. No one can escape. We've each tried, but we can't escape from here. Izuku. Each one, but not together. I had a plan. This is what we'll do. A few minutes later, after the plan was gradually shared, they got to work. Izuku. In his mind, I don't have to waste time. He checks the time on his phone, hiding it from the guards. The clock showed that it was 10 minutes past her appointment time. Ochaco. The brunette was worried. She kept looking at her phone's clock, wondering where the green-haired boy was. Her excited face turned to one of concern, and she stopped fidgeting with her feet. She was sending messages to the green-haired boy, but they weren't going through. With Izuku, the green-haired man was sitting on the wall near a guard. He gave a signal that Technerg understood, and he discreetly alerted the others. One of the aliens, who still had food, walked over and threw it at Technerg. He stood up angrily. An argument quickly broke out. The other gladiators tried to hold them back so the guards wouldn't intervene, but they went anyway. They were so focused on the argument that they didn't notice the green-haired man transforming. The gladiators struggled to stop the fight, and then the devices that were delivering shocks to them detached. Technerg. We are free. The fake fight ended and they began destroying the robot guards, until only one remained near the door, but gray matter was emanating from it. Izuku Materia agree, let's hurry up. They made their way through. Izuku went in search of the ship's controls, while the rest looked for the escape pods. Izuku reached the control room, but it was just an empty room. Izuku Materia agree, Slicks said he controlled everything from here. I must find the control console. He went inside controlling the guard robot. But holograms of Slicks appear and several guards. Slicks. What I said was that with these hands I control everything, I see everything, I am everything. Izuku Materia agree, because soon you won't even be able to move them. Slicks. You're just a foolish human, but don't worry, your death won't be the opening event, it will be theirs. A hologram appears showing the stadium where the gladiators appeared teleported by the red light, but the stadium floor began to open up, revealing extremely savage and dangerous alien creatures. Guards appear and corner them, slowly pushing them to the edge. Izuku Materia agree, if I allow it. The Omnitrix began to beep in a desperate attempt to control the robot, which then rammed Slicks. Both went flying and crashed into the stadium. At that moment, the Omnitrix transformed back, still holding Slicks. Izuku. This will hurt. Slicks's body absorbs the entire impact. Izuku is sent flying by the rebound. Izuku. It will hurt tomorrow. Slicks. There is no tomorrow for you. He stood up, but he seemed damaged. Electricity was emanating from his body. He was talking about losing control. The robot guards also started malfunctioning and falling damaged. Technerd, seeing Slicks down and defenseless, decided to attack him. Izuku was noticing something. The robots, the gates, were malfunctioning when Slicks lost control. Izuku. Wait, don't kill him. Technerd. But he kidnapped us. Izuku. But we still need him. Take off those clothes. Technerd obeyed, showing that he is a robot with intelligence. Now it makes sense, he is the control console. Loudspeaker. Preparing for space jump. Technerd. We have to escape or we'll travel to another galaxy. Slicks. No escape failing. Izuku. There is one, but I need a few minutes, we have to find a way to escape. Technerd. The escape pods are our only way out. The Omnitrix recharged, faster than expected. Izuku selects the alien and transforms. Slicks. A galvanized mechamorph. Izuku Ultra T. Yes, that's me. He takes control of Slicks's body, then goes to a control platform. Izuku Ultra T. And now, how does this work? I was trying to figure out how to get them to the escape pods, but Slicks started to regain control, causing part of Ultra T to separate. Slicks. He doesn't have enough control to manipulate me. Izuku Ultra T. You talk too much. A little help, he said, looking at Technerd, who hit Slicks's head, causing him to fail again and Izuku to regain control. That's better. I press a button and automatically everyone is teleported to the escape pods, which were locked. There was a special lock, whose key Izuku deduced, causing tentacles to emerge from Slicks's body and open the locks. Izuku Ultra T. Now everyone go to the capsule that is heading to your planets. Without hesitation, the gladiators climb into their capsules and they begin the journey back to their planets. Technerd. I will go with you, my life belongs to you. Izuku Ultra T. I'll give it back to you. Technerd. It's not that easy. Izuku Ultra T. Even if it were, it's your life. If you go to my world, you won't have the life of a gladiator, and I suppose you know nothing but the Colosseum. Technerd says nothing since it was true. This is your place without a doubt, but not mine. Your help is enough for you to recover your life. The Omnitrix beeps and Izuku separates from Slicks, returning to his human form. When Izuku becomes human again, Slicks attacks him. Slicks. Nobody controls me and gets away unscathed. Technerd grabs him by the head and squeezes until he's destroyed. Izuku. Thank you, Technerd. Go to the capsule and go with your mate. Izuku enters it so that you have strong offspring. Izuku. Wait, that. The capsule is launched to Earth and the spacecraft makes the space jump to the next galaxy. On Earth, it was almost an hour past the hour, and Ochaco seemed to have lost her spirits. Uraraka. I stood her up. Inko. Pissed, I call the attention of the older chestnut tree. Uraraka. Inko-san, what happened? I couldn't see. Izuku. What happened? Inko. A villain attacked the station and there was chaos. I separated from Izuku. In his mind it's better than telling him he was abducted by aliens. Outside I walked here. Uraraka. What about Izuku? You left him alone. Inko. He knows how to get here on foot, and he's smart. He'll get here. Besides, I don't think he wants to leave Ochaco stranded in his mind. Please Izuku. Uraraka. I hope so because I think that's what she thinks. They looked at the chestnut-haired girl, dejected and with a sad face, staring at the ground without paying attention. Izuku. Why are you sad? Ochaco. I heard the boy's voice. I hadn't realized it was Izuku and simply replied, a very special friend of mine, won't be coming. Izuku. Confused. You invited someone else. He looked around. Ochaco. Only him. I don't want to be with anyone else. She looks up and sees the freckled boy. Ochaco, upon seeing him, was embarrassed by what she said, but the green-haired boy didn't know it was him. Ochaco. Deku-kun. Izuku. Sorry I'm late. I had a problem. A villain attacked the station and I got separated, but I'm here now. Smiles. Ochaco hugs him. She thought he had left her, but the reality was different. Ochaco. That doesn't matter anymore. She regained her joy. Let's have fun if. Izuku. And they went to play while several streets away there was a commotion. Something had landed in the middle of the street, destroying and raising so much dust that it was impossible to see anything, only the column of smoke that rose even to the clouds. Time skip. The green-haired and brown-haired children had already arrived home after a long day of playing between Izuku and Ochaco. Upon arriving, the first thing they heard was the news. Inko was curious about what had happened in the streets, since they had blocked the way. News. This afternoon an object fell from space into the middle of our streets. Nobody knows what it was, just a pile of molten metal. The images showed the capsule, which appeared to be melting from the inside. News. Sources say it's a satellite off course. So far no one has claimed responsibility for the satellite, which is the most logical explanation since alien enthusiasts believe it's an alien capsule, and even leaked a video of the incident. They showed the video of the capsule falling. The whole place fills with dust, but then something explodes and the place lights up for a few moments. Among the clouds of smoke, the light of a flame began to move until it disappeared, and then a red flash. News. I think they should stop watching so much science fiction, he said mockingly. Inko lowered the volume. Inko. Izuku, anything to say? Izuku. They're not crazy, he began, recounting what happened with the gladiators, omitting some details, and how he had to escape in a capsule before traveling to another galaxy. And I didn't want the capsule to be used for weapons like the robots, so I used fire and melted it from the inside. Inko. You did the right thing, and I'm glad you're home safe. Hugs him. Meanwhile, on another planet, they weren't so lucky. Vilgax. That world where Vilgax went to test his enhancements, little by little began to fall under his power. Even the best of its warriors on the planet lost to Vilgax's strength. Vilgax. Vilgax, before the intergalactic law, declare this planet as mine. Everything around him was completely destroyed. A devastating war had turned the planet's cities into rubble, its skies dark with smoke from burning buildings, and those same smoky skies were illuminated with an orange hue from the flames of those buildings. Vilgax returns to his ship. Vilgax. We will go to the next planet once we have completely claimed this one. His robotic lackeys congratulated him, but Vilgax didn't seem pleased. Vilgax. They need to perfect these bionic amplifiers. Robot. I will make the adjustments based on the observations of the conquest. Vilgax. Once perfected, the Omnitrix will be mine. On Earth, street repairs began the next day. The fire-melted capsule was taken to the scrapyard since no one claimed it, and melting it down was impossible for the recyclers because they all possessed fire quirks, making them perfect for the job. But nothing could be done, so they decided to dispose of the metal in the only known place. The beach garbage dump. In that same place, Izuku was improving his control over his aliens' abilities, thinking about how to better utilize their capabilities and potential. While he was doing that, something else was happening in the forest. At a nearby camp. This camp was located near the landing site of the planet-eating insect. Reconstruction and forest cleanup work was underway to remove the remains of the alien insect. Worker. This is impossible to clean. With picks and mallets he tried to strike a large piece of the insect's carapace, but nothing hurt it. Worker 2. You said it, and this slimy stuff smells so bad, but it's very acidic, the rock melts in the blink of an eye and our tools fall apart. Worker 3. When will they bring something to eliminate this? Worker. According to the research department, they are working to neutralize this substance to reduce its corrosiveness, but there are rumors that they can't even perform the necessary analyses. So much so that they requested Island's intervention, as only this plate is capable of withstanding corrosion. Worker. At this rate, it will take us a whole year to clean the place. Worker 2. Until then, let's continue with the rebuilding. My son wants to be at this camp next year. As they retreated, not far from the camp there was a huge hole resulting from the aliens' remains, and at the bottom a large piece of the shell contained the aliens' entrails, but these were developing an alien fungus that was growing rapidly. Time skip. While the mysterious fungus grew from the remains of the planet-eating insect, Izuku continued helping people with their aliens, and every time he encountered All Might or Toshinori, unaware that they were the same person, they gave him advice, but more than advice, it seemed they wanted to guide him towards a goal. All Might. Kid, I think you're too dependent on that watch. Izuku. From the Omnitrix, maybe you're right All Might, but it wouldn't be the same for those with quirks. All Might. Izuku. How can I put it? Everyone uses their quirk every day. Without them, what would we be? Even heroes. Are you? Without your great strength, you might be like me. All Might. Hey kid, he thought to himself, he's right. How do I fix this? Cough cough. Well, you see, what I mean is that it depends on your ability to transform. It would be good if you exercised and prepared your body. Izuku. Prepare my body. All Might. Yes, you won't know when you'll have to rely on your human strength, just like heroes. Not all of us have powerful quirks, and we train or learn a fighting style so we don't always depend on our quirk. Izuku. I see. It was a brief moment of rest and advice from All Might for the freckled boy, as duty called them both. A few months later, the hot season had arrived, as had the rainy season. TV. Good morning Musudafu, today will be a very hot day, possibly the hottest on record, take precautions and stay hydrated. But while the weather report and recommendations were being given, an accident occurred minutes before classes. A large hole had formed in the ground that had swallowed cars with passengers, but this hole was quickly flooding with the drinking water network. The heroes worked quickly, but the level rose faster than they could, until something submerged in the water and then poked its head out. Izuku, Whatifdeku, I'll take care of it, you guys receive them. He dives in. Heroine. We'll listen to that security guard. Hero. Apparently, his quirk allows him to be underwater, we have no choice. Without warning, the people who were underwater shot out, and the heroes reacted with surprise, then caught them in midair one by one, until the last person, and then Aquatic emerged from the hole to check that everyone was okay. Izuku, Whatifdeku, this dip did me good. The sun was intense. Even if you looked at the sky you had to cover your eyes because of how bright it was. Izuku, Whatifdeku, alright guys, let's do this another day, this fish doesn't want to get fried in the sun. He was about to leave, but the heroes wanted to stop him for being a vigilante. Izuku's time was limited, he couldn't waste it, until. All Might. I'm here now. Heroes, Whatifdeku. All Might. All Might. I see you did an excellent job. Everyone paid attention to the blonde boy. Izuku saw one of the blonde boy's discreet hand signals indicating that he should leave, so he took advantage of the moment and left. All Might, watching for Izuku to leave, saw in the distance the red flash indicating that Izuku had to transform, and then he left to go to school. Izuku. That was close, said the green-haired boy, walking towards his school, but making momentary stops to move his itchy foot. Time skip. Teacher. Good class, after a year since the last camp incident. Izuku remembered that camp and couldn't believe that a year had already passed with the Omnitrix. Teacher. We're going to a sports camp. Some students were happy, while others huffed in disappointment that it was a sports camp and not like the previous ones. Teacher. This camp suffered some damage after the meteorite impact. After cleaning and reconstruction work, it has reopened and we have been invited to its reopening. Izuku. In his mind that camp was affected by the insect's explosion like planets. He remembered how with Cannonbolt he caused fatal damage to the insect's interior, making it explode and its remains scattered. Well, I don't think anything alien will happen in this camp. He moved his feet because of itching. She started showing excitement about the camp. She wanted to tell Ochaco about it. After classes, before heading home, Izuku wanted to spend some time being a hero before studying and telling Ochaco about the upcoming camp. But before he could move and be a hero, he stopped at the edge of a construction site to sit down and take off his sneakers so he could scratch his feet. Izuku. Why does it itch so much? All Might. We meet again, kid. Izuku turned around and All Might saw the green-haired boy scratching his feet. All Might. I see the problem. Wait a moment. He leaves for a few minutes and returns here. Put this on. He hands her a container of talcum powder. Izuku. Athlete's foot powder. She read the product label. All Might. But not just any powder, it's the best of all, talcum powder plus ultra, it eliminates all fungi. She struck a commercial pose. Izuku, being a big fan of All Might, was excited. He had seen the promotional commercial where All Might filmed. All Might. And it's no lie, Kid, I always use it, and going anywhere means our feet get sweaty even more in this hot and rainy season, especially since you wear black clothes during the day. Izuku. I never thought such a hot day would come, much less get athlete's foot. I take his shoe to start using the talcum powder, applying it directly to his feet. All Might. Don't worry, it kills all the fungi. Izuku. Thank you, All Might. You need to be more careful with your transformations. If someone sees you, you'll definitely be in trouble. Izuku. I'll be more careful, All Might. He puts on his sneakers. All Might. Even so, I have to congratulate you, not only for saving those people, but for how long you've been doing this. Your first transformation was at the camp a year ago. Not just anyone could handle this job, much less a kid. Izuku. 11 years old. All Might. That's it, you're amazing, kid. Izuku. Thank you, All Might. All Might. Keep it up. All Might retreats, to continue making the most of the little time he has left as a hero, while Izuku relieves his itching. Time skip. It was night and the green-haired boy was in his room talking on the phone with the brunette, until late. Ochaco. So you'll go camping when curious. Izuku. Within a few days, they had already notified my mother. She was falling asleep from exhaustion, both of them displaying completely different energies. Izuku. And gave her consent without telling me. Flashback. Inko. I already signed the permission slip for you to go to that camp and disconnect from being a hero. You'd survive a few days without using the Omnitrix. He didn't even give Izuku a chance to answer. Findel flashback. Ochaco. To which camp will you go? Izuku. I'm not sure, they just said they were going to open their new location. Ochaco. I'm envious of your school. Mine spoke with the parents and they agreed to suspend all extracurricular activities. I wish I were at yours. Izuku. That sounds great. Half asleep from exhaustion, especially if I'm with you. He fell asleep and his phone fell onto the bed. Ochaco, on the other end of the call, was embarrassed. Ochaco. Oh look at the time, I have to go to sleep. She hung up unexpectedly. Without even knowing that Izuku had already fallen asleep, Ochaco was so restless that she would have trouble sleeping. Camping day. Izuku's elementary school buses were on their way to the sports camp, but the weather didn't seem to be on their side. It started to rain halfway there. Conductor. With this rain, you can't see anything. Teacher. Please be careful, we don't want anything bad to happen. The whole class seemed engrossed in their video devices or talking to them. Others seemed bored and desperate to arrive. But Izuku, who was in the front seats, was just watching the weather as raindrops fell through the forest and lightning illuminated the sky. Teacher. There will be a bus stop near here. Conductor. Not until the camp. They continued on their way until a boy in uniform suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. The driver braked instantly, but the tires skidded, so the bus swerved sideways for a few moments, and the students inside screamed in fear from the sudden braking and tilting of the bus, which stopped just centimeters before hitting the boy. Teacher. Where did that child come from? The driver opens the door and the teacher orders no one to get out. Both adults get out and help the child. Children. Run, run, they're coming, she said, then fainted. The adults didn't understand, so they took him inside the bus and took a closer look at the uniform. Teacher. It's from the camps. Conductor. But what's it doing so far away? Teacher. He must have gotten lost in the storm. But what doesn't make sense is what he said. Receives a group call from the other teachers. Izuku, can you take care of him? Izuku. And the professor answered the call. Teacher 2. Because we stop. Professor 10. Everything's fine right there. Teacher. Yes, a child from the camp got lost in the storm. We almost ran him over. He's on my bus. We'll take him with us back to camp. The driver started the bus. As the engine began, a creaking sound was heard from the mountain. Everyone looked out the windows and saw a landslide. Conductor. Hold on. Floor to the floor and everyone falls into their seats. The bus accelerates while the others back away, avoiding the landslide. Teacher. They are doing well. Students. If. Conductor. We were lucky. He looked in his mirrors and saw the road was blocked. Teacher. We can't go back and the others can go forward. I look at the boy from the camp. Let's follow the camp. They must be looking for this boy. Conductor. Insurance. Teacher. For now, we can't do anything for the others. With that, I'm notifying you, and the bus continued on its way. The rain didn't seem to let up. The dark clouds made it seem like night. When they arrived at the place, there didn't seem to be anyone there. The lights were off in all the huts. Conductor. There's nobody here, he said doubtfully. Teacher. The rain must have cut the power. Children, take your things and go to that hut. They obeyed. The children took refuge in the hut with their belongings, as did the adults with the child from the camp they had almost run over, but upon entering, everything was silent and in disarray. Teacher. Because there's nobody here, someone go to the other huts. Some children ran out in the rain to check, and when they returned they said there was no one there. Conductor. They probably evacuated because of the storm. Teacher. But why would they leave? Then they heard noises from the kitchen, and the adults went to check. Child. What's happening? Izuku. The storm must have been strong enough to force them to evacuate. Girl. But why would they do that? Izuku. Because of landslides, like the one on the road, but still something doesn't feel right. I looked at the unconscious boy at the camp, remembering the words the adults said I had mentioned. Teacher. It seems he wasn't the only one. The professor and driver returned with some brothers, twins who had been hiding. Teacher. Apparently something is happening at this camp, so everyone is fleeing. Izuku. What's happening, sensei? Teacher. We don't know, we have to go. Conductor. There's a turnaround a few kilometers away, it goes around the mountain on the other side. We have to get him out and take the child to the doctor. It sounded like the rain stopped, but the sky was still dark with clouds. So everyone went to the bus, but when the driver tried to start the bus, it wouldn't start. When he got out to check what was wrong, the engine was covered in fungus, which prevented it from starting. Conductor. We're held up until the heroes arrive. They returned to the cabin, but this time they went to the dormitories, since they didn't know how long they would be there. Everyone formed groups. Izuku sat on a bed and started to feel itchy feet again, so he took out his special talcum powder, but the curious twin looked at Izuku. Twin. Athlete's foot. Twin. We all have activities here. Izuku. Although it is very annoying. Teacher. Kids, stay here, we'll go see what we can find for food. The adults went in search of food, while the children chatted, but Izuku was the only one suspicious. Izuku. Hey, what happened here? He asked the twins. Twin. We don't know. Suddenly everyone started screaming and running. Twin. We heard something strange outside, like an animal, and we hid in the kitchen. Izuku. There must be something out there. At that moment, the boy who was almost run over suddenly and violently wakes up, frightening everyone. Gilbert. They're coming, I shout. Izuku. Hey, everything's fine. Gilbert. No, it's not, we have to leave here. Then the shouts of the adults are heard. Extra. What was that? Izuku. That was the voice of the professor and the driver. The green-haired boy was about to check, but Gilbert stopped him. Gilbert. Don't go, or they'll catch you. The way he said and expressed himself frightened the rest of Izuku's classmates. Izuku. Listen, if what you're saying is true, we can't leave without the adults. They're the only ones who know how to use the bus. Extra 2. What will you do, Midoriya? Izuku. Follow my instinct. They didn't understand what the green-haired boy meant. He simply stepped outside and a green light illuminated the area. After his transformation, he went in search of the two adults. His beastly sense of smell guided him to a place of excavation and cleaning where giant mushrooms, never before seen on Earth, were growing. But his sense of smell told him he was in that hole that led to an underground cave. As he went down he only heard the cries for help from the adults. Teacher, driver. Help us. Root-like vines dragged them further into the cave. The branches attacked Izuku, the beast trying to grab him and drag him to the adults, but its sharp claws and teeth tore and cut the vines with ease. Once free, he went to the nearest adult, the professor, who freed him. Teacher. Thank you, he acknowledged, referring to the beast from the rescue missions. Izuku tried to rescue the driver, but more vines emerged from the ground, trying to ensnare him. When he turned over some live mushrooms, they began to walk, baring their teeth to devour him. With no other option, he had to return alone with the professor. He passed through the middle of the mutant mushrooms, some of which were shattered by the impact. With the professor on his back, he climbed the hole to the top. The mushrooms followed him to the outside. He was about to escape when the Omnitrix began to blink. Teacher. That can't be good, right? He transforms back and the red light envelops them both, who fall to the ground. Teacher. What happened? He saw the red light take the form of a human and then disappear, revealing Izuku, Midoriya. Izuku. Hello. But they heard the mushrooms approaching. The green-haired boy looked for options, and one of them was the machinery. Izuku. There, I pointed to the machine. So Izuku and his teacher climbed on, but the adult didn't understand why they were there instead of fleeing. Teacher. Midoriya, we have to run, not hide. Izuku. How to turn it on? I took the key and turned it, starting the machinery, and with the levers I started moving forward, running over the mutant mushrooms. Then I put it in reverse and without changing direction they went deeper into the forest until they came across trees and had to walk. Teacher. Midoriya, what's going on? You're not supposed to have a quirk, how come? Izuku. Now is not the time for that. I have to take him to the others and look after them while I go get the driver. Teacher. Midoriya, you're not a hero, just a child. We have to wait. Izuku. If we wait, the driver won't be so lucky. Besides, if we hide, those things will come. For now, I have to protect everyone, whether they like it or not. I'm the only one who can do it. A mature attitude was something the teacher didn't expect, much less that Izuku would object as if he were the child and Izuku the adult. Without saying a word, he followed the green-haired boy who led him to the cabin. Students. Sensei, they said in unison. Izuku. We have to go somewhere else, there are extra mutant fungi that want to eat us. Izuku. Yes, like Gilbert. I tried to tell them, but I got scared when they almost ran me over and I fainted. Extra 2. And the driver. Teacher. Izuku was the only one who could rescue me. Hearing those words was a surprise to the students. It's like killing a mushroom. Gilbert. The only way to eliminate a fungus is by destroying its mycelium. Extra 3. Miso-K. Izuku. The brain of the fungus. If these things have one must be underground to protect oneself from threats, and if they tried to take Sensei and the driver, they were taking them with the mycelium to feed on it. Gilbert. That makes sense, but how will you remove it? Izuku. I don't know, burning it isn't an option, we'd be trapped. Twin. It's a shame it's not like athlete's foot. Izuku. She had an idea. It is. The powder has drying components that eliminate fungi, and a fungus needs moisture. The powder will burn it to death. You said everyone here had athlete's foot. Where do they keep the talcum powder? They went to one of the cupboards in the hut where they kept several talcum powders for athlete's foot. Izuku. That's a lot of talcum powder. Gilbert. Are you seriously going after the mycelium? It's better if we all leave. Izuku. Where to? I asked indifferently. We don't know where to go, and there's a landslide on the road. We're trapped. Like they said, our only option is to go by bus, so we have to rescue the driver and kill the mycelium while we're at it. Gilbert. But we don't know where it is. Izuku. I have an idea. The hole, and if I don't hurry it could spread. The ground began to tremble and something from the ground tried to emerge, attempting to break through the wooden floor. Everyone could see the planks bending until they broke and something white emerging. Izuku. Everyone get out. They hurriedly evacuated the hut as the wood creaked and shook. As they left, a giant stem shot through from the floor to the ceiling and rose even higher above the trees. But it wasn't just that one. They were starting to sprout up everywhere. Extra. What are those? Izuku. This looks bad. Those are spores. She saw one of the athlete's foot powders, so she picked it up. We need to get away from camp as soon as possible. Everyone started to leave, guided by the teacher. Izuku stayed behind and went in another direction, deeper into the forest. Time skip. With XLR8 inside the cave where the driver was taken, without stopping, cutting his way through the vines that tried to trap him. But he was losing time. There were many paths in that deep cave, the mutant fungi. Izuku XLR8, this is the last path. But the Omnitrix ran out of time, returning to Izuku. Izuku. Great, now I'm easy food. Check that he has them all. I take his hand to one of his pockets and pull out the talcum powder. Izuku. Okay, so if every time I transform the Omnitrix saves what I'm wearing. He started walking down the last path, which was a dead-end alley, and on the wall the bus driver was immobilized and unconscious. Izuku. This will be difficult. He approached and began to break the vines by pulling on them, but the more he broke them, the more appeared and held the man. Izuku. Damn mycelium, but he felt something holding his legs. Looking down, he saw the vines wrapping around his legs, and then vines from the walls holding the green-haired boy and pinning him against the cave wall. Izuku. It takes me. He tried to free his arms, but could barely move them. After several attempts, he managed to free the arm with the Omnitrix and slowly release the other. Izuku. For God's sake, it works. He desperately tried to make the Omnitrix react the instant it recharged, but instead the Omnitrix reacted and started making a strange noise. Izuku. What's happening? And the transformation activates without Izuku doing anything. When he transformed, he saw what he had become. Wildvine. A new alien. He was thinking about how to free himself, and thorns sprouted from his body, cutting the vines that held him captive, but I like what he does. His fingertips became sharp and with a single movement he cut the vines that trapped the driver, who fell to the ground. Wildvine. Now where is the mycelium? Mycelium. They will not escape from this place. Wildvine. Who said that? Mycelium. I communicate telepathically with plants. Vines emerged from the floor and ensnared the driver. In an attempt to prevent the vines from dragging him underground, the driver was held back, but the vines caught Wildvine and dragged him into the mycelium. Wildvine. You're bigger and more horrible than I imagined, he said, looking at the mycelium. Wildvine. Please tell me you're a vegetarian. Mycelium. That doesn't matter because I will devour all life on this planet. Wildvine. I'm sorry to tell you that I won't allow it. Again, thorns emerge from its body and cut the vines, and it launches its arm which stretches out, burying itself in the ground. It retracts its arm and reaches the ceiling of the mycelium cave. When it arrives, the seeds on Wildvine's back fall and explode on contact. Wildvine. That's useful. He saw that the mycelium was trying to devour the unconscious driver, so Izuku went to the rescue, freeing the driver and putting him far away. Wildvine. This ends here. I took several of the seeds on my back that had grown back and threw them at the mycelium, damaging it, but not seriously. Seeing that I wasn't achieving anything, I tried to cut the connections, thinking that by doing so I would die and lose control over the living fungi, so I cut each connection. Mycelium. Resisting is foolish. It doesn't matter if you stop me, the thousands of spores are waiting to be released and will spread across the entire planet. Wildvine. That's what you think, but I don't believe there's a solution for everything. The Omnitrix beeps and Izuku transforms back. Izuku. And this proves nothing. Mycelium. That's enough, he said, without Izuku being able to hear him. I trap them again with the vines and pull them closer, showing my mouth ready to devour them. Izuku. I know you won't understand me, but open your mouth wide. I took the container of athlete's foot powder, and as best I could, I removed the lid so that all the powder would spread as it fell into the mouth of the mycelium. When it ate it, it began to react violently, as if it were dying and wanted to cling to life. Izuku. Yes, that thing is strong. On the surface, the class trying to escape to the road ran as if something was chasing them. In reality, living fungi were emerging from the ground, following them, and hundreds of new giant fungi were sprouting and spreading throughout the region. Teacher. Everyone run as fast as you can. They fled in fear, looking back and silently pleading for help, but suddenly the mushrooms began to dry up and fall dead, and they stopped running. With Izuku, the mycelium agonized until the very last moment, when it exploded, covering Izuku in a viscous substance, like the dissolved entrails of the mycelium. Izuku. This is more disgusting than the time I hid my head in the toilet bowl. The vine that was holding him broke and he fell into more of that viscous substance. Time skip. After the Omnitrix recharged, he left Earth with the driver and Wildvine. Wildvine. It's all over, he hesitated. I looked around and found most of the mushrooms withered, but the spores were still intact. Wildvine. So I wasn't lying. Well, at least I know how to kill them all. I grabbed the driver and, throwing my arms out, swung through the forest to the camp where I returned to my human form, and waited until the Omnitrix was available to use as an insectoid. When it was, I carried the talcum powder through the air and scattered it over all the spores, which began to dry out. Izuku insectoide, this talc is so strong that it cannot be considered safe. Time skip. The driver began to wake up, disoriented, and opened his eyes to see the destroyed camp. Izuku. She is doing well. Conductor. Yes, where are we? What happened? You rescued me. Izuku. We had help, the others went towards the road, the teacher is with them, it's all over. All the mushrooms, with the dust scattered in the air, began to dry out until what remained crumbled like ashes in the air. The driver couldn't move or stand, so they waited until he could move, but the rescues arrived. Heroes and park rangers arrived at the scene, after receiving the alert from the campers before they fled. Among them was the green-haired boy's classmate. Izuku. Sigh, why can't I have a normal camp? Huffwell, in his mind this is normal for a hero. Izuku. Sigh, why can't I have a normal camp? Huffwell, in his mind this is normal for a hero. Those were the words of the green-haired boy when he saw that help had arrived after he had taken care of everything. Izuku. In his mind this will be All Might's life every time he goes out to be a hero. All on his own. It's a very heavy burden, sighs out, at least this will be the strangest thing in my life. The Omnitrix turned green again and the emblem changed, showing the first alien on the Omnitrix list, but as if it were damaged, the image changed to static, with Ghostfreak's image appearing for a single instant. After the strange fungal attack that no one believed possible, since there was no evidence of the previously described fungi, all of them had been dried out by athlete's foot powder, but there was still evidence of the fight with the fungi, so the heroes stayed to investigate while the students were sent back to their homes. Izuku's group was exhausted, so most of them fell asleep, including the freckled boy who was the most exhausted of all. Time skip. The buses arrived at the school, where parents were waiting for their children. The principal apologized, explaining that they hadn't expected this to happen, much less that their children would be in danger again. Classes were suspended the following day. Time skip. The first thing Izuku did when he got home was rest. He went to his bed and closed his eyes. He was so tired that not even the sound of his phone ringing woke him up. The number belonged to the brunette who had found out about the incident on the news. The next day, the freckled boy woke up and the first thing he checked was the time on his phone, which showed missed calls from the brunette. Izuku. Ochaco half asleep. Time skip. Ochaco. Then mutant fungi, she said, surprised by the phone. Izuku. Yes, the driver was kidnapped and I had to rescue him. Ochaco. Weren't you afraid? Izuku. Yes, I did, but I couldn't quit. Besides, I was the only one who knew how to drive the bus. After breakfast, the green-haired boy contacted the brunette and filled her in on the situation. He seemed calm. He recounted what had happened as if it were something normal for him, even though it was, but the brunette was a little worried that the freckled boy might do something crazy. Izuku. But everything turned out all right, the mushrooms died and we returned safely. But in the middle of their call, the Omnitrix emitted a deafening little noise and the phones made a screeching noise in their speakers, causing both of them to move their phones away from their ears. Izuku. What was that? I look at the Omnitrix. What's happening to you now? Ochaco. Hello, Izuku, the brunette's voice came from the phone. Izuku. I'm here, hey Ochaco, I'll call you later. Ochaco. Yeah, see you later. The call cut off. Go. Hanged up a little down about not being able to talk to him. While the brunette was somewhat downcast from how little she spoke with the freckled boy, he was looking at the Omnitrix wondering what had happened, until Inko arrived. Inko. What happened? What was that noise? Izuku. It was the Omnitrix. Inko. Something happened to him. Izuku. I don't know, and I hope it's not damaged because I don't know how to fix it. It didn't come with instructions. Inko. Let's hope it's nothing serious. The food is ready. Afterwards he went to eat, but all the time he was thinking about what had happened with the Omnitrix, putting aside the fact that he was going to call the brunette, but their conversations were becoming less and less frequent. Every time the green-haired boy was going to call the brunette or her call came through, a villain attack would occur that even the heroes couldn't solve, so he took the initiative to solve what other heroes couldn't. But Ochaco. She sighs, a little sadly, For not being able to talk to him I couldn't talk to him again. She puts her phone aside. Unable to talk to him, she turned on the television where they were broadcasting the battle between heroes and villains, but it wasn't the heroes fighting, it was Izuku's aliens. Ochaco. Those heroes from the emblem again, he began to pay attention. Every time the cast tried to talk to the green-haired one and couldn't contact him, there was always a hero of the emblem helping. That was the nickname given to the group of 12 aliens or heroes as people saw them who wore this same emblem. Time skip. From time to time, Izuku would wait on the roof of a building hoping to receive advice or praise from his idol, but when he couldn't, Toshinori would appear to talk to the boy for the same reason. Toshinori. Another tough day, kid. Izuku. It's good to stretch your legs from time to time, Toshinori-san. Toshinori. You're right, kid. Izuku. I'm about to turn 12, Toshinori-san. I'm not a child anymore. Toshinori. He laughs discreetly. You stopped being one a long time ago. When you entered the world of heroes and made such mature decisions, you can no longer be considered a child. You're a full-fledged shonen now. Izuku. He laughs. Thanks. Toshinori. All Might apologizes again. Izuku. It's not necessary. A hero as great as he should be busy. Unbeknownst to him, All Might was embarrassed, but he tried to remain serious. Toshinori. You're right, shonen. By the way, you shouldn't be hanging out with kids your own age. I don't know, maybe find a friend you can talk to. Izuku. At this point, I feel like the only friends I have who support me are you and All Might moves his legs. Toshinori. Your legs hurt. Izuku. I'm not used to running so much. Toshinori. I could ask All Might for some advice. Izuku. Really? He said excitedly. Trained by All Might. Toshinori. Actually, he would give you some exercises. Izuku. But still, it's like he's training me. Toshinori. In his mind he really is a fan of mine. Time skip. A few days later, All Might met Izuku at the building and gave him some exercises to improve his stamina and agility. Since then, the freckled boy has been following the routine to the letter, which consumed even more time, so he only answered a few calls from the brunette. Ochaco. The brunette, unable to talk much with her green-haired friend, felt bored and left out. It was then that she found videos on her phone discussing the heroes of the crest. Many were analyses of their abilities and capabilities. Others were more conspiratorial, suggesting that the evolution of quirks would eradicate the human race, causing them to lose their natural form, beginning to take a racist stance towards mutation quirks, while those who possessed these mutation quirks felt inspired by the heroes of the crest. But what caught the brunette's attention the most was Ochaco. The heroes of the emblem, or aliens. Her memory began to connect the events of the alien robot attacks, how they were the only ones who could easily destroy them, which led her to investigate further. Several months later, the final exam season arrived, marking the end of elementary school and the transition to middle school. One more school level before reaching high school and then becoming heroes. This topic was of interest to both of them. Ochaco. And which high school are you planning to go to? My parents want me to go to one near home, but they also gave me the option to choose. This option was created so that Ochaco could ask the green-haired boy and go to the same high school. Izuku. I'm still not sure. Any high school is fine, but I think I'd go to one really close to home. He was doing the exercises All Might gave him. Ochaco. And what schools are near your house? Trying to get information. Izuku. The truth is, he didn't pay attention to that subject, so he only knew about his own school. I don't know, embarrassed. Inko. Izuku Akomer. Izuku. I'm going to eat, we'll talk later. Ochaco. And, after hanging up the call, Ochaco lay down. Next to her was a notebook and pencil to write the school's name, but it didn't happen. A few minutes later, Ochaco received a notification of an attack, so she connected to the broadcast to see if any of the crest heroes were present. Time skip. After several people believed the heroes of the emblem were aliens, they began to suspect distant planets or stars as the source of these aliens, which also caught Ochaco's attention, and she gradually began to pay more attention to it than to his appearance. Meanwhile, as the green-haired boy exercised, fatigue began to accumulate, opening the door to something ghostly, causing the Omnitrix to emit loud sounds and the green-haired boy to hear very low voices. Time skip. He finished elementary school and now it was middle school. With this also more clubs at the brunette's school. The green-haired boy had a simple middle school which helped him to be an alien hero, but it was at Ochaco's school where she found an alien club, where its main theme was the heroes of the emblem. With that, they stopped speaking to each other. Time skip. In the morning, Izuku's alarm clock started ringing, but not the usual sound. It was like a ghostly voice demanding something of him. Alarm clock. Let me out, let me out. The same phrase was repeated several times. The freckled boy, grimacing as if he were waking up and fed up with hearing the voice, covered his ears with the pillow. Alarm clock. Let me out, shouting. Izuku. Shut your mouth. Inko. Izuku. It was with his mother's voice that the alarm clock sounded back to normal, and the green-haired boy got out of bed, confused. Inko. Everything's fine, your alarm clock has been ringing for a few minutes now. The green-haired boy looks at the ringing alarm clock and turns it off in confusion. Izuku. You didn't hear a voice. Inko. Voice? No, when I got here I was yelling at the alarm clock to shut its mouth. Everything's fine, son. Izuku. I think so. Inko. You've been pushing yourself too hard with the Omnitrix lately. I've noticed you're more tired, maybe that's starting to affect you. Izuku. You're right, I don't think I'll use the Omnitrix for a while. I felt tired and mentally exhausted. Inko left and the freckled boy's first action was to turn off his computer to avoid receiving notifications of villain attacks. Time skip. For a week, Izuku stopped his hero activities, but even with all the rest he had, he still felt mental fatigue, the alarm clock demanding he go out. But not only that, he walked through the streets towards school, but in those dark alleys he saw a one-eyed silhouette that disappeared in the blink of an eye. The high-pitched sounds and squeaks were a headache for the freckled boy, and his dreams were becoming more and more real than the last. In the dream, Izuku was at a camp, the camp where he found the Omnitrix. Izuku. Wow, the camp looks like it did before the robots attacked. He walked. But she saw the students from her old class with Bakugo, as well as students from other schools. It was as if she had returned to that day. Out of fear, she checked her wrist and the Omnitrix was still there, bringing a sigh of relief to her, but then she heard girls screaming for help. Little girl. Sensei Ochaco fell silent and is in a tree about to fall into the ravine. Upon hearing that, Izuku runs in the direction they came from. Izuku. Ochaco. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw the chestnut-haired woman clinging to the tree trunk. She was holding on for dear life. Without wasting any time, Izuku transformed. With beastly claws he went down to the tree that grew from the walls of the ravine. Izuku, best, don't worry Ochaco, I'm here now. I'll take you to a safe place. The chestnut-haired woman neither responded nor looked at him, until the voice that came from the chestnut-haired woman was not her own. Ochaco, ghostly, I don't want to know. I want to get out. When she turned her face she had a black mark and a single eye of a very light purple color. The trunk changed, forming a white hand that absorbed the chestnut. The beast retreated to the wall of the ravine, but it changed shape, turning into a light gray with black cracks and a single eye. Izuku, best, leave me alone. Ghostly. You can't escape me, always my hero, what a waste of potential. You want to be useful. He catches the beast in his hand, get me out, then he drops him. The beast fell and in a red light transformed into Izuku, who hit the floor of his room, waking from a nightmare. Startled, he stood up and alert. Izuku. A dream, a nightmare, he relaxed. Inko. Izuku, you'll be late if you keep sleeping. She yelled from the kitchen. I checked the time and the green-haired boy turned pale and dressed as quickly as he could, to go have breakfast and then run to school. Inko. Sighs, he always falls asleep. It wasn't like this when he and Ochaco used to meet. I wonder how she is. TV. Last night, the villains known as the Circus freaks escaped from prison. Despite anti-quirk measures, they managed to use their powers and escape. In class. It was chemistry class. Izuku was somewhat tired, but mostly pensive because of the nightmare with Ghostfreak and Ochaco. He hadn't thought about her in a while, much less spoken to her. Teacher. All right guys, we're about to finish your first year of high school and we have the farewell festival for the juniors, to which everyone is invited. What has you excited, isn't it? Everyone was excited to participate. Teacher. But unfortunately, They'll be in class while the third years and the clubs take care of things, but it's not all bad. Luckily for them, they allowed us to do this experiment. I take out a glass jar with a magnesium rock. This, guys, is magnesium, a chemical element that's very flammable with oxygen, but it's protected by a layer of white oxide. It's advisable not to get it wet or it will explode and produce a white flame. For this we use these. I take out another jar with magnesium flakes. Teacher, we can use this, I said, taking a small sheet of metal with tweezers. Put on your glasses because this shines almost like the sun. All the students obeyed, and then I held it close to the fire and lit a white flame. If you looked at this with your eyes, it would hurt you a little. Student, Professor, what would happen if you lit one of those rocks? Teacher, well, a bright flash and maybe an explosion, but we don't want that. Izuku was taking notes on what the teacher was saying, but the ghostly voice sounded again. Ghostly. Let me out. Izuku turned around and saw his classmate's face with the ghostly eye, which frightened him and made him back away, but when he took off his glasses he had returned to normal. Teacher. Midoriya, everything is all right. Izuku. Yes, confused. Teacher. If you feel unwell, go to the nurse's office, you haven't looked healthy lately. Izuku. Yes, I think I'll go to the infirmary. She took off her glasses and went out into the hallway to walk to the infirmary. Teacher. Oh, I almost forgot, the lab door is damaged so it won't close, so I'll be the last one out. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy walked through the corridors with the feeling that someone was watching him, but in the barely perceptible reflection of the window, he saw a ghost demanding to leave. Izuku glanced at him and didn't understand what was happening, until he reached the infirmary and the doctor examined him. Doctor. You're exhausted, that's all. I notice you have some dark circles under your eyes. Izuku. I haven't been able to sleep lately and I hear voices. Doctor. Lack of sleep makes us hallucinate, that may be what's happening. Then the door opens and some students enter. Mindfulness. Sensei, can you come? Some of the boys hurt themselves carrying some boxes. Doctor. I'll be right there. They leave. This little festival is leaving me with a lot of work. You can take one of the beds to rest. I'll let them know you'll be absent from your classes. Izuku. Thank you. The doctor left, leaving the freckled boy to sleep peacefully. For a few minutes he closed his eyes and slept, but again a ghostly presence haunted him, insisting on coming out, which woke him up startled. Izuku. God, why is this happening to me? She felt thirsty, so she left the infirmary and headed to one of the school's vending machines. She selected green tea, and as she picked up the can, her hand covered the kanji for green, leaving the tea, remembering a comment from Ochaco. Flashback. That was the last time they spoke on the phone. The brunette was telling him an anecdote about a tin of green tea. Ochaco. You know, my finger covered the kanji for tea and only left the green, and I remembered that your last name means green. Izuku. Oh really? Ochaco. Yes, and my name translates to tea, so if I put my name together with your last name. She started to get embarrassed from the moment the call started. Ochaco Midoriya means green tea. She was dying of embarrassment while putting on a cute smile. Izuku. Oh, he was red and embarrassed because using her last name is like they're both married. Ochaco. And that's it. Goodbye. Hangs up suddenly. I told you so. Izuku. I will never look at green tea the same way again. Findel flashback. Remembering it embarrasses him, but he missed her. Bakugo. Look who we have here, that useless Deku. Izuku. Kachin. Follow. Is this the one you told us about, boss? Bakugo. The useless one without powers, and because of him I left two without quirks. Izuku. You know that day was an accident. We didn't know there was an energy rock there and that it would explode. Bakugo. Tisk, you call the worst year of my life an accident. You know I couldn't use my quirk because of you, and I had to travel with the same useless guy. Who caused it on my vacation and with that round face. Izuku. Her name is Ochaco. Secuas2. Defending your little girlfriend, a piece of trash like you, against someone with a quirk. Bakugo. Trash. I look at an open, empty container. How about we put the trash in its place? The three surrounded the freckled boy. The henchman grabbed his arms, while Bakugo placed his hand on the freckled boy's chest. Bakugo. Going through that year had an advantage. It made a small explosion, but it was so strong that it knocked the wind out of Izuku. Bakugo. My quirk got stronger from not using it for a year, put it in the container. They threw him into the container and closed it while the freckled boy struggled to breathe because of the explosion. While the freckled boy tried to breathe, Bakugo and his henchmen left, but at the entrance of the school the circus freaks were arriving. Thumbs. Because we come to this school. Medusa. It's not obvious, this school has one solid gold sporting awards. Acid. And it's a waste for her to stay in a school. That's why we'll steal her, she'll be better off with us. They went into the school. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy caught his breath and managed to get out of the trash container. Then he picked up the can of green tea to go back to the infirmary. On his way back, he was about to pass through the trophy hall when he heard glass break. When he looked out, he saw the circus freaks. Acid. Don't you think we don't want attention, or do you want to go back to jail? Thumbs. As if children could do anything. Medusa. Let's take this and go before someone sees us. He turns down a hallway and sees Izuku tisk. Acid. A child. Thumbs. I'll crush it. The bones in his hands crack. Medusa. Can't you see he's so scared he can't even move? He took a few steps and then stopped. Wait a minute, where have I seen that hair color before? With that statement, the other two looked at the freckled boy, and he seemed familiar to them. Medusa. You were at the circus with Zombozo. Izuku. I thought they were in jail. He slowly moves his hand to his wrist to use the Omnitrix. But the sounds of students alerted him. He couldn't fight anyone nearby, they could get hurt, but that distraction was taken advantage of by the circus freaks. Medusa attacked with her hair. Izuku dodged it, but it destroyed the wall. The green-haired boy started running. Thumbs followed him along with his companions. They ran through the hallways until Izuku saw an open window and jumped through it to get out into the courtyard between the buildings, while being chased. Now in an open area, there wouldn't be as much damage, but he was an easy target. Acid attacked with his breath, dissolving the floor behind Izuku. Medusa blocked his path, but Izuku had become more agile. Izuku. In his mind then I thank All Might for those routines. Medusa. Stop moving. Izuku. Not a chance. In the distance, he spotted the school gymnasium, so he decided to take him there, moving them even further away from the buildings, while the students were being evacuated due to the attacks. As a safety precaution, luckily for Izuku, the gymnasium door was open, so he went inside. Izuku. If they followed me the wall explodes because of the circus freaks. There was a door they knew. Acid. You have nowhere left to run, child. Izuku. Seriously. They chased me all the way here just because I saw them. Am I stupid or what? Medusa. You have a very dirty mouth, kid. Izuku. Not as much as your friends. Activate the Omnitrix and turn the emblem, but what I do have is overwhelming speed. He excitedly presses the Omnitrix emblem, thrilled to be able to be a hero after a period of inactivity, but his transformation wasn't what he wanted. Izuku. Fantasy. How ghostly. I didn't want to transform. Acid. He was the one who defeated Zombozo. They started attacking him and Izuku disappeared to protect himself. The circus freaks went on alert, but Ghostly attacked from the ground, first with acid that was on a mat to smash him against the wall, and knock him out of the fight. The second to attack was Thumbs, who tried to hit Izuku in the air, but Izuku simply spun around Thumbs, making him dizzy and stagger. Then Ghost attacked, putting both hands inside his head, knocking him unconscious. Medusa. You're not just a simple brat. Izuku disappears. Medusa backs away in fear, but a plank of wood comes down from the air and hits her in the face, knocking her down, but from the ground comes Ghost's hand and grabs her head to pull her down hard. The fight ended much faster than it started. Izuku. Fantasy. Finally. Free, but she puts her hands to her head. What's happening to me? Shut up, now I'm in charge. It seemed like a struggle between personalities. But the circus freaks stand up and try to escape through the hole they made in the wall. Izuku. Fantasy. I think some people don't understand. He went to chase them. But the Omnitrix detected the anomaly in the transformation, so it started flashing red, but with a different sound, as if it were an alert instead of time running out. Izuku. Fantasy. No. I won't return. This is my body. It seemed like a struggle for control, which led them to move from one side to the other until the transformation ended and Izuku returned to normal. Izuku. What was that? Ghostly. I thought we were friends. Izuku heard the ghostly voice and turned towards its source. It's good to meet you face to face. Izuku was surprised and frightened by the moment. Izuku. This can't be you. I am you. Ghostly. I was never you. My consciousness exists even in drops of DNA. When they made the Omnitrix, I was trapped inside, but now I can be myself. The ghostly figure began to transform. Its fingers became razor sharp, tentacles with lines sprouted from its chest, and finally it took hold of its face, tearing it open to reveal an upside-down skeletal face, under the freckled boy's terrified gaze. Izuku. And I thought you were already ugly. What do you want? You're free now. Ghostly. I need the power of the Omnitrix to be whole, and I can only do that by taking your body. He approaches the freckled boy. You'll see what it feels like to be trapped inside someone else. Izuku took a step back, tripping over rubble from the wall where the phenomena had escaped, falling to the ground on a sunny day. The ghostly figure almost touched the freckled boy, but the sunlight burned it, causing it to retreat and disappear. Izuku got up, startled. Izuku. It's like vampires, it can't stand the light. Back away, stay in the sunlight. She walked away from the gym, but as she was about to enter the school building, she stopped in midair, hesitating to go in, but she couldn't shirk her school responsibilities, so she swallowed hard and went in, keeping her guard up. Time skip. She had returned to the infirmary, but kept the window open, staying in the sunlight. After a few minutes the nurse returned. Nurse. I see you're feeling better. Izuku. Yes, I just wanted to be in the sunlight for a little while. Nurse. Well, it won't last long. It's almost dusk and the bonfire will start soon. Enjoy your life as a teenager because soon you'll be asking for a week off. Izuku. Yes, he was more worried about the next few hours. In an alley far from the school, the circus freaks were hiding in an alley. Their escape had attracted a lot of attention, and the police were patrolling the area because of the report. Thumbs. Because we have to hide. Acid. Because we don't want to confront the heroes and get sent back to jail. Thumbs. But we escaped. Medusa. What happened was luck. We don't know why the quirk detectors didn't work. Ghostly. I finally found them. The ghostly voice of Phantasmatico echoed in the alley, alerting the circus freaks. Phantasmatico emerged from the ground, revealing himself before them. Acid. That brat followed us. Ghostly. I am not that child, and from now on you are mine and you will obey what I tell you. Thumbs. And if not, I'll confront him to fight. Ghostly. I expected them to ask that question. He became intangible and entered Thumbs' body, forcing him to his knees, while his eyes changed color to black and purple and cracks appeared around the skin of his eyes. Thumbs. What's happening to me? He said with difficulty. His body began to float and crash all over the alley until Thumbs was completely knocked out, before leaving his body and confronting the other freaks. Ghostly. Any other questions? Acid and Medusa looked at each other for a few seconds, then at Ghostly, simply saying. Acid. What does he want us to do? At school, the last rays of sunset could already be seen from the infirmary. With that, Izuku knew what would happen next. He looked down at the school's backyard where the bonfire had been finished and was about to be lit. Izuku. Sighs. I don't think I'll make it to dawn. If I do, I'll have to go all out against Ghostly. She leaves the infirmary and walks through the empty corridors, which gave her a chill of distrust, until she reaches the maintenance workshop. Izuku. If only I had a way to have sunlight during the day. As I passed by the door, I saw several electronic components inside, or to make it. Enters the warehouse and only a green light appears. Minutes later, the sunlight disappeared, leaving only the school lights and the bonfire in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Izuku hid some artifacts and put one in his pants. Izuku. One shot each, that should be enough, at least until I figure out how to beat Ghostfreak. I was going to go up to the rooftop where I wouldn't put anyone at school in danger, but before I got there I heard the ghostly voice inside Thumb's body. Thumbs. Ghostly, you were already leaving without saying goodbye to me. Izuku. Ghostly. I pull out the small improvised light gun and fire at Thumbs. The beam of light was intense, even illuminating his surroundings, but when it hit his thumbs it did nothing. it was just a very powerful lamp that burned out. With this, the freckled boy was surprised that it couldn't hurt Ghostfreak like the sunlight had. Thumbs, Ghostly, your little light is useless as long as I possess a living body. Izuku. In her mind it's like sunscreen. He couldn't face him like that, he had to make him leave Thumb's body, but there were still the other two circus freaks he could use. Besides the students at the campfire, he had to face them, but also prevent him from possessing him. He had to escape from there, so he took a step back. Thumbs, Ghostly, don't even think about escaping, Izuku, because I have the advantage here. You can't abandon the students of this school, can you? Hero. The only disadvantage of heroes is their sense of duty. Izuku. Then I'll defeat you here before anyone gets hurt. Activates the Omnitrix. Thumbs, Ghostly, the Omnitrix won't protect you from me. Izuku. We'll see. Izuku selects 4 arms and presses the emblem. Izuku, 4 Brazos. Until then, the corridors are off limits. Thumbs, Ghostly, not for long. He left Thumb's body and became invisible to possess 4 Arms' body, but in doing so they both fought, Ghost trying to enter the body and 4 Arms trying to get him off. Ghost seemed like a transparent sheet over 4 Arms, until Izuku managed to get him off. Ghostly. It seems I won't be able to possess you while you use your aliens, but that doesn't matter, time is on my side. He entered the acid body, and began to spit to attack Izuku, but Izuku fled down the hallways. The acid vomit melted the walls of the hallways and classrooms. Thumbs went after 4 Arms, but 4 Arms' red fist stopped him, knocking him down. Izuku, 4 Brazos, you can't run in the hallways. But Ghostfreak emerges and joins Medusa using his powers, controlling her hair and grabbing her 4-armed body, but it pulls her back and holds her tightly. Izuku, 4 Brazos, how about we fix that unruly hair? I tangle Medusa's hair, immobilizing her, but a ghostly figure emerges from her body and floats above her. Izuku, 4 Brazos, you finally leave. Ghostly. What good is your light gun if it burned out? Izuku, 4 Brazos, I know one of her hands was putting something away, that's why I waited until none of them could help you. I used the gun and wound the ghostly figure who escapes through the walls, while the wound steams from the contact with the light. Ghostly. That was very clever, Izuku. I expected nothing less from you, preparing the place to fight against me. The weapon burned, so Izuku, 4 Arms, dropped it while looking around, trying to predict the next attack. Ghostly. That's what we have in common, we're always planning our next move. Come on Izuku, join me, and we'll conquer this world. Izuku, 4 Brazos, being a conqueror is not in my plans. Ghostly. Don't be silly, you know better than anyone that many on this planet want that goal. The villains would be under our control. No one would dare challenge us together. A world, under your rules, a world where you're with that girl. Izuku stops upon hearing that last sentence, referring to Ochaco. Ghostly. You'll be with them for eternity. I can show you how the Omnitrix can make it real. Just join me, and you'll have everything. Izuku, 4 Brazos, I already have what I want, and I don't need eternity to be happy with it. Ghostly. How sweet, but you always let your guard down around her. By flipping his thumbs, he tackled 4 Arms, passing through multiple classrooms at once. While outside the school, the students were having fun without realizing that several classrooms began to lose light and dust was coming out of their windows from the damage that was occurring inside. Izuku, 4 Brazos, that they didn't teach you how to use the door. With his feet he stops the advance and with his hands he hits the back of his thumbs, then hits him hard and he will go through all the holes he caused until he reaches the ghost. Ghostly. Admirable, but a waste of the Omnitrix's power. Izuku, 4 Brazos, it will be a waste for you, but not for me. Both were peering out of the ends of the holes, as if they were challenging each other. Izuku, 4 Brazos, what will you do now without your lackeys? Ghostly. I won't do anything. I'll just wait. Izuku, 4 Brazos, that. The Omnitrix started beeping, which pleased Ghostfreak. Ghostly. Ah, music to my ears. Then Izuku transformed back, and Ghostly goes after Izuku who runs while being chased. Izuku. I like horror movies, but I don't like being part of it. Izuku throws himself to the ground, sliding down to a trash can he had hidden behind him. He takes another light gun and fires, hitting Ghostfreak's eye. Ghostly. My eye. When Ghostly went blind, the freckled boy took the opportunity to flee as far away as he could. Entering the first room he found open, the chemistry lab. Izuku. God, I don't think I'll make it to dawn. Upon seeing the room, he realized it was the chemistry lab, so he looked for something that might help him against Ghostly, remembering the class. Izuku. Where they stored it, it should be in a dry place. He found it on one of the shelves and put it on the table. According to the professor, this generates a light similar to sunlight, but I don't think a simple little light will harm it. Not knowing what to do, he takes several chemicals and puts them on the table, but when he put everything down, he didn't know what to do. He was nervous and scared. Izuku. Control yourself, Izuku. He breathed. In these situations, what you learn helps, but I need a smarter mind. He looked at the Omnitrix and transformed into gray matter, who mixed the chemicals to intensify the effect. By the time his transformation time was over, it had run out, returning him to normal. Izuku. Now I have to lure Ghost here and turn on the light bomb without dying and burning myself in the attempt. Super easy, I laughed fearfully. But I looked out the window and saw all the students who hadn't noticed the situation, so I took that fear and turned it into bravery. I took my phone to alert the heroes of the situation and activated the fire alarms, which gave the phone a sense of urgency to the situation. Ghostly. He was looking for the freckled boy, but when he heard the alarm he knew it was him. Very clever, Izuku, but it won't do you any good. You'll only give me more bodies to use against you. Find him. He ordered the circus freaks in a ghostly manner. They separated. By levels of the building, Izuku headed for the stairs, bumping into Thumbs. Thumbs. Brat, you're coming with me. Izuku. I don't think so. If your boss wants me to come, I don't think so. He started running in the opposite direction. Thumbs chased after him, being faster with the intention of tackling the freckled boy, but he used the Omnitrix. Izuku. Please let it be fire. With faith he activates the Omnitrix to transform randomly, but still obtaining what he needs. Izuku. Fuego, if it stops. But he is tackled by Thumbs and both of them crash through the wall into the courtyard where the bonfire was taking place. Everyone was startled by the appearance of these two. They fell and fought, but Thumbs' strength was greater than Fire's and with a punch to the chest he throws him against the bonfire, destroying it. Fire logs and an explosion of flames disperse, pushing the students away. The teachers began to evacuate the students and call the authorities, who were already on their way due to a report of a student and a possible fire at the school. When they passed by the building, that's when they heard the fire alarm. Izuku. Fuego, I didn't see that coming. I saw everyone fleeing. At least they'll be safe. I looked at Thumbs. They don't have much time left. The heroes will arrive soon and stop them. Thumbs. Then I'll beat you to death. Izuku challenged him with his hand to come and get him. That enraged him and he went to fight, but Izuku launched a fireball at him. The impact and explosion made him recoil sharply, but Izuku didn't stop there. With both hands spinning in the air from back to front, he created two wheels of fire that rammed into Thumbs and sent him flying unconscious into the school. Izuku. Fuego, one less. He runs towards the school and uses his flames to propel himself into the chemistry lab, but the ghostly voice of a spectral figure sounds. Ghostly. You have nowhere to go. Izuku. Appears amidst fire and chemicals. The other circus freaks enter through the door, surrounded by fire from the front and back. Ghostly. And time is on my side. Izuku. Fuego, it may be on your side, but not chemo. Ghostly. And what does that have to do with anything? Izuku. Fuego, I take a deep breath, then spit into the air. The fireball passed by the ghostly figure, who just laughed. Ghostly. How pathetic, even for you, Izuku. Izuku. Fuego, not for long. Izuku. Fire looked at the flasks with highly flammable chemicals of his kind. Faced with danger, the phenomena escaped, and the spittle of fire fell on the chemicals and magnesium. Izuku. Fuego, let there be light. In an explosion, the magnesium ignited, creating a highly intense white light, similar to sunlight. Being so close, the ghostly figure could not escape the blinding flash and began to disintegrate. Ghostly. No. She extends her hands to shield herself from the light, but she begins to disintegrate instantly. It disintegrated in an instant while screaming. But it didn't end there. The explosion reached the oxygen tubes, causing the laboratory and everything around it to explode. Izuku. Engulfed in the blast, was thrown into an empty trash container. Izuku, Fuego, we find ourselves again, container. Time ran out and the red light escapes from the container. The freckled boy lifts the lid and I see the fire. Izuku. I didn't see this coming. Minutes later, the firefighters and heroes arrived. The heroes stopped Medusa and Acid, who were trapped under some rubble near the explosion, as well as Thumbs, who was unconscious and burned, while the firefighters fought to extinguish the chemical fire. Time skip. After a long struggle, they managed to extinguish the flames, but dawn had already broken and all the students were still gathered in the sports courtyard, far from the fire, to give their accounts. The principal notified the parents who were waiting to take their children home, while he used a megaphone to announce the situation. Director. Due to the villain attack incident, referring to the circus freaks being transported to Tartarus, while Phantasmatico apparently ceased to exist, the school will undergo reconstruction. Because of this, students will be transferred to different high schools. Bakugo. Tisk, those damn villains, I could have defeated them without causing so much destruction. He was upset because he wanted to be the first student from this high school to attend UA, but that was over, something that really bothered the blonde boy since he wanted an origin story for his hero career, but the blonde boy wasn't the only one complaining, those complaints could be heard. Izuku. In his mind they will kill me if they find out it was my fault. Director. So go home, and I will notify you which school you will have to report to. Everyone goes with their parents. Inko hugs her son with all the fear she felt during the attack. Izuku returns the hug with the same fear he felt. When they calmed down, like many others, they left. At the Midoriya's house, when Izuku arrived, he looked tired. He hadn't slept all day. Inko. So Ghostfreak got out of the Omnitrix. Izuku. Yes, I activated the Omnitrix. He said he was trapped in the Omnitrix when it was created, but it seems he was an accidental victim. He rotated the emblem, changing the list of aliens, and Ghostfreak didn't appear. Inko. You need to rest. Izuku. And he went to his room to get some sleep, but before he could even fall asleep, the Omnitrix beeped, calling his attention, and once again, Ghostfreak returned to the transformation list. Izuku. Oh no, resigned to what happened, he deactivates the Omnitrix and goes to sleep. I wonder which high school I'll go to. In the fading light his eyes closed as he looked at the astronaut Ochaco gave him as a promise. Ochaco. He falls asleep. After defeating Ghostfreak, Izuku went to sleep, but before he could even do so, Ghostfreak's DNA returned to the Omnitrix and became one of his transformations again. Resigned, he went to sleep, but his gaze remained on the astronaut pendant, a symbol of the promise he and Ochaco had made not to forget. Izuku. Ochaco falls asleep. The green-haired boy slept for a whole day. Meanwhile, the school was planning where to send its students. With the teachers. Director. Let's get started. As the end of the year approaches, we will be holding the final exams and the third-year graduation ceremonies at a different location. Regarding transfers, the students will need to attend these schools after the end-of-year holidays to begin their second year there. They began discussing student transfers. Most schools didn't have enough space for everyone, so they decided to review each student's case to assign them to a school. Director. All right, we're done with the second-year students. Now for the first-year students. Let's start with Class A. Before they checked the first student on the list, one of the teachers spoke up to start with a specific student. Professor 1. This student, Katsuki Bakugo, has great potential to be a hero, and after the rock energy incident, his quirk was strengthened. This school has preparatory courses that will help him. Professor 2. The high school with the best prospects for heroes and a history of most of its students entering the hero course. Director. He doesn't believe that starting with this student is a sign of preference. Professor 1. Director. The future of heroes and ensuring that villains are no longer a threat. If we can help a student with potential become a hero by sending them to this school, it is our duty to achieve it. Professor 2. And why didn't the boy choose this school in the first place? Everyone gave their reasons, but they didn't know the truth about Bakugo's objective. Director. Anyway, he has a good point. Katsuki Bakugo will be transferring to that school. And they continued transferring students, until they reached Izuku's class. Director. Class 1C. Teacher 3. Director, I'd like to start with this student. Izuku Midoriya. Director. Another with preference. Teacher 3. You could say so. His grades are even higher than Katsuki Bakugo's from Class A. Both intellectually and physically, he showed extraordinary growth in just a few months. Professor 4. But his lack of a quirk makes it unsurprising. Teacher 3. Since when is more importance given to quirks than to general abilities? Professor 4. Ever since heroes existed. Teacher 3. So what's he doing being a teacher? Tell me, would you prefer a hero who studied solely to save people and catch villains to perform surgery on you, or a bright and dedicated student who specialized in medicine, or would you prefer the hero to work on your car rather than someone who does that for a living, or? Director. We understand the point, and he's right, he's the best in the school even without a quirk. He looked at Professor for any school with his intellectual and physical abilities will be fortunate, but not schools where the quirk is the most important thing for someone, for their abilities to shine. And if that's the case, I'd like to personally make the decision about which school he goes to. Time skip. Izuku stood in front of the new academy, which had a welcome sign for the first-year students. The freckled boy wore a wristband covering the Omnitrix, but he looked a little worried, because he hadn't found Bakugo at the school. At the entrance the principal was calling the new students, to take them to their respective classrooms. The first bell rang and everyone went to their classrooms. Classroom. Teacher. All right class, he addressed his students, due to the incident involving a villain attack, we decided this year to support the affected school for the sake of its students. Student. I heard that the one who stopped the villains was an emblem hero. Alumno 2. Hey, don't talk about them, or you know who won't stop asking. Out of the corner of their eye, they glanced at a brunette with somewhat messy and unruly hair, who wore glasses, who heard that comment and just lowered her head slightly. Student 3. I thought that club had already closed because of you know what. Alumno 4. Not yet, she's the last one in the club, the others changed schools. Teacher. Stop murmuring, he called to them. After a few minutes there was a knock at the door. It was the principal with the student who would be joining the classroom. The teacher came out for a moment to introduce himself to the student. Student 5. They think we have one transferred. Student 6. I think so. The teacher doesn't leave the classroom unless it's important. Alumna. Will it be a man or a woman? Alumna 2. I hope there are very few of us women. Teacher. Entered the classroom very well. We will have a new student in our class, you can come in. A green-haired boy enters the entrance. The men are depressed for not being a girl, while the girls find him cute, but when he stands next to the teacher, his height stands out a bit, at 1.66 meters tall. Chika 1. Is tall. Teacher. Please introduce yourself. Izuku. Yes, my name is Izuku Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you all. He bows. He was nervous, but with a quick glance he didn't see Bakugo and calmed down. Meanwhile, a brunette, upon seeing the freckled boy as soon as he entered the room, felt her heart beat faster. She was excited to see him again after almost 2 years of not seeing him and even hearing his voice in person. Teacher. All right Midoriya, sit in the back seat. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku walked to the seat. Everyone was looking at the tall freckled boy. The green-haired boy hadn't noticed the brunette because of her unkempt hair. Teacher. Very well, now that we are all here, let's begin the class. Minutes passed and Izuku didn't seem to mind being the new kid. In fact, he seemed to have always belonged at this school. Whenever she could, Ochaco discreetly glanced at the freckled boy who was focused on his classes. Ochaco. In her mind, I have to talk to him. I want to hear his voice calling me again. When class ended and recess began, the brunette was determined to go after him. The other students, seeing this, gathered around the freckled boy, blocking her path. Student. Hey, so your school was attacked by a villain. Izuku. Yes, the chemistry lab exploded and half the building in his mind, although that was my fault. Student. And you weren't afraid. Izuku. A little, but it doesn't compare to what I experienced in elementary school at a camp. We were attacked by robots. Alumna. Wait, you were there. Izuku just nodded. The boy's thoughts all came to the same conclusion. If he gets close to her in the club, he'll become a weirdo. Alumno 2. And what's your quirk? Izuku. Well, about that. I don't have a quirk. The students were surprised to hear that. Izuku had only expected rejection and for them to distance themselves from him, but Alumno 2. Sorry for asking, she apologized. Student 3. Now that I think about it, I remember that camp incident. They were talking about a green-haired boy without a quirk who was brave and rescued his companions. Alumno 4. I heard the same description from another camp except for the driver against a monster. They looked at the freckled boy. Izuku. They were more like mutant fungi. Alumna 2. So if you're that guy. Alumno 4. Incredible, you're even braver than us. Izuku. I wouldn't call it bravery, the driver was the only one who could get us out of there. They were getting to know the freckled boy, while Ochaco stayed outside the circle, feeling a little down, so she left the room. In the space of the student circle, the freckled boy saw one of his classmates leave, a girl with brown hair, which made him feel nostalgic. Con Ochaco. The brunette arrived at a club that investigated any strange events in the world. Aliens, ghosts, monsters, and legends, but it only had 2 members. When she entered, the other member was removing some things. Ochaco. Senpai, what are you doing? Senpai. Uraraka is over, it was fun at first, but... Ochaco. Just because they bother the club members. Senpai. Ever since those heroes on the emblem appeared, everyone thinks we're crazy. It's better to keep our private interests to ourselves. Ochaco. But you are the president. Senpai. No more, hands her the key, you're the president now. She left. She left the clubroom, which only had the alien section that was Ochaco, where the heroes of the emblem were. Ochaco. What will I do now? The club. Long before Ochaco arrived, it had problems because they were considered weird, crazy, and with the appearance of Izuku's aliens, this worsened the situation. With the arrival of the brunette to the club, and what she knew about the heroes of the crest, little by little the members disappeared in a year. Ochaco. It's my fault the club disappeared, I feel guilty. The brunette left and locked the club, but as she left she saw the freckled boy going up the stairs to the rooftop. Ochaco. I'll be able to talk to him, something good after something bad. She got excited and followed him to the rooftop. When they were just a few steps away, a green light briefly illuminated the wall opposite the door before Ochaco's eyes, but when she opened the door to the rooftop, she didn't see the freckled boy. Time skip. Recess ended and everyone was in the classroom except Izuku. Ochaco just stared at the seat wondering where he was, then looked at the door waiting for him to come in, but only the teacher entered. Teacher. Sit down. The door opens again behind him. A little late, don't you think? Izuku. Sorry, I got lost in the hallways. Teacher. You're the new guy, go sit down. He looked tired, he had run. When he sat down, only his stomach growled with hunger and he secretly ate his lunch. Every time class ended, the brunette tried to approach him, but it was in vain. The students didn't want her near the freckled boy, but the green-haired boy found this behavior very strange. In the bathroom, the freckled boy went to the bathroom where he washed his face. Izuku. What's happening to the class? I thought Kachin's bullying was intense, but it's like they want me to avoid something, it's like they want to steal a kidney from me. He left the bathroom to go back to class, but the brunette came out of the women's bathroom, looked at the freckled boy, but got nervous and looked away, but the freckled boy noticed and looked at her. Izuku. Oh, you're in my class, aren't you? I think you're the only one I haven't spoken to today. Everyone's acting really strange, don't you think? He saw the brunette who wasn't responding and was looking down, blushing intensely. Ochaco. In her mind, what's wrong with me? I wanted to talk to him and he's right in front of me, but I can't even look him in the face. I look so different. What will he think of me? I've really neglected my appearance. Izuku. Everything is fine. Just look at how he nods his head. Then she turned her body so they were facing each other while nervously playing with her fingers. Ochaco. In her mind, come on, say something outside something. Izuku. Something, oh, about the colleagues, so they're kind of weird. Ochaco. In her mind, dying of embarrassment, did you really say something to her? Izuku. Well, we have to go back or the teacher will get angry. Ochaco. In his mind, he doesn't recognize me outside, you don't recognize me. Izuku turned around, a little surprised. He was saying to himself, I know her, when, where? He looked nervous and surprised, but above all embarrassed since she recognized him. He tried to remember, looking her up and down, trying to recall something that would help him, until he saw the bracelet she was wearing, an All Might edition. Then he started to connect the dots. Izuku. In her mind she recognizes me, she has a voice that sounds familiar, her brown hair is brown, and she has a headband like the one I gave to outside Ochaco. The brunette nods. The green-haired boy became nervous, his heart raced as his freckled face turned red and he fidgeted with his hands, unsure how to respond. He didn't know whether to hug her or apologize for not recognizing her. Izuku. Oh, it's been a while. In her mind that's the best thing you can ask her. Ochaco. Yes, you've grown a lot. Izuku. Yes, and you too. I mean height, not that you've developed and grown. In his mind, what are you saying, Izuku? Outside I see you wear glasses. Ochaco. Yes, but they're not permanent. I have presbyopia and they told me to wear them for a while. Izuku. I see. He looked at her face. Ochaco couldn't hide her blush upon seeing him again. Her heart was racing, which gave her that love-struck look. The green-haired boy blushed at how that look made her look, turning red and embarrassed. Izuku. In his mind, what's with that look? He looked away, but then back at the blushing brunette. She was always so. Ochaco. In her mind, that look makes him look so. She looked at the freckled boy's blushing face. Ocha. In their minds, pretty cute. For a few minutes they just gazed at each other, blushing, their hearts beating for one another. They were captivated by each other, neither of them taking their eyes off each other, their thoughts only saying, Ocha. In their minds, very pretty, so cute. Until the bell rang. We stayed outside the whole time. They returned to the classroom where the teacher had already left. What the others found strange was that they both entered together and were blushing. The freckled boy went to his seat, moving away from her, but Ochaco wanted to spend more time with him, so she wanted to tell him a few things. Ochaco. Eta Izu. Student. Hey Midoriya, did you see this? He stepped in. Look, All Might defeated another powerful villain. She showed him the video of the fight, wanting to get Izuku's attention and distract the brunette, but it was inevitable that he couldn't stop watching it. The Ochaco of his memories and the one now were different, but they were still the same. When the brunette sat down, unable to speak to the freckled boy, she received a message on her phone. See you at the exit. Ochaco looked at the green-haired boy who had his phone in his hand, staring at her, while those around them talked to themselves because Izuku had decided to pay attention to someone better. Ochaco looked at her phone and smiled. End of classes. Ochaco waited at the exit for the freckled boy, but almost the entire school had already left and there was no sign of him. Ochaco. Deku-kun is taking his time. But an alert popped up on her phone. An emblem hero had prevented a bank robbery about 10 minutes ago. Ochaco checked the news. Izuku. Ochaco. Deku-kun, what happened? You took so long. Excited. Izuku. Yes, sorry, it took me a while to get rid of my classmates. Ochaco. That doesn't matter now, let's go. Minutes later, they chatted to catch up. Izuku. So you need the glasses. Ochaco. I spent so much time looking at my phone screen that my eyes got tired, and I have to wear glasses for a while, but I should be able to stop wearing them in a few weeks. Izuku. And that you saw so much. Ochaco. Excited to tell him. Do you remember those heroes from the camp, the circus, the lake, the park? Izuku nods. The heroes of the emblem aren't people with mutation quirks, they're aliens. Izuku. And how do you know? Ochaco. There are no registered quirks or variants with such characteristics. Their appearance is not something that goes unnoticed, and besides, no one has seen them until the camp. Ochaco spoke with emotion. For the freckled boy, it was like looking in a mirror, only she spoke of the heroes of the crest instead of All Might like him, but the conversation was interrupted by the sound of Izuku's phone. Ochaco. Oh, you mama. Izuku. Izuku's phone indicated a villain attack nearby. No, just a notification from All Might. He turned off his phone. Ochaco. I thought I was your favorite hero. Izuku. It is, but right now I have something more important. Ochaco felt so happy that her smile stretched from ear to ear. Ochaco. Oh my god, Deku-kun, what are you saying? He looked away while waving his hand, thinking I'm more important than All Might. They continued on their way until they reached Ochaco's house. Ochaco. You don't have to walk me home. Won't your mom say anything? Izuku. Don't worry, I can take public transport. Inside her backpack was her hoverboard. Besides, I can take care of myself very well. She put her arms behind her back to secure her wrist with the Omnitrix. Also, I was curious about where she lives. In her mind, besides, I've been through this area several times with XLR8 and I didn't know she lived here. Ochaco. True, I've been to your house and you haven't been to mine. In her mind, wait, did I clean my room? He accompanied the brunette to the apartment where she lived with her family. Upon opening the door, he saw 2 extra pairs of shoes. Izuku. Your parents are home. Ochaco. I thought that. P&M. Uraraka. Welcome, daughter. They went out to greet her, but saw the freckled boy behind her. Uraraka. It can't be Izuku, how much you've grown. Uraraka. Wait, you have the same uniform as Ochaco. Izuku. My school exploded and I was transferred to Ochaco's. Uraraka. I'm sorry to hear that. Izuku. I didn't. They used to bully me for not having a quirk. It's a good change. Uraraka. Do you want to pass? Izuku. His phone rings. Another villain alert. I think another day. I'm going to be late. Uraraka. You're right, Izuku. It was good to see you all. See you in class, Ochaco. Izuku walked normally towards the stairs, while his mother asked how school was. His father was about to close the door when, without him noticing, Izuku flew past on his hoverboard, still wearing his suit. Time skip. Classes passed, and Izuku and Ochaco arranged to meet at lunch, at the rooftop door where no one would bother them. Izuku always had to escape his classmates to see her, until someone saw them leaving school together. The next day, Student 1. Hey, I speak in a low voice, what's your relationship with Uraraka? Alumno 2. When, if we tried to prevent him from getting close to her, that last part annoyed the freckled boy. Izuku. So they did it on purpose, he said, annoyed. What's their problem? Student 3. The thing is, Izuku. She's my friend. I haven't seen her for years and you won't let me be with her. Student 1. We didn't know. Alumno 2. So she hasn't told you. Izuku. Tell me that. In the hallway, Izuku and his 3 classmates were watching from the corner of the hallway as a group of third-year students harassed the brunette. Izuku. How dare they? Student 1. This isn't new, it's been like this since the club opened. At first, many of us liked going because everything they researched was entertaining, but the third-year students back then considered them crazy and attacked them, even invading their club and acting like they owned it. Izuku watched as men approached the brunette and boldly put their arms around her shoulder. Alumno 2. But it didn't last long. The disciplinarians intervened and stopped bothering them, but only for a while. The second-year students followed the example of the third-year students when they left, but little by little their attacks were no longer against the club, but against its members physically. The boy, in a bold move, touched the brunette without her consent, a momentary grope, and then they walked away. But this act annoyed Izuku, and he fixed his gaze on him. Among the group that was bothering them were girls who were the last to leave and say things to him. Student 3. And now it's worse for her, since she's the only one in the club. The president. Now I glanced at Izuku, but he was no longer in the group. Izuku walked towards Ochaco, passing by the third year, staring at him intently, which he noticed, but they continued walking. Third. In her mind, what's with that look, and why did I feel threatened, as if he wasn't afraid to confront me? I arrived where the chestnut tree was, which seemed a little fearful. Izuku. Why didn't you tell me they were bothering you? Ochaco looked up and saw the freckled boy, then hugged him. Ochaco. I didn't want you to know. Izuku turned around and saw that the third years were also looking at him with mocking smiles, but he didn't care. Izuku. So you're the president, they're still accepting members. She smiles. Ochaco's fear vanished and she took Izuku inside the club. Student 1. He is dead. Alumno 2. Good, very good, dead. Student 3. Except they haven't told him. Inside the club, Izuku looked around the club. It was almost empty except for a whiteboard with all of Izuku's appearances in his alien form, under the imposed pseudonym of Emblem Heroes. Izuku. These are the heroes of the camp. Ochaco. Yes, I was researching them, just like you did with All Might, but I can't compare myself to you and your fanaticism. Izuku. In his mind I have to feel flattered or shocked by reality. Ochaco. And what do you think? I waited for her opinion. Izuku. I'm speechless. I was looking, you think they're aliens. Ochaco. Yes, nobody knew about it, there's no record of such large mutation quirks. Izuku. So this exceeds the degree of mutation of a quirk and there's no news about it. Ochaco. And not only that, this one he points to Diamond, they analyzed the crystal and there are non-existent elements. The fire one that saved you, its flame is hotter than Endeavor's quirk by dozens of times, he exaggerates. Izuku. And if he were human, he would have died because of his quirk. Ochaco showed him each of her investigations regarding Izuku's aliens, but he wasn't paying attention. What he was paying attention to was that smile, that passion, how happy she looked. Ochaco. And that's all I've researched. Izuku. I see, but I don't see the others. Ochaco. There's more. Izuku described the others and, realizing he hadn't used them in public, made a decision. In the streets, a group of villains stole a car to escape, disregarding the fact that people were crossing the streets, they were throwing themselves in front of it to avoid being run over. Villain. This will be the escape of the century. Villano too. You said it. But seeds the size of an American football are launched and explode, creating smoke, making visibility impossible. When they crossed the smoke their tires had been punctured, causing them to lose control, but vines catch the car in the air. Wildvine. Where do they think they're going? The villains were about to attack him, but Wildvine caught them with his hands and tangled them up so they couldn't escape. Then he cut off their arms, which grew back. He saw people taking pictures of him and then left, or at least that's what people thought. Izuku. I hope those photos are enough. Izuku had transformed back and climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings. All Might. I see you beat me, Shonen. The blonde boy lands on the roof. Izuku. All Might. All Might. Although I'm curious, you always leave before they take your picture, what a change. Izuku. A friend. All Might. She must be someone very special if you're doing this for her. Izuku. It is. Time skip. Time passed, and Izuku allowed Ochaco to take pictures of his aliens, which she added to her whiteboard. Izuku discreetly helped her with information so she wouldn't discover him, which pleased the brunette, especially since they were the only two in the club, so they spent more time together, but since the new member was a target for the third years. Third. Rarito. He walked past Izuku and hit him with his arm, while the rest of the accomplices did the same. Student 1. Now you are part of their objective. Izuku. What's your problem? Alumno 2. Nobody knows, but we can't do anything. Izuku. Why? Student 3. His brother is part of a gang, so even the teachers don't dare deal with him. Plus, he comes to pick him up in his car with his gang. Izuku. So his brother was planning something. Student 1. I don't know what you think, but it's a bad idea. Izuku. I know, besides, what can someone without a quirk do? At Izuku's house, the freckled boy watched alien movies and took notes. Inko. What are you doing, son? Izuku. Research. Inko. From a movie. Izuku. Rather than how aliens act. Inko. What are you talking about? Izuku. Yeah, like an alien would call a human, earthling, humanoid, something like that. Inko. I think I would be an earthling. Izuku. I see, thanks. The next day at the exit, Izuku was on the rooftop waiting for the right moment. His brother's car arrived and the driver and his gang got out. Brother. How was your day? Third. Well, another weirdo out of place. Brother. This school is full of idiots. But before they could get into the car, someone fell on top of it, crushing it. Brother. My car. What's wrong with you? Do you want me to give you lessons? Prepared his quirk. But the four-armed individual rose up, displaying his imposing size before him. Izuku, 4 Brazos, watch your words, earthling. He jumped again, leaving the gang and a flattened car behind. Time skip. But Izuku didn't stop there. He continued attacking the gang little by little with his aliens, summoning them with each encounter. Terrestrial, earthlings, food, primitives, which led to a bit of paranoia. They knew they were real, they felt watched, that they would soon be attacked and the planet would be conquered. Izuku, after weakening them mentally, acted by making the gang pay for their crimes in prison. This caused the one who was bothering Ochaco to lose some of his power. The teachers began to act without fear, but that still didn't stop him from bothering the brunette. Out of the club, the brunette was being harassed by some girls who were insulting her and making fun of her appearance, until the leader of the group that was bothering the club arrived. He wanted to demonstrate his authority without his brother and the gang, so he harassed the brunette, making her believe she would be safe with him. Leader. Girls, stop bothering her, she might be a little crazy. Do you seriously believe aliens exist? Ochaco. I'm not crazy, so leave me alone. Leader. You know, even though you're a bit odd, there's something about you that attracts me. He takes her by the waist. What if after class we leave here and you and I have a moment alone? He raises his hand until he touches one of the brunette's breasts. Her group just watched, the boys fawning over their leader's audacity, while the girls looked down on the brunette with disdain, but a hand removed the one that had been on the brunette's chest. Izuku. Stop touching her, you disgusting pig. Leader. Who do you think you are? Ochaco. Deku-kun. Izuku. With his hand, he easily pushed the leader away from Ochaco. It's okay. He looked at how tense the brunette was, her arms covering her chest. Leader. Damned. He was going to hit Izuku from behind, but the green-haired boy responded by grabbing the aggressor's wrist with one hand and his elbow with the other, pushing the elbow and bending the arm in the wrong direction, subduing the aggressor and putting him against the ground. Izuku was so angry that he started twisting his wrist. Leader. Damn it, you don't know who I am. Izuku. Someone who hides in their brother's shadow, and now that you don't have him, it's useless trying to prove who they are, and worst of all, you're not even good enough for that. You know why? Because someone without a quirk just took you down. There's no greater humiliation, because you're more useless than a quirkless person. Teacher. What's going on here? Izuku stopped applying pressure. Izuku. A pervert groping a girl without her permission. Teacher. You again, he said, looking at the leader. Some people are beyond redemption. To the principal's office immediately. He took the leader away while the rest of the group looked at the two of them with disdain. Ochaco. Deku-kun, how come? Izuku. The movement, someone gave me some self-defense advice. Flashback. All Might. Very well, Shonen, I'll teach you a move that will be very useful. It's infallible even if your opponent surpasses you in strength. Findel flashback. Ochaco. Thank you. She hugs the freckled boy, but she was trembling with fear. What bothered Izuku the most was that he knew this wouldn't end until someone truly put a stop to it. The bell rang for the next class. Izuku. Ochaco, go to the lounge, I'll take care of closing the club. The brunette obeyed, while the green-haired boy closed the door and waited for the hallways to empty, before going in search of the bullies, running into the girls first. Girl. Who does that kid think he is? Chica 2. How dare he treat him like that? Chica 3. If that disgusting freckled brat hadn't restrained himself, he'd be on the ground with a broken nose. Girl. What bothers me most is that he wants that weird girl and not me. I have a better body than her. Chica 2. Don't even doubt it. Girl. But that girl will see, I'll take care of finding her. Izuku, from across the hall, heard everything and angrily wished the worst would happen to them. Izuku. In her mind, they won't bother my chestnut-haired girl again after they appear in the forest for XLR8 and can't find them. Select XLR8 and when you press the emblem with anger, he transforms into another alien. Izuku, ditto, a new alien between excitement and disappointment. And what is it supposed to do? Looks at his hands. Izuku, ditto, and I think I know how to test her powers. She made a face like she had a plan, but it changed to one of confusion. And what is her power? Confused. Maybe she's fast. She runs down the hall at an average speed. No. Extra. That was that light. He heard students approaching at the crossroads of the corridor, saw the janitor's room door and entered, but squinted to see. Extra 2. Well, there's nobody here. Extra 3. They left the door open. She closed it. Let's go to class. But Ditto's fingers were preventing the door from closing, so they were trapped. With his other hand he covered his mouth to keep from screaming. Between the pain and despair, he put his foot on the door to free his fingers. As he did so he split in two. the clone helps open the door, they fall to the hallway floor. Izuku, ditto 2, that hurt, and I wasn't even the one who received it. Izuku, ditto 1, so we can clone ourselves. Izuku, ditto 2, and to feel what the other person feels, which is a clear disadvantage in combat. Izuku, ditto 1, but I have an idea, you think the same as me. Izuku, ditto 2, aren't we the same person? Izuku, ditto 1, but first we need a good name. They look at each other and say together. Ditto. Then they split up and go in pairs in different directions. Through the hallways. The group of girls who had bothered Ochaco were passing by the restrooms when one of them went inside while the others went to the vending machine in the other hallway. Meanwhile, the dittos were at the entrance of the hallway. Izuku, ditto 1, I can't believe what we're going to do. Izuku, ditto 2, I know, but there's no going back, besides, it's not the first time we've gone into the bathroom with a woman inside. Izuku, ditto 1, that was an accident. Izuku, ditto 2, I know. Hey, how big are Ochacos? Izuku, ditto 1, embarrassed, how can you say that in this situation? Izuku, ditto 2, I am you and I think the same as you, and it's not like you don't notice, the uniform hides them well. Izuku, ditto 1, shut up and let's finish this once and for all. Izuku, ditto 2, okay, although I'm curious about Ochaco, how she'll look in a swimsuit. Izuku, ditto 1, be quiet. Izuku, ditto 2, just let yourself go, this is like talking to ourselves in our heads, everything is easier and we can express what we think. Izuku, ditto 1, shut your mouth and let's begin the revenge. Izuku, ditto 2, for Ochaco. He said in a kind of war cry for his beloved. In the bathroom, the girl was putting on her makeup when the door opened, but she didn't see anyone enter. She continued with her makeup. The dittos were crawling across the floor between the toilets, until they reached the bathrooms at either end where they began to split up inside. In another hallway, another pair of dittos were following the group of two boys without their leader. Izuku, ditto 3, I'm sorry, he who laid his hands on Ochaco isn't here. Izuku, ditto 4, that doesn't matter. Izuku, ditto 3, it doesn't matter, how can you say that? She protested, I haven't even been able to touch her. Not even after all this time, remember, she didn't look as developed back then. Izuku, ditto 4, I can't deny that. You're right, that bastard has to pay for laying his hands on her. Izuku, ditto 3, but we have to make do with these. Izuku, ditto 4, some might say something is something, but these are misery. They began to divide. On the roof, the leader, after the punishment, went up to the rooftop and took out a cigarette to smoke. While at the rooftop door some dittos were watching them and wishing the worst. Izuku, ditto 6, there's the one who dared to touch her. Izuku, ditto 5, and what if we throw it off the roof? Izuku, ditto 6, I want to too, but we can't, we're the good guys, if you don't say anything, I won't either. Izuku, ditto 5, made. So the dittos began to attack each one. In the bathroom, the girl was about to leave when she heard strange noises coming from the bathrooms. Girl. Hello. I saw the reflection that there were no feet in the bathrooms, but even so the shadow said something else, until. Izuku, ditto 1, Earthlings really stink. She appeared above the bathroom door. Do they all smell that bad or just this female? Izuku, ditto 2, I don't know, but the smell is already making me dizzy. Girl. She was scared because she was coming out of the bathroom she had used. Who are they? Izuku, ditto 3, how strange what you put on your face if you're already so ugly. The girl screamed in fright and fell to the ground. Look, they make noises like snarfs. Izuku, ditto 4, and they smell like them. Another one appeared next to her. Hello. Again, shouted the girl heading for the exit, but 3 more appeared, one on top of the other. Izuku, ditto 5, perhaps the. Izuku, ditto 6, Earthlings. Izuku, ditto 7, this is how they greet each other. All the dittos started screaming like the girl and began to surround her. Izuku, ditto 1, Earthlings are so funny, he mocked as he spoke. In the hallway, the boys were talking with their backs to the window, but a shadow caught their attention and they turned around. Izuku, ditto 1, Earthlings. The scared boys move away from the window. Izuku, ditto 2, these will do. He appeared on the ground, the boys fell over in fear. Izuku, ditto 3, I don't know, they don't seem that smart. Their brains won't be of any use to us. Izuku, ditto 4, at least they'll serve as food. They say Earthlings know what Gaussian fruits are like. Izuku, dittos, yes, let's eat. The dittos begin to split into a bunch. Terrified boys start running. In the hallway they bump into the girls returning to the bathroom. Chika 2. What happens? They saw the group of dittos following them and spoke in unison. Izuku, dittos, if more food. Izuku, ditto 1, I ask her to eat it. Izuku, ditto 2, no I. Izuku, ditto 3, let's not fight. There are plenty of Earthlings on this ship, enough for everyone. Chika 2. That's what they are. Chika 3. Aliens. Guys. Stop asking questions and run, or we'll be alien food. They were going to go through the bathroom, but the girl inside abruptly opened the door, startled and with a finger on top of her. Chika 1. Take it off me, take it off me. Izuku, ditto 1, another Earthling custom. I want to know more. Izuku, dittos, as 2. Dittos appeared from the other corridor. They were surrounded. Izuku, ditto 3, let's eat them. Izuku, ditto 4, no, better to study them on the spaceship. Izuku, ditto 5, why bother if there are a lot of Earthlings in this building? Izuku, ditto 6, besides, these guys don't look very smart. Izuku, ditto 1, you're right, plus this Earthling sucks with a snarf. They started climbing on them, pulling them, biting them, even carrying them and throwing them around in the air. Izuku, ditto 7, we'll have to see if they bounce back. But from the window you can see someone falling. It was the leader on the rooftop. Izuku, dittos, that must hurt. Some dittos peek out the window and look up at the rooftop, seeing a group of dittos on the railing. Izuku, ditto 1, they're crazy, he exclaims. Izuku, ditto 8, if robot. Izuku, ditto 9, I don't know, we thought they could fly. Chiko. We are surrounded. Girl. This is an invasion. Izuku, dittos, invasion. They look at each other, invasion, but amidst their games the Omnitrix started to beep, oh, this isn't good. They started running to hide, but then they began to float and join the other dittos. Izuku, dittos, I don't want to go back. Izuku, ditto 1, we will not return to the ship. They were clinging to whatever they could as they floated in the direction of the window. Izuku, ditto 2, this is Fire's fault, it always limits us. Izuku, ditto 3, I blame Aquatic, damned fish, just because we used its helmet to eat little Earthlings. Izuku, ditto 4, I don't want to go back. 4 Arms is very strict with punishments. One of the dittos crawled along the walls until it reached the janitor's room. When it moved away from the group, the dittos were pulled towards it. Even those on the roof flew through the glass and attacked the ditto in the janitor's room. Izuku, ditto, no. He stretched out his hands thinking he would be crushed to death, but everyone joined him and he lost his transformation. Izuku. That was scary. The noise the dittos made drew the attention of the entire school, even the sound of breaking glass. Everyone went outside to see what was happening, and Izuku, being nearby, was questioned. Teacher. What happened? Izuku. I don't know. A group started shouting strange things. They seemed to be hallucinating. They pushed me while they were running. Everyone went to see what had happened in the hallway. What they found was a group of terrified kids, the girls hugging their knees, while babbling that they didn't want to be eaten, another one saying she didn't smell bad. One of the boys couldn't take it and fainted. The other was afraid of any noise, saying that it doesn't bounce, that he wasn't abduction material. The teachers looked out of the broken windows and saw a boy who had fallen into the bushes, but unconscious, but when he regained consciousness, he got up and started running screaming. Aliens. Izuku. In his mind, I think I went a little overboard. No, I don't think so. Satisfied. Time skip. Due to the situation, classes were suspended. It was clear that the boys had suffered psychological trauma, but the reason was unknown. But due to the damage and the history of warnings, bullying among other things, they were expelled in their 3rd year. The next day, they talked about what had happened. It felt like a weight had been lifted at school, especially for a brunette, because no one was afraid to approach her or spend time with her anymore, offering apologies for not doing anything to help her. Now the roles had been reversed. The freckled boy couldn't approach the brunette and she couldn't spend time with her green-haired boy until classes ended and club activities began. At the club, Ochaco was exhausted from so much interaction and answering questions, but especially excited to spend some more time alone with the freckled boy. Ochaco. Finally at the club. Izuku. At least here you'll be free from questions and people. Ochaco. Yes, she began to whisper, besides, it'll just be you and me. But in a moment of carelessness, her feet got tangled and she tripped. Izuku. Ochaco, be careful. He saw the brunette about to fall and tried to stop her, but he misstepped and they both fell to the floor, landing on top of her. But their lips had met in a kiss, one that neither of them thought would happen, their faces flushed, paralyzed by the moment without even moving their lips, until Izuku pulled away, his face red and speaking in a nervous, stuttering voice, as they looked at each other. Izuku. I'm sorry, he apologized, still on top of her, only their faces separated. It wasn't my intention, Ocha, I didn't mean for you to. He saw the brunette look away. I'm sorry, it must have been awkward or unpleasant that your first kiss was like this, and maybe you're interested in someone else. Ochaco. No, Ochaco kept looking away, her hair covering part of her face, but her ears were noticeably red. Ochaco. The kiss, it wasn't. A moment of silence, nervously she asks, did you find it unpleasant? Izuku. It was the complete opposite. The brunette turned around and they looked at each other. Slowly, she touched Izuku's lips with her fingers, and he smiled at her, bringing his face a little closer to hers. Slowly, the brunette removed her fingers from the freckled boy's lips and looked at them, wanting to repeat it, but this time properly, narrowing her eyes, ready to join their lips, but... Extra. Hello, I'm the president of the disciplinary committee. He suddenly opened the door and found an unexpected scene. Sorry for the interruption, please come in. He closed the door and left. Their footsteps could be heard fading away, while the green tea had an embarrassed look on her face, so they got up and separated, but then they heard very hurried footsteps opening the door. Extra. They can't do that here, he said, finding them separated and looking in opposite directions. A few minutes later. Extra. So, an accident. Well, I'll let it go for today, but my reason for visiting is due to certain events surrounding the research club. You should already know from the student president. Ochaco. Yes, they will close the club due to a lack of members. Extra. Not only that, but due to harassment and complaints from people who consider them strange, it was decided to close it for their safety. Izuku. There's nothing to be done. Extra. We wish we could do something, but we can't. The decision has already been made, even with what happened yesterday, which seems like a mystery how things unfolded. Izuku remembered the times he used his aliens to punish those who bothered Ochaco. Izuku. That sounds like something worth investigating. Extra. Perhaps you're right. This room will be given up for the opening of some other club. Ochaco. I understand, somewhat discouraged. So the president is leaving. Izuku. Sure, we can try to keep the club going. There are 2 of us now. Thinking of a plan, we can try to recruit more people, and if the problem is those who bother us, we can try to ally ourselves with the sports team, remembering that they support him because of his physical abilities. Ochaco. Deku-kun, it doesn't matter. I looked at the freckled boy, it was only a matter of time before they closed the club. I don't care if they close it or if we're the only members left. Izuku. So why do you look discouraged? Ochaco. Because I won't have another place where I could be alone with you, where it was just you and me, without anyone else, she said, embarrassed and blushing. The green-haired boy was the same, but the brunette got up. Ochaco. The place needs to be cleaned for the next club. They started putting some things away. An awkward silence hung between them, not because of the closure, but... Izuku. In his mind, what did she say? He mentally screamed while wearing a crooked smile of happiness, trying not to show it. Now what do I answer her? He turned his back on her. Ochaco. In her mind, why did I say that? She screamed in panic, while I don't know what face to make or what to say. She brought her hands to her cheeks as a smile escaped her that he would think. They were cleaning without realizing that they were slowly getting closer to each other, immersed in their thoughts. They were going to pick up the same book. Ochaco took it, but Izuku's hand grabbed Ochaco's, almost intertwining. They looked at what happened and became nervous and red. Izuku. Hey, the book is all yours, almost shouting nervously. Ochaco. Yes, just like Izuku. They cleaned the classroom until it was empty and tidy, then handed the key to the teacher and went home. It was the last few hours that were most uncomfortable for them until they returned home. Ochaco. She was lying face down on her bed, screaming into her pillow while kicking and screaming. Ochaco. This can't be true. It really happened. She turns to look at the ceiling while hugging the pillow, quite the opposite. It's what he said. She gets excited and starts spinning from side to side with the pillow. Ochaco. Then it could happen again excitedly. Uraraka. What will happen again? Ochaco freezes, looks at the door, and sees her mother, somewhat confused and curious about her daughter's behavior. I've been calling for a while and she's not answering, and now I find her talking to herself. What's going on? Ochaco. Mom, how was your first kiss with Dad? Uraraka. That was a long time ago. She put on a happy face. Why are you asking? Ochaco. Deku-kun and I kissed, she said, blushing. Uraraka. She closed the door and sat down next to her. Tell me how it happened, she said, curious and excited to learn about her daughter's love life. Ochaco told her about the happy accident they had. Uraraka. For an accident, it went well for you, she said, looking at her daughter happily. I haven't seen you this happy since you and Izuku were together a few years ago. Ochaco. I feel so happy near him. Uraraka. If Izuku is going to be my future son-in-law, I can't allow him to date such a slovenly daughter with her unruly hair and neglect of her eyesight. Let's use this weekend to fix that. Ochaco. But I don't look that bad. She looks in the mirror. The ends of her hair were all damaged, her hair was somewhat frizzy, she wore glasses for her tired eyes, and her bangs were almost covering her eyes. Ochaco. She didn't say anything. She remained silent for a few seconds, turned to look at her mother and said, I need help. With Izuku. The green-haired boy, meanwhile, seemed to panic, pacing back and forth throughout the house, searching for information on his phone, his search history. What do I do if I kissed my best friend? What do I say after a kiss? An accidental kiss between friends, will it affect the friendship? What if I like kissing my friend? I have to take the initiative after kissing her. Until he stopped moving and continued searching for information while seated, his worried mother approached and saw Izuku's phone screen. What should I say after kissing my best friend? Inko. You kissed Ochaco. She shouted excitedly. The scream startled Izuku, sending the phone flying to the other armchair. Izuku. Mom, like, when, how long have you been there? Inko. Tell me what happened. Did she kiss you or did you kiss her? What did she say? Did she run away, or did you just stare at each other? What happened? Tell me. Izuku. Mama. Both mothers were excited to see their son and daughter together, which was very entertaining, at least for Izuku, who couldn't process everything because of nerves and embarrassment, but that was the least of his problems. Outside the solar system, Vilgax's ship was approaching the solar system, with a single objective. Outside the solar system, Vilgax's ship was approaching the solar system, with a single objective, to seize the most powerful weapon in the universe. Robot. Mr. Vilgax, we are about to reach Earth's solar system. Vilgax. Very well. Whoever the warrior with the Omnitrix is will fall before me like the other warriors who defended their planets and lost to me. This planet will end up with the same fate. Robot. We will reach the planet in 7 Earth days. Vilgax. Very well. Before winning the grand prize, I want to see how much he has improved. Time skip. The weekend arrived. It was overwhelming for the green-haired boy. With Izuku, his mother constantly questioned the green-haired boy about how he felt around the brunette, occasionally giving him advice on how to approach and treat her after the kiss, or sometimes scolding him for no reason. Inko's imagination progressed to months of a fictional relationship between Izuku and Ochaco, and that's why she scolded him. Ochaco. For the brunette it was calm. Her mother, like Inko, gave her advice on how to behave with the green-haired boy, while she combed her hair so that it would go back to being straight and not unruly. They went to the optometrist to see if she had to continue with the glasses. Ochaco paid attention, but she also got nervous and embarrassed. She imagined each piece of advice being applied by the green-haired boy. Time skip. The weekend ended and they had to return to school. The green-haired boy's tiredness was evident in his eyes, even in his mood. Students from the same school who passed by him looked at him with a bit of fear and concern, until one of his classmates appeared. Extra. Good morning, Izuku. Hello, Extra. You don't look good at all. Did you not sleep because you were playing video games? Izuku. Something like that. Extra. Were you thinking about a girl? Izuku didn't say anything, he just kept walking. His surprised classmate caught up with him. Seriously, who is she? From our class. They walked to the hall and upon entering, all the girls were gathered on a single bench surrounding someone. Extra. What happens? Extra 2. I bet you can't guess who changed their appearance. Girl. Your hair is so beautiful, why didn't you ever tell us you had hair like this? Chica 2. You even have a nice eye color, I hadn't noticed because of the glasses. Chica 3. Without your long bangs, let your pretty face show. Ochaco. Thank you. Chica 4. It hasn't been long since the research club closed and you've already seen a big change. Ochaco. I admit I neglected myself because of being at the club, but I still feel it's a shame they closed it. I liked spending time there. Chica 5. There are with someone. Ochaco blushed. I knew it. The girls made a fuss, the boys just looked the other way, other curious onlookers watched, but the green-haired boy went to his place, but he had to pass by them. Girls. So tell us who stepped aside to watch the boys. Izuku walked by at that moment, and the brunette blushed when she saw him and spoke. Ochaco. Hello Deku-kun in a shy tone. Izuku. Hello. I look at the brunette. Ocha, I'm stunned. Ko. Ochaco. Are you okay? She stood up and approached him, seeing how tired he looked. The green-haired boy began to panic, flailing his hands about, his face turning red, but the brunette unconsciously moved her face closer to Izuku's. Girls. In a whisper. It's the green-haired boy was more than nervous about the brunette. Izuku. In her mind. What do I do? None of your advice, Mom, prepared me for this situation. In her mind she panicked because she didn't know what to do. Izuku. Izuku, how is it possible that you can face aliens and not even be able to say a word to her, and you can't stop trembling just looking at her? Come on, say something, remember what Mom said, say something nice to her. But what? She looks outside very pretty. He realizes what he said and starts to blush. Ochaco. Thank you, she blushed. They both blushed and looked away while standing close to each other. Ocha. In her mind. I told her she was very pretty, she told me she was pretty. Then the classroom door opens and the teacher enters. Teacher. Okay everyone, sit down, class is about to begin. They went to their places, but one thing was very clear. Whenever they had the chance, their eyes would search for each other, or they would exchange quick glances that met, and they would get nervous and return their gaze to their notebooks. At lunch, Ochaco, being the center of attention in the classroom, was surrounded by all the girls, who kept her away from the freckled boy. Izuku. In his mind. This is how it feels. He thought about how the brunette was taken away from him, but he saw her happy talking to Tross. At least she won't be so alone anymore. His phone vibrated and when he checked it was a notification of an attack in the area, so he stood up and left the room. Ochaco watched him go, and wondered where he was going. Time skip. Lunch was about to end and the girls who had surrounded the brunette to chat with her dispersed to their places. Ochaco. In her mind. This is difficult, I didn't think socializing would be this exhausting. I think I understand Deku-kun. She remembered when they kept him away from her. Ochaco. In his mind. By the way, he hasn't returned. They were a minute away from starting and he hadn't returned. His phone notified him about a sighting of the emblem heroes. The news report spoke of another emblem hero. Ditto had appeared on the scene, splitting into hundreds and stopping a gang of thugs. Ochaco. A new one and can be divided. I read the news story about how they arrested the thugs, but the description mentioned that they were hit and all started complaining of pain before they were caught. Ochaco. Since they are the same being, will they feel what the other feels? She wondered in discreet whispers. Then the door opens and Izuku enters, exhausted, clutching his stomach as if he had been punched. Izuku. In his mind. Mental note, never use Ditto to fight like that. He sat down and began to eat discreetly. Chico. Eating again after lunch. What do you do at lunch? Izuku. Run. Chico. Do you exercise? Izuku. Yes, something like that. Time skip. Classes ended and everyone was heading home. As always, Izuku and Ochaco waited for each other at the exit to leave together. Izuku was about to leave the building, but in the distance he saw some classmates talking to her and walking towards the exit. Izuku. I'm glad about this change for her. She left the school. At the entrance she stopped for a moment to watch the group Ochaco was leaving with, then she turned around and headed in the opposite direction. The brunette saw the green-haired boy go in another direction. Izuku. At least that way I won't interrupt them. Walking is good for your health. Maybe I'll go to the beach garbage dump and get a little exercise. Lucky that some idiot got rid of some perfectly good exercise equipment. I only had to remove the rust. And now I'm talking to myself. I remained silent for a few meters, but the silence was uncomfortable. Damn, I got used to talking to her. I miss her. He stops for a moment and gets nostalgic for the brunette. He takes out the phone. He used to be a hero, and when he turns it on, the Omnitrix emblem appears. Izuku. I wish you sounded like that now. Ochaco. Deku-kun. I shouted his name from afar. Izuku. That voice. He turned around and saw the brunette running towards him. The green-haired boy was happy, but the closer she got, the more nervous he became and tried not to look so excited. Ochaco. Deku-kun, she said, sounding a little tired, finally reached. Izuku. Ochaco. I thought you were going to go with your friends. Ochaco. The truth is that. Flashback. The girls dragged the brunette into their conversation and group. She didn't know how to leave or what to say to wait for the green-haired boy. By the time she realized it, she and the group were already on the street, so she looked back and saw the green-haired boy leaving in another direction. Girl. And where are we going? Chika too. I remember seeing a crepe shop. What do you think? Uraraka, do you want to go? Ochaco. She thought about the green-haired boy leaving alone and how much he was missed. I'm sorry, I have other things to do. Chika 3. Oh, don't apologize. The group realized something. Being isolated from everyone for so long, and then suddenly everyone's approaching her, must be awkward, especially since they dragged her into the conversation without knowing if she was available. Chika 3. Rather, we are the ones who should apologize. We got carried away and didn't take into account what you thought. Ochaco. I appreciate you talking to me. I had already resigned myself to being alone, but she becomes happy and blushes remembering the green-haired boy arriving in the room. Now everything has changed. She said goodbye and started running towards where the green-haired boy had gone. Findel flashback. Ochaco. I prefer being with you than with other people. She said it with a tender and embarrassed look that took the green-haired boy by surprise, making him blush suddenly. And he looked away so the brunette wouldn't see his red face and happy, goofy grin, while the brunette, trying to hide her feelings, started asking the green-haired boy what they would do now, whether they were going for ice cream or walking back home, while she seemed happy to be with him. After they both calmed down, they walked around getting ice cream, chatting happily. Time skip. Ochaco's house. The green-haired man took her to his house, where he would spend some time with her. Izuku. And your parents? Ochaco. At work, Izuku said, getting nervous. We're both alone, she said, blushing. Both of them, realizing the situation, blushed and didn't want to look at each other to avoid making it more awkward. But above all, they knew that anything could happen if they were alone, since no one would be there to stop them or suddenly appear, and the only thing that came to mind was that incident where they kissed. Ochaco. Shall we go to my room? In her mind, that I just suggested. Izuku. If you don't mind. In his mind, in her room, mental scream god, being in a girl's room with her and alone. Both seemed stiff in their movements, even when entering the room, sitting down or standing up, all their movements were rigid. Ochaco. Do you want something to drink? She wasn't looking at him. Izuku. It sounds good. I wasn't looking at her either. Izuku didn't know where to look. He couldn't see anything about the club, so he brought up a topic of conversation. Izuku. Hey Ochaco, and what about club stuff? Ochaco. Oh, I put them in that closet. You can take them out if you want. She points to the closet. Izuku. Then I'll take them out. Maybe we can arrange them instead of storing them. Ochaco went to get something to drink, calming down a bit on the way after changing the subject. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy opened the closet to take out the boxes. Izuku. There it is, it was under a pile of clothes. Ochaco should be more careful with her things. I removed my clothes to take out the box without noticing that a garment was stuck on the edges of the box. Ochaco. Ochaco. Well, at least my room was clean. I'm glad I listened to my mom and cleaned. Flashback. Uraraka. Look, honey, if you want to improve your appearance, start with your habits. Clean your room and don't throw your dirty clothes in the closet. At least don't leave them lying on the floor so Izuku doesn't find them. Can you imagine if he finds a pair of your used panties? Findel flashback. Ochaco. It's a good thing all my dirty clothes are in the closet, where I left my club things. Ochaco quickly goes back to the room. With Izuku. Izuku took out the box and placed it on the floor. He sat down and, upon opening the box, saw the garment fall out. Izuku. Oh, it's stuck, she says, picking up the garment. At that moment, Ochaco opens the door. Ochaco. Deku-kun, don't open the closet. What he saw was Izuku holding one of her panties with both hands, pointing it at the brunette. The green-haired boy was red-faced because the way everything was arranged was too much for him. It seemed like he was taking off his underwear. That's when his nose started bleeding. Ochaco began to turn red and quickly grabbed her panties, snatching them from his hand and throwing them into the closet, slamming it shut. Ochaco. You didn't see anything. In her mind she saw them. Izuku. Seeing that, in her mind, I saw them. An awkward silence arises, until she decides to speak. What if next time we go to my house, my mom will be happy to see you? Ochaco. That seems fine to me. The atmosphere grew even more tense, until Izuku's hero phone rang. Upon checking it, there was an alert, which Izuku didn't miss the opportunity to use. Izuku. Hey, that's my mom, I have to go. Ochaco. And Ochaco accompanied Izuku to the door, and when the green-haired boy closed it, both of them lost strength in their legs and fell to the ground on opposite sides of the closed door, faced with the situation. Time skip. Inko was watching the news broadcast of the Four Arms fight, but what she didn't expect was that he seemed distracted, as on other occasions, receiving a few blows to the face until a single punch to the sky knocked the villain out. Inko. How strange, I wonder what happened to Izuku, he always seems so focused on fighting. The door opens and Izuku enters, somewhat sore, but the most notable thing was the paper stuck to his nose. Inko. Izuku, what happened to you? Izuku. I feel like I did something wrong, but at the same time I didn't. Inko nervously checks him over. Her son seemed lost in his thoughts, or rather, in his memories. Time skip. The next few days were awkward for both of them. Ochaco tried to avoid him whenever she saw him, but when she didn't, she tried to hide her blushing gaze from him. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy would freeze up when he saw her and turn red, or he would start to panic and move his hands from side to side. Off the planet, Vilgax's ship reached Earth's orbit. Vilgax, this disgusting planet again, but I must admit that the powers humans possess because of the Omnitrix. Once I'm done with whoever possesses the Omnitrix, the best warrior on this planet will fall before me, and I will conquer this world, and I will use every power humans possess to conquer the universe. They will be my slaves and I will use them until the end of their pathetic existence. Send the drones, I want to see how much progress has been made. They are launched from Vilgax's ship towards Earth. On Earth, recess was about to end and Izuku had taken refuge on the school rooftop, to be alone. Izuku. This is harder than I thought. I don't think I can make it through the next few hours. But then his hero phone rang like crazy. When he looked at it, the Omnitrix emblem on it was red. Izuku remembered an alert he had set in case more alien robots appeared. Izuku. I wanted a villain attack, not a robot one. The phone started showing the drones. Trajectory, I don't have much time. She hesitated to go, but remembering the robot attacks, how they attacked without mercy, or how they could be used for weapons that malfunctioned, or the collectors of alien artifacts, all the damage they could cause, dispelled her doubts about what she had to do, but what gave her the most encouragement was a piece of advice that always helped her. Flashback. All Might. Midoriya Shonen. The hero's path is difficult, and even more difficult decisions arise. We know what I do when there are problems. Izuku. That, All Might. I don't think about it. If it's something only I can solve, I'll do it without hesitation. I look at Izuku just like there are things that only you and that watch can solve. You and I. We're the same, we're always where we're needed. Findel flashback. Izuku didn't think any further. He knew this was something only he and the Omnitrix could solve, so he returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, the brunette in the classroom was thinking about how much she wanted to talk to the freckled boy, but every time they met it ended badly and they ran away from each other. Ochaco. Why did something like this have to happen? Girl. Did something happen between you and Midoriya? Ochaco. I looked nervous and red, but nothing happened. Chika too. It's just that every time they see each other, something happens and they repel each other like magnets. Ochaco. We act as they believe. Girl. I don't believe you at all. They used to be so affectionate. They talked so naturally, they seemed like a couple. Ochaco. We are not. She exclaimed, shouting, and everyone in the room looked at her. Chika too. I understand now. Girl. But the thing is, it seems like they want to avoid each other, they had a fight. Ochaco. That's not true. I'll go get something to drink. I wanted to think, they really did seem so distant. She was about to leave, but the door opened in front of her and she found herself face to face with the green-haired boy, so close. The brunette blushed at how close he was, as did the green-haired boy. Ochaco glanced at her friends who were cheering her on. Ochaco. Deku. Izuku. Not now. She quickly went back to her place. Ochaco. I turned to look at him. Chiko. Midoriya, everything is all right. Izuku. I have to go. She grabbed her backpack and left the classroom. Girl. Something happened. Chika too. And Izuku climbed to the rooftop while putting on his hero costume and took his hoverboard out of his backpack to fly towards the drones. In the city, the drones were attacking people and anything else that crossed their path. Izuku. In his mind, because now they had to go back, he looks at the Omnitrix, but sooner or later this had to happen. In the distance he saw the drones firing. I hope these are like the previous ones. Vilgax. He was looking at the map of the city where his drones were attacking and at the same time watching the attacks. Vilgax, where are you? Show yourself to me. One of the drones detects someone flying, focuses on them, but only sees a green flash, then a diamond crystal destroys them, and the Omnitrix signal appears. Vilgax, there you are. In the city, the drones stopped attacking and chased after Izuku. Izuku, Diamante, now that I have your attention, let the fun begin. He began to plummet and the robots followed him, firing as they went. Izuku spun around on the board and changed course, now heading towards the drones, and launched diamonds, destroying 2 of them. He passed right through the drones that were chasing him. Izuku, Diamante, 2 there are, 5 more to go. It stopped ascending and was now moving towards some buildings. The drones were following it. Izuku, Diamante, very well. I hope this training is helpful. Flashback. Izuku practiced diamond attacks in the sea, throwing the diamond into the sky as he continued moving straight ahead. The diamond stopped rising and descended. Izuku tried to stop the crystal with a diamond shield, but it fell into the sea a few meters behind him. Findel flashback. I throw the diamond into the sky, dodging the shots from the robots that were still in formation, while Vilgax watched from the cameras. Vilgax, what plot? The drones saw the drone in front of them next to Izuku, but what they didn't expect was for the diamond to descend and fall on the drone in front of them. Vilgax's improved his skills. The drones followed Izuku, who maneuvered between the buildings waiting to be ambushed. The drones separated to surround and ambush him, but Diamond throws a crystal at a wall, and when he passes by it, it grows and a drone crashes into it. Izuku, Diamante, 4 there are, 3 more to go. The other drones reached the interception point, but what they saw was the board passing in front of them without the watch, while they detected the signal. However, Izuku, Diamond, had jumped before reaching the spot and threw a crystal at each robot, destroying it, before falling back onto the board, where he returned to his human form. Izuku. Game over. He descends as quickly as possible to reach an alley and leave the streets like a student skipping class. Vilgax. Vilgax, impressive. It hasn't disappointed me. Returns to his seat. This is going to be more fun than I thought. Time skip. Vilgax sent his robots to test the Omnitrix's capabilities. Izuku was on alert for the next attack. He had told his mother, who agreed, since it meant they were after him. Meanwhile, Vilgax observed Izuku with every use of the Omnitrix, every sighting recorded and uploaded to the human network. Vilgax, his fighting style adapts to every transformation and need of his battle. A formidable contender with such magnificent skill, this will not disappoint. He continued testing the Omnitrix wielder, but not only him, but also All Might. In the afternoon, Izuku met with All Might, but it was Toshinori Yagi who expressed his concern about the robot attacks against All Might and Izuku. Toshinori. Midoriya Shonen, what's happening with all these robots? Izuku. I don't know, there are more than I thought, and always within a specific time. Toshinori. These things come because of the clock. Izuku nods. But why do they always attack in a pattern? They attack you during or after school. Izuku. The times when I can be a hero, and All Might. Toshinori. They vary, but whenever he starts his heroic activities, but when he's the boss, if All Might doesn't have the watch. Izuku. How do they attack All Might? Toshinori recounts how the attacks unfolded, each one different from the last, to which Izuku confirms that it was all the same. Toshinori. If aliens exist, do you think they're testing them? Izuku. But why only All Might and me, out of hundreds of heroes? Toshinori. If they want the watch, the only one who could stand in their way. Izuku. All Might. Toshinori. This sounds like a science fiction movie, heroes versus aliens, but if that's how things are, get ready, I'll warn All Might. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku flies home on his hoverboard, while Toshinori watches him go, before transforming into All Might. All Might. There's no doubt you're special, because now you've become the center of something bigger than just some villains, he said as Izuku walked away. Much, much bigger, and to fight this you need more power. The next day, Izuku was at school, which was about to end. He looked somewhat exhausted from the constant robot attacks. There were no attacks that afternoon, so he was able to rest. Class had been cancelled. He closed his eyes for a moment while holding his hero phone in his hand. Chico. You already saw that robot attacks increased. Chico too. I know, even the heroes from the emblem appear and defeat them instantly. Girl. I heard that even All Might faced the robots and defeated them. Chico 3. It's obvious there's no one who can defeat All Might. Chica 2. But still, because the heroes of the emblem are the first to respond. For a moment there was silence, and then they looked at the brunette, who became uneasy under their stares. Ochaco. What happens? Girl. Well, this isn't your favorite topic, because you think the heroes of the emblem are the first. Ochaco. But. Chico. Tell us, why do you think this is happening? Ochaco. Well, robots or aliens, maybe only they can defeat them. Chico 2. That makes sense. They say Endeavor tried to attack one of those flyers, but his flames couldn't, until the hero of the fire emblem did the same and destroyed them. Chico 3. What do you say, Midoriya? They turned to look at the freckled boy who seemed to be asleep. He fell asleep, but he saw the Omnitrix peeking out from the piece of cloth covering him. Why does he always cover his watch? Upon removing the piece of cloth, she saw the watch, with a strange emblem. Ochaco remembered the watch, but she had never seen it up close. Even though she was always attached to Izuku when she was little, the green-haired boy would cover it with his hand. Chico 3. He's a huge fan of the heroes on the emblem, even his watch has that symbol. Ochaco was curious. Chico. I thought he was just an All Might fan. Ochaco approached and took the green-haired boy's hand to look at the Omnitrix. She ran a finger all over it. Chico 3. That watch is really strange, and what does that button do? Ochaco saw the button and was about to press it, but Izuku reacted to the contact of Ochaco's hands and, seeing her almost activate the Omnitrix, abruptly pulled his hand back. Izuku. Don't touch it. It was a surprising moment for everyone how he reacted to the brunette. Everyone saw him upset about what happened, but in reality, he was worried. Vilgax. Robot. Mr. Vilgax, we are ready. Vilgax, then let's begin. Vilgax was sitting in a kind of capsule that then closed. The ship in space launched several robots and drones towards Earth. With Izuku. Izuku covered the Omnitrix with the piece of cloth he had. Chico. Midoriya, relax, we were just talking about the robot attacks, and we asked Uraraka for her opinion. You were asleep and we saw your watch, but don't be mad at her. She was about to speak, but her phone started flashing the Omnitrix emblem in red. She grabbed her things and left, leaving the classroom confused by her reaction and a brunette feeling guilty. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy ran towards the rooftop. Izuku. Because now, he reached the rooftop where he left all his things and school clothes. I hope Ochaco doesn't think he's angry with her. He paused for a moment, intending to go back and clear things up, but the longer he waited, the more his hero phone kept alerting him. Ochaco. The brunette did seem downcast because of the way Izuku acted, so much so that her classmates went to cheer her up. Girl. Don't take it so badly, he's probably going through something. Chico. That must be it, haven't you seen how he's been acting lately? Every time his phone rings he has to leave and he never comes back. Ochaco. That's what I hope. In her mind, I don't want her to leave me again. Minutes later with Izuku, the green-haired boy had reached the location where the drones were attacking, but they were quickly spreading throughout the city. Izuku. At this rate, everyone will be involved. He was in the tallest building, watching, and I have no doubt they're after All Might too. I jump over the roof fence of the building attached to the building, activate the Omnitrix, and use XLR8 to run along the walls of the building towards the ground to fight the drones. Ochaco. Classes ended and everyone went home. Explosions and attacks could be heard. People thought it was a villain fight, so they weren't afraid of the noise and continued with their activities. Ochaco's classmates took her away so she wouldn't think about what happened with Izuku. Girl. You know what? Don't worry, everything will work out with your boyfriend. Ochaco. Red, he's not my boyfriend. Chica too. Say what you want, they both like each other and it shows on their faces. Ochaco. I don't think he'll like it. Chica 3. Shoulders are silly, they don't understand hints, even when they're so clear. Girl. Let's not think about that, so let's go to that crepe shop, the one you ran off with him to last time and left us behind, but this time you have no excuse, let's go to the shopping district. So they walked to the store so they could chat and enjoy the trip. In the fight, meanwhile, the heroes fought the robots. Those with enhanced strength could damage them, the electric ones overloaded them until they exploded, and those that increased in size could knock them down and destroy them together. Hero. These things are very difficult to destroy, it took us almost 20 minutes to destroy this three-legged one. Hero 2. Let's keep going, we can't give up. A drone appears to attack them, but Izuku intervenes, landing on it and impaling it with a rod, causing it to crash to the ground. Hero 3. One of the emblem. Hero 4. Hey, is it true that you're an alien? Hero 5. Do you really want to ask him that here? Izuku XLR8. That doesn't matter now. These drones have very resistant armor. He shows them the armor attack between the armor. He indicated where to attack if you can. Attack this part, it's the propulsion system, without it they can't fly, spread the word. Izuku ran to the next robot to attack, while they passed along information about weak points, making it easier to destroy them. Izuku, with his speed and the objects he destroyed, attacked the robots, dealing heavy damage through speed. The tripods were the trickiest, they seemed to have no apparent weak point, it was a matter of teamwork to immobilize it and destroy its head. Izuku XLR8, at this rate we will win. Hero. Attention All Might, he's facing a squad of 1. Izuku XLR8, with All Might on stage, this will all be over soon. Hero. One of the robots has just crossed the containment perimeter and is heading towards the commercial area. Upon hearing that, Izuku didn't hesitate and set off. In the commercial area, Ochaco and her friends were holding crepes. Girl. They're delicious, what do you think, Ochaco? Ochaco. They're delicious. She was happier. The girls succeeded in their goal of distracting her and preventing her from thinking about what had happened, but at the street crossing in front of them, people were running. Chica too. What could be happening? But their questions were answered when a laser was fired and exploded the corner of a building. Ochaco. That doesn't look good. People were fleeing down every possible street, a stampede was heading towards them, so they ran while the tripod attacked with its lasers, raising smoke. But amidst the multiple energy blasts, the brunette separated herself. When the smoke and Volvo dispersed a little, Ochaco saw the droid in front of her, watching her. The droid stretched out its arm and was about to shoot him. Ochaco. In her mind, please, save me. Amidst the increasing sound of the lasers charging, the brunette remembered her moments with Izuku at school, and that kiss they shared by accident in the club, but above all, that he was always there for her. Deku-kun help. The laser fires, but everything starts to slow down. XLR-8 had arrived at the scene, and when he saw the brunette in danger, he went to the rescue. When he reached the brunette, he carried her in his arms and moved her away from the laser, taking her down an empty street. Izuku, XLR-8, you're safe now. The Omnitrix began to flash red. He said as the Omnitrix blinked and the brunette watched the emblem flash red, and in the last blink it shone brighter, enveloping them both, but when the light stopped. Ochaco opened her eyes and, seeing that she was in the freckled boy's arms, she was surprised, her eyes widening in shock. But the inertia of the speed they were going meant they were going to hit each other hard, so Izuku protected her, taking the blows as they rolled on the ground, until finally Izuku's back was dragged along the ground with Ochaco on his chest. Izuku. I should have stopped. Are you okay, Ochaco? He looked at the brunette. Ochaco was looking at the green-haired boy with surprise and a clear blush, because she was above him, but she was processing that Izuku, the boy she met at a camp, for 3 years, has been one of the aliens who has rescued people. Ochaco. You are the speedy alien. Izuku. More like, the 12 aliens. Ochaco. The 12, but how, if not? Izuku. If I don't have a quirk. I know shows the Omnitrix. I'll explain later. Now I have to get you out of here and go back to helping. Ochaco. You're not coming with me. Izuku. Those robots are after the watch. They won't stop until they get it. She stood up to continue walking. I have to stop them. When Ochaco saw the freckled boy get up and after he said he would return, she thought he was going to fight, so she reacted and took his hand. Ochaco. Don't leave. Izuku. First I have to take you somewhere else. The green-haired boy was about to take the hoverboard he used for transportation when Ochaco saw the freckled boy's back. The clothes he wore as a hero costume were torn, and Izuku's back was scraped. The brunette poked one of her fingers, but the freckled boy reacted. Izuku. Ouch, he complained. Ochaco. Sorry. Izuku was about to take Ochaco, but explosions roared and shook the floors and buildings. They both looked at the sky and saw Vilgax's drones heading in one direction. Izuku. This doesn't look good. The Omnitrix emits a recharging sound and returns to green. I'm charging now. I glance at the brunette. Ochaco. I have to go. She activates the Omnitrix and transforms. Ochaco, seeing Izuku in his fire transformation, remembered the day of the camp. It was then that she understood that everything started that day. Izuku, Fuego, you have to leave. Ochaco, go as far away as possible. He went out onto the street and, with his hands on the ground, propelled himself like a rocket into the sky, then used his flames to surf through the air as he flew. Ochaco. Deku-kun. But her curiosity, and also her concern for the freckled boy, led her to make a decision. With Izuku on his way to where the drones were concentrated, he shot them down with bursts of fire in the air until he landed in the middle of the place, where the drones surrounded him, but before they could attack him, Izuku responded, launching bursts of fire at them, without stopping, each attack hitting its target, destroying the robots, leaving only a field covered in fire, smoke and destroyed parts of the robots. Izuku, Fuego, it was very easy. Suspicious they could have attacked me on more than one occasion, perhaps a trap. His suspicions were correct. When he turned around, thinking of an attack from behind, an energy net struck him and dragged him into a wall where it embedded itself. Izuku, Fuego, damn, it tries to break free. Ochaco. Deku-kun. Izuku, Fuego, what are you doing here? I told you to leave. Ochaco. I didn't want to leave until I knew you were okay. Izuku, Fuego, this is dangerous, go away, I yelled at him. Something was heard approaching in the distance. It was a kind of metallic ball with spikes destroying everything in its path. Izuku, Fuego, get out of here now. Ochaco hides instead of going far away. Meanwhile the spiked ball arrives, stopping in front of the fire and opening. Izuku, Fuego, please let it not be some kind of alien Bowser. As the wait lengthened, a kind of metal door appeared and opened, revealing someone inside, who was very large when he stepped out of the vehicle and the ground shook. When he emerged, the imposing Vilgax was seen, with a body and size larger than All Might's. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.